ค ทุกทีมก็คงหวังแชมป์เหมือนกันครับแต่รอบนี้พวกเราต้องเป็นแชมป์ก็ต้องนั่งดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมครับในรอบเก็บคะแนนครับแล้วก็เอามาปรับใช้ในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Target aku kali ini, aku optimis kita bisa top 3 dan bisa bersaing di papan atas. Sekarang kita lagi pede-pedenya sama diri kita sendiri dan cara kita bermain as a team. Karena kita mungkin udah lama ya nggak ngerasain juara, jadi PMSL kali ini mungkin jadi pembalasan buat tim Indonesia, buat ngebuktiin lah Indonesia yang dulu tuh kayak gimana.
ก็สำหรับทีมผมนะครับถ้าได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลแล้วผมจะทำแผนแล้วก็เตรียมตัวสำหรับรอบไฟนอลให้ดีที่สุดครับพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลผมจะเก็บเกี่ยวประสบการณ์ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Trong vòng chung kết trở ngại lớn nhất của chúng tôi chính là bản thân chúng tôi. Nếu mà chúng tôi ổn định được tất cả mọi thứ thì mọi kết quả đều nằm trong tay của chúng tôi.
ก็คิดว่าเป็น AE ครับเพราะว่าเขาเสริมไลน์อัพมาใหม่2คนเป็นตัวยิงครับแล้วก็อาจจะทำให้เราได้แชมป์ยากขึ้นแต่ก็ไม่เกินความสามารถของผมครับก็ให้ 9.5 ครับเพราะตอนนี้พวกเราก็ค่อนข้างที่จะพร้อมครับ
Untuk aku pribadi, aku mau ngasih ucapan kepada 3 negara yang lain. Lebih ke, ya kalian kesini buat liburan aja deh. Ujung-ujungnya juga pialanya pasti bakal ke Indonesia lagi.
Mục tiêu một giải này của tụi em là cố gắng vào final của giải. Mục tiêu tại giải này Go Esports cố gắng vượt qua vòng lức để tiến đến vòng final. Mục tiêu của tụi em này trong final sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao hơn mùa giải lần trước, đó là top 3. Kalau kita orang lepas grand final, persediaan kita orang macam biasa juga before ni. Kita orang akan buat team talk, kita orang akan tengok game sama-sama, perbaiki mistake kita tengok mistake kita kat mana semua, biar game tu perfect.
Tahun sekarang kita lolos ke PMSL, kita mau buktiin aja karena kita komunitas, mau buktiin ke tim-tim partnership.
Yang pastinya kita main aja sih, kita nggak ada beban dan kita juga nggak ada target yang harus dicapai, jadi kita no pressure dan gue yakin kita bisa main dengan baik.
Target yang jelas pasti kita mau kembaliin piala itu ke Indonesia, apalagi ini main di tuan rumah juga, main di kandang sendiri, jadi kita dari tim Donki pengen ngambil piala itu lagi.
Kalau untuk rating sih mungkin 9/10 sih. Karena ya dari preparation mungkin lebih siap dari yang PMSL kemarin lah. Jadi ya 9/10 dari preparation yang udah mateng. Mungkin ada beberapa kendala sih kemarin, kayak ada yang sakit. Jadi yang kita harapin dari preparation kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik sih di PMSL.
Team mình vừa ghép với nhau chưa được lâu nên là vẫn đang trong quá trình hoàn thiện đồ chơi.
Đội của em bây giờ thì còn rất là trẻ và sung sức và mình sẽ cố gắng hoàn thiện team nhanh nhất có thể để tiếp cận tới BIGETRON mùa này.
Target saya di tournament kali ini of course champion, sebab kalau kita datang sini just untuk isi slot then it's gonna be a mistake lah, sebab kita punya preparation pun since last 5 months is hard and we are ready to compete lah di PMSL di Jakarta.
Buat halangan nggak ada sih, karena kita yakin buat di finalnya kita bakal lebih baik lagi. Buat 3 negara lainnya nggak usah terlalu try hard, karena ujung-ujungnya Indonesia yang bakal menang.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the long-awaited Day 1 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2025 Grand Finals.
And now, the wait is over and the battlefield is set. 16 of the Southeast Asia's finest team are here, not just to compete, but to carve their names into history. But before we step onto the battleground, we have a few special performances lined up to kick things off.
We'll begin with a powerful marching band performance by Manda Bahana UI, followed by energetic show from Rafflesia Percussions, and finally, a beautiful a cappella set by Jakarta Youth Choir. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
kayak cara-caraku, pilih lakukan rencana sama penentu. Untungnya bumi masih berputar, untungnya ku tak pilih menyerah, untungnya ku bisa rasa hal baik yang datangnya belakangan. Juga yang hilang, seberapapun absurdnya pasti ada makna. Untungnya bumi masih berputar, untungnya pilih menyerah, itu memang paling mudah, untungnya ku pilih yang lebih susah. Untungnya ku pakai akal sehat, untungnya ku tak pilih menyerah, untungnya hidup terus lebih susah.
Thank you so much for those incredible performances. Sekali lagi tepuk tangan dong teman-teman semuanya.
Yes!
Nice, nice, nice. What a spectacular way to kick off day 1 of the grand finals. Now, the stage is heating up and the players are locked in.
Exactly. So, this season, we're turning up the intensity because for the first time ever, Smash rules are being implemented in the grand final.
Ooh, exactly.
Wow, that's mean a new strategies, unpredictable plan, and also anything can happen.
Right.
So, Jakarta, let me hear your voice! Wow!
Okay. But there is apologies for not using English. First thing first, because I checked back there.
Okay.
We got the most funky supporter here from Bandung. Ini dia, supporter GLUBLUG. Oke, aku pengen cek ya suara supporter dari GLUBLUG ya.
GLUBLUG.
Karena kan kalian punya yel-yel tabrak, oke?
What?
Jadi once aku ngomong, very good, very well. Tahu apa yang harus diomongin lagi? GLUBLUG tabrak, oke? I don't know whether you can hear it or not, but the energy was electric back here, oke? Siap ya? 1, 2, 3. Very good, very well, GLUBLUG. Very nice. Tepuk tangan dong untuk kalian semuanya. Alright. Ooh, the energy is electric here. And now, who will set the match point and who will smash their way to the trophy?
Exactly, we're about to find out soon because at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Grand Finals, Day 1 starts now!
The Grand Finals Day 1 starts right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025 5. And we're here with you as your storytellers. My name is CelcomDigi, together with the wonderful Choo Choo. And this will be the first time that the Smash rule will be implemented in the grand finals. How are you feeling, Choo Choo?
I'm gonna claim that royalty. I did mention that. We did mention that last season. It's on us. Okay, that's us. That's us. If nobody else saying that, that's gonna be us. It's on us. We made it happen. Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome. But yeah, speaking of today, I'm super stoked when it comes to opening. That was remarkable. I loved cultural opening as always. And it's also hyped up the crowd and also our energy, especially the players. We talked about the starting of today. There will be some difference between the teams that manage to have their hit points way further than the others. But it's always about how they end. And the way they end this time with Smash Roll implemented for our last day for the grand final. Now, that's going to be a bummer if you have been number one all this time, but then being overtaken last minute by a different team.
Yeah, before this, it was like group stages. So it's like still, okay. But if it's the trophy, can you imagine that, Choo Choo?
Ouch.
And can you imagine the ouch that it would be because $200,000 is on the line?
And not just that, when it comes to the finals. I mean, you guys been missing last week. It's okay. We're going to catch you up with everything that's going on. Today is the 20th of June. We're starting off our first day of grand finals, but at least we have 3 days of grand finals. So they still have some time to warm up and adapt to this lobby.
Oh, but they have to be really, really quick. Their journey, though, has been quite a while since the group stages, 2 weeks of group stages, going through 2 super weekends, and now we are the best 16 teams that are here today in the grand finals. And the Smash rule will be implemented in day number 3. So today and tomorrow will be all about collecting the points and setting the match point as well. So teams, they want to try to close up the gap as soon as possible. And if for whatever reason that you're still new to the Smash rule or you have no idea what it's about, it is about the number 1 team after the first 2 days setting that Smash match point by adding 10 more points. And then when it comes to the Smash rule day, which is day number 3, whoever meets the match point, scores the chicken dinner in the following game, will win everything.
But we're going to reintroduce all 16 teams. You guys been following us today. And we have our complete set of 16 teams, which going to be Vampire sitting at number 1 spot, taking the lead with the most out of 2 weeks of the Super Weekends points. Now, despite we have Claw coming up very strong compared to their first week, you can see the difference of their performance to certain teams. Now, the only team on this page right now without getting 2 Super Weekends, it's going to be only Alter Ego. They made it well at the middle pack when it comes to the first week. Even though despite they didn't get into the second week, it's more than enough for them to push into the top 16. But congrats as well to Team Secret Roy, Glue, and Sam9 that make it through in the last minute. Sam9 was shaky. We remember that.
Yeah, they were at the edge of their seat, so to speak, because MEC and Toda, they were close, but unfortunately, they did not gain enough points to move on to the grand finals. Same goes for the other teams here, RQ, ETN, SK, and all the other teams as well. When it comes to the matches today, we'll be playing our standard 6 matches, starting off with Sanhok, followed by 3 Erangels, and we'll end the day with 2 Miramars. And again, today is all about setting the points for Smash Sunday.
Now, speaking of smashing the point later on the Sunday, the setting point, we talked about this last week as well. There's a huge gap compared to the top 3 teams and the rest of the others down there. So I don't want that to be the case. I hope that's not going to be the case for the grand finals. It's the grand finals, right? You want to get the smaller margin, the smallest of them all as possible, because that's what makes it super exciting with the turnaround event of drama. And when it comes to the Smash Bros. Grand Finals cloud, imagine the teams coming up from behind. Cinderella story. Oh, I can't wait for that to happen.
Ooh, but you know what else we can't wait? Is for the Esports World Cup. That's where the PMWC will be held exactly in Riyadh, coming up next. And from the PMSL Southeast Asia, only the top 3 teams will make it to PMWC. So that's something that we will look forward to as well, of who will be the best 3 teams from Southeast Asia that will make it through. So it's also about the champion. It's also about getting that slot, that precious slot into PMWC.
But not forgetting, of course, our big sponsor, which is going to be TECNO, the POVA 7 series, and tonight the PMS Summer 2025 Grand Finals is already heating up. And you guys know this intense battle is proudly powered by TECNO POVA 7 series with its innovative design and ultimate performance. The POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower you to win the battle with ease and empower you to steal away the trophy in the Smash Rule last day.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the Smash Rule Sunday, right? Before this, it's like, okay, the group stages, anyone smashes it, it's like, okay, cool, yeah, we celebrate, but life goes on. But this one, you smash it, it's like, whoa.
It's a smack in the face.
Cinderella story, come on.
Now, I do want to know what about you guys thinking at home, you guys sitting with us and also watching and tuning into this live channel right now. Do tell us your opinion regarding Smash Rule. It's been implemented since last season, but only during the group stage. But this time, to get to see it in action in the last day, and the best case scenario, Cloud, it's going to be only 6 matches that day. It's not going to be 8 maps. So 6 maps, if somebody managed to smash it, oh wow, that's going to be big.
Yeah, for the record, in week 1, it was smashed in game 5. Week 2, nobody smashed it. Let's all remember the fact that Claw almost got it, except for eArena had to stop them. But then again, well, nobody smashed it at the end of the day. Last season, when we had the Smash for the first time, it was smashed at game 8 as well. So what number could it be? For the record, it has not been smashed in a map other than Miramar. So that's something that we look forward to this week.
Now, at least this time we have a slightly longer duration compared to the Super Weekend before setting the benchmark. So I assume the markings, the points might be slightly more than average where we look at the Super Weekend match point. We saw day 1 a team that really have their momentum shoot fire up there can reach up to 60 points per day. That's almost the usual normal. I'm not surprised if a team can even mark it up to 80 points a day. But the question is, a second day will be over 100 points for them to smash it. If there's a huge gap for the teams, if they don't really try to closing up the gap as soon as possible between these 2 days, that's going to be tough for the grand finals.
Yeah, in other words, if you're like number 15, 16, you know, at that end, then I worry that the gap will be very, very big. And to even think about smashing it, it might be a tall order. So the best that the team can do by that time is to try to catch the top 3 at least. But we need to be sure of what the points are by that time. And of course, none of the teams want to be at number 15, number 16, whatever it is. Everyone wants to catch the number 1 spot, or at least be as close as possible for them to have a chance to smash it, or maybe after a total of 6 games, make a Cinderella comeback. So I'll be looking forward to this. I'm just so excited. Can we just like fast forward to day number 3 right now? It's insane.
Wow, skipping the job, skipping the work. But you know what? It kind of a living nightmare for the players that have been in the shoes of the top 3 teams before. Now, they have to relive that nightmare moment once more. You know, the whole arena will be cheering because you'll be the team that do qualify to smash those points. Imagine the entire arena will be shouting for you to go down. That's a lot of pressure with live audience, on-ground crowd as well this time.
Yeah, and this time it's not only about like your other competitors shouting, right? This is like even the audience will be shouting if a team that almost smashed it or gets match point, gets eliminated. It is insane. Oh man. One could really imagine, right? So if you don't want to imagine and you want to experience it yourself, do head on to the venue. You still have time. Okay, today, tomorrow, day after, do head to the venue because you don't want to miss out on the experience of being at the venue. And if we were to look at the stage, it looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, not just that, you know, I think when it comes to the grand finals, probably it's going to be a huge day as well. When it comes to today's opening, it has been remarkable. And not just that, there's so many booths on site. A majority of the Indonesian teams will be there, except for was it Claw? Yeah, Claw Slays are the only team that will not open their booth. But other than that, we'll also have TECNO booth, our sponsor, at there as well, so you guys can try out the device yourself. That's the 7 series, the PUBG 7 series. It's gonna be the device that players actually using during the competition, the entirety of the journey, and you guys can check it out. I mean, if we don't have, if we actually have our on-site for English, I wouldn't mind going there. If we're not working, I'm probably gonna be flying in already by now.
I know which booth I will check out first. The Power Rangers. I will surely get one of those for sure. Okay, true. If you get to pick like which color, right? Which Power Rangers from Blue Squad, which one will you pick?
I personally will pick the black one because I love black so much. But at the same time, they don't have that one, right? They don't have the white. I mean, the white and the green usually going to be the captain, because before it upgraded into white, it was actually green. But yeah, I think they have light blue and blue. I'm probably going to try and go for something yellow for once.
So feel like Hexas, yeah? Feel like Hexas.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if you're feeling like putting in the big boys here for the teams to focus. So yeah, big boys for your side. Okay, tell us about your team to focus.
Okay, my team to focus is going to be the top 3 teams. Since we have the Smash show implemented for the last day here, so I want to see how these 3 teams keeping up their momentum and also try to maintain the statue up there, because Bloom, consistency-wise, sometimes is a bit questionable. Claw Slayers, a bit latecomers, a bit late bloomers. Now, the one that I don't know how we can actually have expectation is going to be Vampires. Sometimes they disappoint massively, but sometimes they just perform. How about yours?
Well, I went the other way around, right? We did talk about the Cinderella story. So I started from like, okay, let's look at who are the bottom teams. Okay, Sem9 barely survived to be in the grand final, so this is their second chance. And of course, we got our Power Rangers there, and also King Roy making a comeback into the pro scene. So I want to see a Cinderella story. I believe everyone would like to see a Cinderella story as well. So that's where I start off. Like my first 3 teams to focus are the teams from the bottom.
I wouldn't mind that either, though. That's going to be a huge ego smash rule day for the grand finals, if that's going to be the case the last day, though. But I'm looking forward when it comes to, don't forget about eArena and these areas too, Cloud. These are big names out there.
Absolutely right. eArena, they were hot during week 2 of the group stages, and they definitely want to bring their momentum here into the first day of the grand finals and hopefully carry it forward into the last day and maybe even smash it. Who knows? Team Secret as well. They made it through to the grand finals. But let's see if they'll be able to perform as we head on to game 1. Sanhok.
The smallest map to warm their fingers up, or maybe taken advantage by the teams that know for a fact they might have trouble in Miramar later, or even will be resorting to middle pack in Erangel. So everybody will try to gain as much point as possible, especially teams at the very bottom. We do know for a fact, hey, the world is not fair, but it's fair enough. You're given 2 weeks of the group stage to actually tally up your numbers to make sure where you actually start in the grand finals. So I assume the teams will be rowdy, crowdy, and going well when it comes to the first map of Sanhok today.
Oh yeah, the first map of Sanhok, the only Sanhok match that will be played today. Let's see, will there be any form of clash of drop spots? So far, some of the suspects that we have seen during the group stages, Paradise Resort, it's okay, it's D Xavier, and then we have MVKE inside of bootcamp. eArena is not going to challenge MVKE. Instead, eArena, they drop all the way down south around the area of Cave. So they're going to leave that one go. And for other areas like Painan, it's going to be TALON. BTR is between bootcamp and Painan. So it looks like no early direct clash. But look at bootcamp. BTR is just on the outside. I wonder if they're thinking about something sneaky.
Oh, something sneaky. Of course, it's going to be the circle. Even the sirens we can actually hear just now, just warming up all day, how things are going to get heated up. But also, when it comes to this circle, we've seen this circle in last Super Weekend. It did not end well for most of the teams out there.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. But the circle does favor Alter Ego though. But the time when we saw this circle with Alter Ego dropping at Camp Alpha, they failed to defend this circle. So that's something that they definitely would have learned from their last outing. And let's see if they can actually do that because teams would definitely go to that island and prioritize the Camp Alpha area. So locking in the Camp Alpha mountain is going to be crucial for Alter Ego.
And so far, no hot drops that we saw early on. A lot of teams seems to be sort of sharing that very small territory margin between the team around, especially around Painan or even Camp Charlie just now. But I do want to know, with this sort of circle, do we have teams that are extremely fast to get into the circle way early on? Yes, it's Alter Ego all the way, but I expect teams would react swiftly the moment the circle just go up way towards the smallest island.
Yeah, but if the circle was to be super duper scammy, right? It's like, hey, you thought we're going to Camp Alpha, right? Nope.
Oh no.
Yeah, the circle says nope. Maybe it goes to ruins. Maybe it goes to the right side. So it's like, nope. But that's something that we'd like to see in the grand finals, right? Like give the biggest challenge to all the teams, because this is where we will find the best of the best teams to be the representative of Southeast Asia at PMWC.
Yeah, speaking of fast, just now I noted that these Xaviers actually already left the main peninsula outside, definitely not in Paradise Resort. They actually get into the outskirts of Hartin and Camp Alpha Island. That's just super fast. I mean, it's barely 2 minutes into the game just now that actually get into where the north of Alter Ego, where Alter Ego dropped on top of Camp Alpha. So I assume this is quite a valid move coming out from these Xaviers. It also shows how serious they're taking this very first game of the grand finals as well. So I expect they will try to hope that a lot of teams will come in later, or even some will take some boat route, route rotation later on, and try to, guard over the coastline around the Hartin area, which I think is super genius because it's a very small island, Cloud. If you don't get there as quickly as possible, there's going to be a load of token points.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And if they're able to like block out teams from coming in, especially from that northern side, it would be perfect for them to gain elimination points as well. So great move there by Xavier, I must say. I was also thinking about like the boat route, right? Of whether any teams would take the boat ride. It's been quite a while since we've seen any boat strategy by teams in Sanhok. I guess it's because it's a small map and you can expect like, oh, Hartin, there's a team. Maybe even like Xavier already parked themselves around the riverside. So you don't want to really take that risk. But maybe strategies will change this time. But what we're sure right now is Roy against eArena at Docks.
It's one of the furthest one away from the circle. They have a huge journey later on. But Roy and eArena, oh, it's no surprise. Roy is always the first team to initiate any fight when it comes to the early stage. And we expect that from them since the group stage as well. Now, with this very small circle, I expect this kind of teams that will resort to those boat rotation, Cloud. They know for a fact they're coming in very late, very small island. So if they need to get out, the best way to go into that island, taken by boat by Juke, they managed to take down on TECNO, having a bit of a cold start here for TECNO.
Oh, but Mormon and Joker made the rotation towards the high ground, so they could probably sandwich the members of Roy. But Sakura is alone though. If he gets knocked down, that's pretty much it. And Joker, shot onto Mango. This is what they were looking for. This high ground, this sniper tower. Now Roy, they cannot push on.
Now Joker and Mormon came in a bit later. It's actually a good setup if they can actually try to corner down the rest of Roy from above. But Joker will be the watchman on the side of eArena right now, as Mormon will join in the rest of eArena to just flush the rest of Roy out of this compound, out of this warehouse. But it's not going to be easy. There's so many boxes, there's so many structures in between, and they're taking such a long time. But Sakura, they managed to get a difference of start this time, despite TECNO being knocked down first. But first blood still taken by eArena. I have to say, their backup plan came in very swiftly.
Oh yeah, from the high ground, now they're closing in. They could potentially save Sakura as well, unless Ka can eliminate him. But Momon is by the side. Beautiful position by Moment. Now he's cooking up that nade. Juke is very low. A simple splash on the Juke will knock him down. And here comes the nade. Juke managed to heal up in time. The 1v1 continues.
Still got splashed over around 50% of his HP, but Moment managed to get an off angle out of Duque. He's going to finish him off straight away, down to only Mango left. And another is going to be Car. Now, it's going to be difficult for them to actually play around the corners against Roy here for eArena, and it is going to waste them so much time and resources. And we do have plenty of teams still in the blue, not just these two.
Oh, but look at the teams in the circle now, and if it will be a scammy circle. Nope. Goes all the way up north. Hatin is now within the area still. D-Xavier in it, we saw that earlier. BTR as well, and Vampire Esports now in the Camp Alpha Island. But these two teams are still locked in at docks.
And the circle just moved all the way north as well. It means only 40% to 50% of land there is for the rest of the team that still remain in the game. We still have 16 intact, but Roy wouldn't last longer to go against the entire crew of the eArena. Jump shot!
Oh!
Tenny K managed to trade himself for Car, but the play zone actually knocked down on Car. Speaking of taking things too long, Mormon will pick up on Tenny K, leaving only a Mango left inside that warehouse. So Sakura, he knows exactly where he's at. He's waiting for Joker to join in with that nade cooked up, and will splash down. Never mind, Mango still got 50 HP, takes down with the blue zone, and that's going to be the first team ousted in our first match of grand finals.
Oh man, true. If you remember Roy and eArena during the group stages, they were fighting for territory. But speaking of fighting for territory, D-Xavier and BTR right now, Snape is playing this time, eliminated by Lamborghini. Now Federales is on the other side, all alone. His other two teammates nowhere to be found for now, but D-Xavier, they need to win this fight quickly before Paragin and Nati can be saved.
I think the other two are going for separate fights here to be knocked down as well, still blitz out. But they seem to be nearby. I assume that's going to be the job of BTR players, especially probably Federales as per usual. But Federales is down to 1v4 here. But there are shots coming out across the window. I'm not sure, is that Vampires or was it Sam9? Is it D-Xaviers keep chasing their tails? Because it seems to be a bit crowded. It's going to be Tony K. Okay, we get to see the best Terminator of South Asia versus the top and rising Federales as Terminator as well.
Babe, think about this, right? It's D-Xavier, Vampire, and BTR. Three teams that have become champions before at the same area. This is crazy. Who will actually win this one or come out unscathed? Well, it's going to be hard to tell, but it might be easy to tell if both teams actually go all in onto Federales. But it seems like Tony K is here alone, so he's not going to commit all in yet. His other teammates is somewhere else, and they're going to play a little bit safer, knowing that there's so many amazing teams around here.
Imagine Boom, one of the champions, being up here as well. That's going to be super wild, of course. But they're quite far from the rest of the teams. FaZe Clan, they just arrived. We talked about around the coastline area. They're coming up from the sea area. But we're going to shift over to the high grounds in the very south of the circle. This is going to be on the outskirts of Camp Alpha. Alter Ego, they will actually just observe for now, not taking things too reckless, despite we do know they are one of the team that needed a point most. They need the morale boost. It's been a while. We've seen Alter Ego back to their peak state, but Vampires put out Tony K in trouble.
Surprise, surprise, by FaZe Clan. They came from the sea. They come, they see Tony K, they eliminate him. And Tony K had no backup at that point. Now FaZe Clan, they have access into the Camp Alpha circle, while Boom Esports still looking for their access card.
Oh, there's so many choke points. Go up, North. Just go ahead and squeeze it up, North. They're still going to be on top of Hartin. And VOIN Donkey actually secure one of the sweetest spot to just farm those elimination. They can see through the right side of the bridge. They can see if Boom try to swim over. And they can also see the teams coming up from the front, including BTR and D-Xaviers, including probably even Vampires at this stage. It's all about VOIN Donkey, whether they can defend their territory at this point or not.
Oh, Yummy got GK on the way to access the Camp Alpha Island. As Team Secret is still not in it as well. They were last seen on the right side of the Camp Alpha Island, the bridge area. And that's where Boom Esports is at right now. Team Secret swimming to safety. Hopefully Bonbit doesn't know that they are in the water now.
If I'm not mistaken, today's Yummy birthday, no?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I did see a few stories there. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday.
Mr. MVP.
You have to get those points for you to have a celebration at least. You don't want to have, the worst possible birthday in your entire life if things didn't go worked out for Boom side. So they need those numbers up. Well, they are in the top 3, but, it's a better start when you have a birthday bar for the day.
Yeah, I remember that during the group stages, when it was Moment's birthday, he had a buff. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and if Yummy gets a buff, I mean, it's Yummy, right? Well, Boom Esports won't mind a little bit of that, but the Sem9, they would mind the fact that Alter Ego is above them. But from this angle, it's not easy for Alter Ego to spot the members of Sem9. But I'm not too sure what happened to all the players of Team Secret.
Having too much fun, perhaps, when it comes to UI. Well, good luck picking up your members without anybody distressing them to actually make the accident happen. But eArena, after they fought against Roy just now, this already gave them so much advantage as a start. They got themselves the momentum that they need. They have those adrenaline rush. But at the same time, do they sit it quietly or do they take some action? Because we saw Sem9 just now being scouted over not just by, the other teams that we saw, including eArena, Alter Ego. CelcomDigi Alliance seems to be very interested in them as well.
Yeah, so let's see if the fight will somehow continue. Right now, it's TALON on screen, as they have a few players in the circle. On the elimination feed, FaZe Clan is still in action. They got a play of Claw. Okay, and Claw now, they lost their IGL Popoku. Zaxi, Pepenk will continue on. On the south side, we have eArena here. Finally, they made it though, after that long-standing fight with Roy.
Yeah, surprisingly, nobody actually tried to gatekeep them for a late entry into this circle. And I'm surprised nobody actually opened fires against them as well. It means that they're coming in very quietly and very fast too. Well, it's a small map, but unfortunately, it's sad true for us sitting here. The circle did actually hard shift to its down south, but if you look at where the circle have a potential to be at in the last few minutes, it's going to be on the south. The south, there's so many high mountains out there. You can see those uneven terrain and very steep cliff. But eArena, we just talked about them, seems to me it is still not safe.
CelcomDigi Alliance, they see, they shoot, they eliminate. eArena, just like that, eliminated by CelcomDigi Alliance, and they will pick up 4 points. Now at the bridge side, Boom Esports still with Team Seeker, but the one single simple name by the birthday boy Yummy. That's the birthday buff that we're talking about. Look at this, YouTube. Already 3 eliminations for him.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much more he can actually push up there with how he actually just safely placed himself underneath this bridge. But there are a couple of long shots giving him a bit of a tap down. There seems to be connected, but back towards TALON versus Alter Ego. Now, there's going to be the 2 teams on the high mountains as well. GLU. What happened to the rest of the team that remained with only Stickly left on GLU's side?
Yeah, we didn't get to see much action on their side. I guess it was while they were traveling and they got eliminated like that. But Alter Ego, they don't really need to travel. They just need to defend the high ground. Alva got to be extra careful with the nade onto him as TALON. They try to push up to the high ground. Now Rosemary, this is an angle. They will try to stop TALON from coming up. The smoke is still active though. But the elimination fee is starting to go crazy right now with Claw also shooting on TALON.
And I assume it's going to be go crazy with those turbo balls later due to, there's rocks. There's so many rocks in between. It's very steep cliff, and they're probably just going to blind toss whatever they can, just like we talked about. Achul, open fight to Alva. Close enough. That was super close. Rosemary actually giving such great support to Alva right in the nick of time. I need to knock down on Achul. If not, I would say Alva be finished up. But hey, FaZe Clan is on the move. It's against Vampire.
Oh, but FaZe Clan, they're losing it right now. Chopper taken out, and Vampire, they want to seek revenge for their fallen teammate Tony K. It's going to be a 1v1 now. Mela, as well as Macaris, who will win this 1v1. S12K up against DBS. As Mela now switches to S12K, hoping not to miss his next shot. Jump shot coming in by Mela, just to try to suppress his opponent, and he will not miss his next few shots as Mela will pick up Schweppes after that.
That was sweet coming from Mel. I have to say, he actually managed to calculate that, and that was very close indeed between those two teams. But within seconds, we have only few teams left. 10, yeah, 6 being taken out back to the lobby. With Alter Ego now have nobody else to fight against. Probably it's going to be Claw for the next contender, which is the reason why they pop the smoke very often now. Those high grounds will actually give them a bit slight disadvantage aside of Alter Ego. But speaking of high grounds and the curve of the geography, CelcomDigi Alliance and then the Vikings having a go.
Okay, here we go. The hike for the high ground. In the middle, stopped by CelcomDigi Alliance. Olio with the nade onto Wunti. Wunti now calling up for help. They still have a little bit of time before the zone starts to close in, but a huge nade by CelcomDigi Alliance. The players of MVKE now in big trouble. Another nade onto Tins, and Tins knocked down. Superman and Break. The duo that has to do it against CelcomDigi Alliance. Jimmy OP knocked on the high ground. Leons is onto him as Olio will try to continue to suppress them. Oh, but hang on a second. 1v1, both sides very low.
Not really great for CelcomDigi Alliance. They have to fight two-way war, including Alter Ego from behind as well. Olio managed to reset himself, going in, but never make it out. Leons now will try to follow up to a Superman, but we talked about Alter Ego just breathing behind their necks, and Viking, they're being pressured by the blue zone as well. But at least on the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, despite being sandwiched, they're not being pressured by the blue zone at all. And that's going to be loss of Viking. Superman taken out. Next contender is going to be Alter Ego, and they will try to stop CelcomDigi Alliance from advancing.
Oh, Mastery, he defended his shack against the Xavier all alone. 1v3. He survives, and he will collect 3 elimination points. 7 for Boom now. Oh.
Unfortunately, CelcomDigi Alliance, it's either Alter Ego or Sam9. They pick Sam9 as the next contender, and they've been waiting around this valley for a long time. Look how spread out Alter Ego is actually right now. Rosemary, the only one holding it against Claw, while the rest of Alter Ego is fighting against the rest of the teams outside of the circle. That's going to be Sam9. I don't know how Rosemary is going to do it. I don't know how much utilities and resources he actually still have, but definitely he's not going to be having enough to hold the entire lineup of Claw by himself up here.
Oh. So he needs to be super duper smart here. If he gets knocked, that's pretty much it. But Krypton is holding Yuhai at the lower ground. The bad news for Yuhai is that no circle. So at some point he'll be forced to move. And when he does, Alter Ego will be waiting. This is a circle that Alter Ego really loves still. So now it's a 0. Stage 6. Blue zone closing. Yuhai, his timer is ticking now.
High ground's great, but you barely get to replenish your resources. In the case of Moana, he needed helmet, and his bullets running low as well. But at least he got himself a secondary weapon down there. But Suxy, sprayed by Rosemary on top, and there's an open spill, and Alva finish it off. What Alter Ego? I mean, this is what we're talking about. They are so confident this time, spreading very wide amongst themselves and trying to dominate the circle, but not so much when it comes to driving skills.
Yeah. Somebody got to get their license checked there. But Alter Ego has Yuhai in check. Look at the blue. It's on top of Yuhai right now. I don't know how long more he'll be able to last. But Alter Ego, they don't want to let go of a single point, and they're going in for it. Here comes Moana. Straightforward elimination. And Alter Ego will collect another point while eliminating Stem9.
3v3 when it comes to the edge of this circle versus the edge of the other side of the circle. But at least on the side of Alter Ego, they have some information since Rosemary has been on top of Claw for the longest time. But with this angle, it's so difficult. It doesn't have any throwables, not even a hand grenade, not even a smoke, not even a molly. So the only thing he can actually just do right now is just shoot it up with his UMP, because his rifles, his AR, pretty much low to the point that he cannot waste any more of his bullets.
Yeah, so he has to be conservative at the same time, be able to shoot accurately. But now, even though they can shoot, they still need to find access into the circle. That's where Claw, they want to force themselves. Rosemary from the top of this hill with spray down on the Claw. Claw, Suxy! Got Moana on the way!
And now it's going to be Krypton.
Oh.
They are crippled down to only 2 players. Claude losing only 1 member here and another one being wiped out early. It's going to be RedFaZe and Zuxi to do the work versus the other 2 of Alter Ego. Now RedFaZe, he's popping the smoke. He tried to advance while they revive on Pepeng. Rosemary, what can he do from that angle at this point?
Yeah, at this point, his angle is more of just like trying to hold down the members of Claw and let the blue do its work. While Alpha is at the middle of this hill. Okay, blind spray into the smoke. He managed to hit a few bullets onto his opponent. But at the end of the day, it is still going to be Claw. Wait a second. It's Claw. Claw actually did it against the odds.
Well, Rosemary have no other option to just jump down. That caused him a huge damage to the point he was knocked down by himself by jumping down. And Alva, he got sprayed 2 ways on the same ground level as the rest of Claude. There's no way Rosemary can help him up with no troubles, no smoke, nothing. And in the case of Claude, that was a difficult round of Sanhok. Just now we witnessed with that kind of an awkward circle, but nonetheless a win is a win. A chicken is a chicken. Nobody gonna deny on that point.
Wow, at some point it was a 3v4 and Claudia were on the lower ground. Alter Ego had them surrounded. They had the high ground, they had the middle, they had the ground floor, but yet still Claw is able to find a way. Look at this. Okay, so Alter Ego with this high ground, they can block out a lot of teams. A lot of teams fall to the hand of Alter Ego, and they gain a lot of elimination points through this process. But Zuxi, man, that drive-by, that was savage.
The moment he wiped up Moana, that's where things got topsy-turvy on the side of Alter Ego. Yeah, great, Alter Ego do have those high grounds, but how to climb down? If you're at the foot of the mountain just now, you cannot shoot right in a straight line down there. You get slipped down and you're basically just gonna get knocked how Rosemary did. High ground's great, but when it comes to last few circles, not the greatest for you to climb down or jump down in that case. But nonetheless, I have to give it Zuxi, RedFaZe, Pepeng, especially Boo Boo as well, and Zuxi did such a big play to open up so much space for the rest of Claw Slayers. He even got himself 5 eliminations on top of that 8 surrounded by the entire team. Nonetheless, he's going to be the MVP for sure. That's why he's still the living GOAT to this date, because he's been in the PUBG Mobile since the OG, since the PMCO days. And I don't know what else can stop this guy from moving forward, because there's no ceiling at all. There's no limit to his growth, despite a lot of people saying that, hey, you're a bit too OG now, a bit too veteran. Don't you think you start to, you know, kind of laugh behind with the meta, with the tactical, with the strategy? It just shows that whenever you guys bring a new A game, he will actually give you back. Let's rewatch the highlight of Claw.
Well, just when you thought Alter Ego did it, Claw clawed it away from them, and they only had full squad time of 12 minutes 10 seconds with Boo Boo, who eliminated 3 players able to claw back that chicken dinner in game number 1 in Sanhok. Followed by Boom Esports, who collected a good amount of elimination points as well, and CelcomDigi Alliance, who blocked out teams, especially MBKE, from coming in, got points for themselves. And here are our top 4 teams in game number 1 with such a difficult circle to play.
Yeah, we can see a very different approach from teams like CelcomDigi Alliance with heavy amount of troubles. They got 16 hand grenades in there compared to Claw. 3 hand grenades is enough. What we need is gonna be those smokes to blind you guys from seeing us. That's how they get themselves into the circle. And when it comes to MVP, no other than Zuxi. This is gonna be the greatest of all time player, still performing after 6 to 7 or even maybe 8 years of PUBG Mobile. He's still in the game, man. He still got himself the most damage received. He didn't hide too much, but still managed to secure so much elimination. But you know what? There's a battle, or not really the battle. There's a debacle between you guys on the chat regarding who's the IGL. Personally, I feel like, yeah, usually it's gonna be Boo Boo who the IGL. But when it comes to this lineup of Claw, I don't think they need anything IGL, because you know that's just a title. This 4 guy is just crazy good.
Oh yeah, and because they are crazy good, they scored 19 points in total. The team with the most points collected, followed by Alter Ego with 11 eliminations. The only team with a double digit when it comes to the eliminations department, bringing them 17 points. And then we have Boom Esports with 11 total points collected. So on this page as well, other than that, we do have a few end teams here, like Sem9 on page number 1. But on page number 3 teams, no points, Talon, a JLU squad, and also Roy.
At least Roy do bring us a lot of early entertainment. I would give you that. They're always starting off those ripples and make sure that it's not going to be a quiet start. But with Claw getting those chicken in the first start of the day, pushing down the teams at the top, down to even Vampires. They're right now standing at number 5. We're starting off with Vampire number 1, the most amount of points out of the group stage or the league stage. But it's all about how you're going to end the show, man. Claw making a strong momentum to start off with the grand finals, while there are some teams that kind of stuck down there.
Yeah, no changes on page number 2, as we can see here. So some teams will need to focus on doing a little bit more, like you, like Roy, like even Talon, because they didn't gain any points in that round, but because they had 12 starting points, so they're still at number 10, but it could be easily pushed down. Now, the top, well, 4 fighters, as what Chuchu always called the SAT award here. Alter Ego, although they had 13 SAT award knocks, but they actually came out with the most eliminations, 11, so that's not too bad for them.
It's too bad they didn't actually translate too much of all that 13 knocks just now. They got quite a great place to start with when it comes to the circle. Their position was amazing. They got themselves a vantage view. But unfortunately, when it comes to the last few stages of the circle, all things didn't go as they planned, and it's just jumping down and you get knocked down by yourself. But at least we're done with Sanhok. It's going to be triple Erangel after this. I'm looking forward when it comes to Erangel. Now, this is where the heat really going to be electrified 10,000 times more.
Well, I'm electrified by this. Oh my goodness, people.
Is that the song?
Yeah. That is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Transformers. Okay, I get it.
Okay. I just fast forward because I didn't want to do the whatever Choo-choo did, you know, like yeah, never mind. Anyway, it's coming here live in the game at the 8th of July as part of version 3.9 update. And this is where you can choose your side, whether you're Team Autobots or Team Decepticons. So make sure you choose during the launch day, 8th of July, ladies and gentlemen. This is a collaboration that I'm truly excited for. Can't wait to see this. Like, what will there be in it? Will there be like new weapons? Will there be new vehicles? Who knows? So stay tuned.
And when it comes to the still current and ongoing, I like how cute that Titan is. It's not scary at all. Also, you guys, don't forget to Attack on Titan. Dedicate your hearts. The scout has arrived on the battleground, and the Titans, well, the cute ones is there for you guys to grab too. So there's Erangel, Levi, Mikasa, and Armin, and a lot of guys in there. I don't know who else is actually in the entire lineup, but I love so much the 3D rendered version here. It looks so realistic, and I just couldn't wait to get into it. And also, it will be available until July 6th. And speaking of which, right, Cloud, I have something to say about the Transformers thing.
Oh, okay.
Why is it whenever, like, even Star Wars, like, even Transformers, when that's, like, bad guy have to have this red eyes or red color? But the most of the days we actually get, when it comes to PMSL, the ones winning are the teams that with red colors. So, Decepticons winning?
Ooh. Is it a sign that these teams might pick the Decepticons later? But you mentioned
we have
about
a lot
red.
of Decepticons down there.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, BTR is like the robot team, right? So, yeah, that's red as well for you. But they need to put in more performances.
Why red always like evil? Why? It's just, why?
I don't know. Red is supposed to be auspicious, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. What's with the thing with red color, man?
Yeah. Maybe we should try and dress red tomorrow and see if we'll turn evil.
Oh, I would love that. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So that's the plan.
Should we wear, red lenses too? So we feel like, we have to go all out.
Wow. Okay, I need to find something if that's the case. Do you have red lenses?
Contact lenses? No. Everything. Okay. I mean, I don't want to be colorblind.
Well, there are colored contact lenses. Okay, but do you have red shades?
I have slightly pinkish one. I think that will work for tomorrow, I guess.
Okay, then you'll be, the cute red, just like the Attack of Titans. Cute. Baby.
Like the bobby head one.
Oh yeah, now that you have to say it, it does look like a bobby head. It feels like it's something they put in the car and it just shakes with you.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, but not so much fun being the player though. There's so much pressure mounting up, especially the teams that just got themselves chicken dinner. Now the biggest challenge for Claw right now, whether they can maintain consistency. We don't want that roller coaster up and down, hot and cold, because that's always going to be the case. The pressure mounting up when it comes to the grand finals is just sometimes unbearable.
Yeah, it's just immense, right? Can feel the tension here. Just looking at these players. Now that we have BTR on screen, Snape is going to continue to play. So Ryan and Boxy is still going to take a break. Alter Ego looks like they are still going to retain their lineup if that's spawn bit at the end. But okay, anyway, let's jump into the game. Erangel, let's go.
It's here. We still haven't get to see the sort of a general idea when it comes to the match point stat, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Will the circles at least be gentle to resolve the plays? And sometimes, when I want to get entertained, I watch the chat. I agree with one of our chat, DAY1. Used to feel like Ryzen was gonna do something big. Like we mentioned this before, Cloud. I'm hoping for Ryzen to actually open up a PUBG Mobile team. If you're actually willing to venture into it, though.
So what do we call Ryzen's PUBG Mobile team then?
RISEN, Ryzen, why not?
Oh yeah, we did
talked about this.
Yeah. My goldfish memory. Yeah, Ryzen, rising. Yeah, rising. That would be pretty nice. But you know what else?
Another red logo. What?
Oh. Why not, right? Because red logo seems to be bringing benefits, or has a good mojo here in the game.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of teams that do have their red, or even their name tag is red. Except for Step 9 didn't work out quite right for them. Maybe because their logo mostly comprised of orange. But hey, Primos Ferry, we've seen this before. Exactly this sort of circle. If it ended up right around that jetty of Ferry Pier again, last time we saw VOIN documented to squeeze through that, you remember? But nobody guarding over the other side of the jetty. So if you want to actually, from my opinion, I'm not a pro player, but I feel like if you want to secure that jetty, you have to make sure the left and right side of the jetty is pretty much clear from anybody to enter in.
Oh, you're too kind. I'm thinking of military base all the way. It's like, oh, everyone like plays the choo-choo way, right? Like, okay, let's secure the jetty, guys. Let's secure the ferry pier, jetty area. And then it just goes all the way down.
Make it more fun, Cloud. Like in the middle of it, just a tiny part of SMB, and at the edge of that jetty or ferry pier.
Oh no. You're evil without being or wearing red.
Yeah, I mean, red doesn't mean that you're evil. Sometimes nice people do wear red. I mean, hot girls do wear red, though.
Let me think. Oh yeah, I do agree.
Red dress.
You know, especially in Japanese traditional outfit in red.
Oh yeah, even the Chinese New Year Cheongsam, right?
Oh yeah, that's one.
I love it so much.
Yeah, I just had to say Japanese. No mind about that.
eArena, GLU, having a bit of a chase on top of this bridge. And eArena, well, we talked about them before. It feels like nobody needs a gun these days because everybody needs just that buggy or vehicle to run people down. They don't want to waste any of their utilities. And GLU, they're decapitated down to only 2 players as a start. It's going to be tough. And they are the bottom teams as well.
Yeah. And they didn't score any points in Sanhok. So that's definitely not going to help. The most colorful team of them all. Well, there's still a lot of games, right? Because we're going to count until tomorrow, right? Before we head on to Smash Sunday. So it's like 11 more games, including this one. Hope for the best for GLU. At least they can like close the gap, give them a better chance on Sunday.
When you mentioned about a lot of teams, a lot of color in the team, it feels like they have identity crisis. Couldn't decide which color are we going for this season's jersey. Everything? Okay, put up a Power Rangers / Dragon Ball outfit then, and call it a Dragon Rangers. Why not? It's something very creative coming out from GLU, but we need something more creative when it comes to their plays as well. And we've seen their rise when it comes to week 2 of the group stage. But after 4-bit now, even during the Super Weekend, we don't see that version of them yet. I don't know what happened. But it seems like they kind of lost the momentum. Or maybe the lobby just being more aggressive than it usual being.
Yeah, it's the grand finals, right? So you put together the best 16 teams in the entire tournament this season. So, yeah. Then naturally, like the difficulty level goes up. But you know what's speaking about the color of their outfits, right? So it was explained by the owner of the team on what the colors mean and why they have
different colors.
I
watched that one.
You saw that one? Yeah. So just to explain
I wouldn't mind
audience,
you to iterate that once more for our audience to make sure that they keep up with it.
Yeah, okay. So for the benefit of our audience out there, since we have some chill time until they rotate, like it's related to their past team. So for example, like Hexas, okay, his one of his last teams was RRQ. So like there's some yellow in it, right? So he's the Yellow Ranger. And then KF used to be from EVOS, so that's why he's the Blue Ranger. Something like that. And then like for the others that don't have a past team, well, it's just because they like the colors. That's all. So you got to put in like a bright color there just to.
One of them wearing green because of Morph as well, right?
Oh yeah, that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like the one that we in the context of that video. What about the others? They're just whatever.
Yeah, you guys are the whatever. Just because I like it, because I'm the boss.
Sad boys. Oh.
What
are you in the team? I'm the whatever, man.
Yeah. I'll go for Yellow Ranger. Like if I get the chance as well, I'll buy the yellow one.
Why buy one when you can't buy all of them, you know?
Oh,
make
yeah.
it, I mean, I do want to see if they will try to swap those jerseys between themselves too, just to have you know, a change of color of that day. What do you feel like today? What's the aura of the day when you actually read, you know, some papers actually have the context of your what do you call it? Your the star sign and stuff like that. Oh, what day is today? Today is blue. Okay, I'm gonna wear blue. There you go.
You know what? We did talk about like the teams that normally perform are like teams with red, right? We don't have a red team. Just say. But Bombit,
Boom.
unfortunately, did not win against Mango, and third player to be eliminated. Man, that was fast.
I feel like Roy right now, their best scenario is where they have to fight the early stage or the early fights, but it's not them initiating. If it's somebody else initiating, they can actually fan it off very well. And that's what happened to Pombit. He was going a mano to mano against one of the team that really loved those early skirmish. And look what it brought to the entire team. And the weird thing is, the rest of the boom, despite they don't have any information in regards of all the other players of Roy's position, they still did not actually rush into that sniper tower.
Yeah, I guess they were... Maybe they like, okay, it looked like there was nobody. And then they just went in. And it's like, oh, surprised. And obviously weren't prepared for that. Need to get a glimpse again on whether there were any clues of players there or like vehicles parked around the corner. But maybe that was what Bombit saw. It was like clear. And he's like, hey, guys, let me check this place out. Oh, never mind. But by that time, it's too late. And now Boom playing with 3 players. But Boom overall is still not too bad. 31 points, second place, 7 points away from Claw. And if anything, Claw is an inspiration for having 3 players to score the chicken dinner. Why not? But come on, Circle.
Okay. Oh, we might actually have the circle that I'm hoping for that very tiny little space of SMB at the edge of that very pier, but there's a high chance it's going to pull back all the way up anyhow, but it's still going to have a very overpopulated circle, and this is going to be fun to watch. Nobody coming up from SMB because they know they've seen this one coming last week. It happened before. Might as well just get into the main peninsula, but the thing is, the space is too tiny for everyone to squish in, including Red Bull, who just, wait, what? Casually running gun? And that's Smooth Criminal, buddy.
Oh yeah, Smooth Criminal stole away. Points out CelcomDigi Alliance. Well, not yet though, because Jimmy OP is not eliminated yet. Anyway, Ade Luke with the high ground. Here comes Chopper from behind. Taking out Ade Luke. Now Leon's the final player of CelcomDigi Alliance, charged down by FaZe Clan. And CelcomDigi Alliance, unfortunately, will be the first team to be eliminated. But they still take back 1 point with them.
The bunkers area, just on the outskirts of Quarry here. On the outskirts of Ferry Pier. I mean, Red Bull, that was bold. To go in rushing as a scouter plus as a fragger, entry fragger, to go into where the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance was. He managed to take them down. And they even got themselves those high grounds to work with at first. But these Xaviers, now they're coming up from the upper ground right on top of FaZe. But the moment they just arrived, they heard those audio cues. Straight away, FaZe Clan will try to leave and backed out. They know for a fact if we overstay ourselves in the same place too long, things never turn out well.
If you look at the Xavier as well, right? Ninty just got eliminated. So 3 players trying to hold a high ground. But at least they have the numbers. So FaZe Clan, they decided to like, okay, like what you said, right? Just like go the high ground, give it to Xavier. It's okay. It's still okay to play on the lower ground. But some teams on the right side coming in, they want to take the high ground, a BTR, scouting out for the best spot possible to park themselves, which is fine. But there's just so many teams that side. But that leaves Team Secret an easier entrance into the circle. But first, they have to be careful of MVKE.
Yep, VKE will be guarding them from the inner circle, but we do have teams around the forestry area, which is going to be VOIN, Donkey, Roy, C9. And I think there's going to be some players of BTR and there's Snape scouting around as well. And speaking of Roy, they're quite splitted apart. With VOIN Donkey also trying to make sure somebody watch their back. One of the players being pushed all the way towards the back to make sure nobody coming up from behind. But when it comes to this uneven ground, it's going to be difficult for them to connect those shots from afar.
Yeah, so this uneven ground is definitely tricky to play. And VOIN Donkey, they're no longer interested in such a difficult terrain. So they decide to like, okay, it's time to manage the circle. Okay, very clear. Hey, interesting, Chu, if you look at it.
Yeah.
Claw is the only team that went to meet to the base. This is deja vu. This is deja vu. Wait, this is deja vu. They need to go back to Ferry Pier.
feels like the same thing they did last week here, but is it going to be the same thing as the VOIN Donkey is nowhere near where we saw them last time? It's going to be a different team guarding over this. But Team Seeker was actually almost the same place as last time as well. It's just slightly spread out compared to last time they had left side of Ferry Pier. But on the side of Team Secret, they know this compound very well. They worked with this place before, but this time we have a different contest going on. It's going to be Roy. Roy came up from a different side of the bridge. While we see nade will be exchanged between the hands of this place. I don't know if Roy will respond to that or will they want to play low profile?
Yeah, so far we don't see any action from Roy. So they're going to hold on to their position. But at the quarry area here on the hilltop, we have Boom Esports with eArena moving past Boom. But now they move away, okay? Lucky for Joker that he's still in the game, not knocked at all. But here comes Claw. We expected this to happen.
Ah, what a drift by these guys when it comes to those vehicles. Oh, man. They're hoping to run each other out, but nobody actually get clipped down due to it's inside the water swimming anyhow. A Claw spraying over towards the Viking. They spotted them early on with a vehicle clashing on top of it. The small area we're watching here right now. Boo-boo sprays. Hoping it will somehow connect, but due to the structures in between, it's going to be difficult unless they start to toss and push in. But Claw holding at the edge of the bridge. Well, this is going to be tough for them to push in case the circle will get into the upwards vicinity later on. But VOIN Donkey also seems to be very close by too.
Yeah, let's see how hard the shift will be in about 15 more seconds. By the edge of the current circle, looks like on screen we have at least 4 different teams here. BTR 79, JLU with Boom Esports, who's not in circle by the way. Now they will need to find an entry in. Can they still rotate all the way up north? Maybe. If they can scout, get the right information, that could be the route that they might choose. And Okta is on his way, but Okta still closing in from the front, not making an alternative rotation yet, and now they're moving away.
I feel like the best plan is still going to go north. I have to agree with you. There's not many teams coming from the northern side. Last time we saw a lot of them already crowded Ferry Pier as their focal point. But GLU taking this warehouse while we're back towards a jetty fight between Roy and Claw. Claw slowly pushing in with Zukti taking the lead right up front, but he got knocked down with DBS by Juke. Roy, unfortunately, they will be surrounded left, right, and center, but Claw, red face. Here comes a nade to connect the shots, but unfortunately, Juke is still alive. Mango will try to go and retrieve his mates. Well, I'm not sure about Zuxi, whether they can actually revive 2 players at the same time. But Pank have to knock down on any of the players of Roy first, or finish off the last member of Roy. That's the smoke. But here comes a nade. Another one, second to follow up. But Juke is slowly chipping down his HP, but they will return the favor. Mango, at least he only have to care about retrieving Juke, but more on the side of Claw.
Only one way in and, well, no way out for Claw. Look at the circle. How difficult is this for him? Doesn't help that the fact that Roy is still there. Ning did connect on the Juke by Pepeng, but there's still Hui Kwang there. Mango is on his way to pick up his teammate, but this nade could be big! What a nade by Pepeng to knock down Mango and finish off Juke. This is their time to go.
Oh, Pepeng down to 1 HP left. Don't forget, we still have more than plenty. Team Secret breathing behind the necks of Roy as well. If Claw will try to recklessly push forward, they will immediately gun down by not just Roy, but Team Secret as well. Carl coming up from behind, he's having problem to climb up. He's trying to find a way to go up there. But on the side of Roy, here comes a nade! Pepeng! Twice in a row. That was epic.
What an insane nade here by Pepeng. He needs to land one more big one on the car before they are able to at least move forward. Then they'll think about their next opponent from there. But here's Red Face. Drop back into the water. And then Nate will reset again. Okay, here's Pepeng. Pepeng again. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Nate overlap. But here comes Red Face.
It comes with a DBS and jump shot. There he goes. But Pepeng now on the ground. Nobody to toss those nades twice now. Red Face hoping it will somehow connect. Thanks to the Xaviers, I guess, was it? And coming up from the back line. But we're going to shift over as Roy got finished off by Claw just now. BTR, they're fighting the blue zone and try to gatekeep all the teams coming up from behind. Unfortunately, boom, having a great start, but now suddenly crashed down.
And same goes for Dragon Rangers as well, eliminated. Now they are pushed to number 16. With the fact that Team Secret is still in the game. And speaking about Team Secret, we have them on screen. Look at the amount of teams here. In Fairy Pier, we have at least 4 different teams here that Team Secret will need to defend against.
Well, they can. They do have multiple compounds and have multiple buildings to work around with. As long as they know where to look into the entry point of each of the teams, they're pretty much doing okay for now. But problem is always going to be the utility Superman down by Trunks. Casual Nate, run and gun, or run and toss, I guess. Vikings, nobody else willing to push forward. If they're not pushing forward, Sam9 will try to be into this business. FaZe Clan as well. But Trunks, without breaking any sweat, just a couple of tosses and it's a done job.
Well, let's see here. As the fight will continue on, so many teams coming into Fairy Pier. It will be interesting if actually the next stage it moves away from Fairy Pier. It's likely to happen as it goes to the open area where BTR is at. All those teams locked in inside of Fairy Pier. Now they have to find a way to get out.
BTR, they are taking this circle and dominating it. Majority of them will try to open up the angles to make sure they keep everyone else at bay. But the teams taking the blue zone is going to be the closest one, Alter Ego, as well as the Vikings and Team Secret if they're not willing to move here. Therapy will not be in the next circle. They have 20 seconds to decide whether to fight or flight.
Oh, I don't know what to feel sympathy or what for the teams inside of Fairy Pier. It's going to be so difficult for them. As one of the teams actually made a rotation up north, but I wonder if they will survive that one. We'll check back on them later. Because right now, we're going to have Team Secret with Trang knocking out Moonty out in the open. Trang should be able to secure that elimination point. But he also has to be careful of the other players of MVKE around them. Broken down by Frankie.
Frankie sprays over to Vikings, but the window pane call is a window pane for a reason. That's going to be the loss of Team Secret despite they tried to fend off their fortress the longest time. And Vikings now barely alive too. He has to pick and choose which he wants to save for the side of the Vikings for now. But for FaZe Clan, they're not that too far off from the circle, but they can gain so many eliminations if they just play the right card.
Yeah, it's like me choosing to save my girlfriend number 1 or girlfriend number 2. It's so hard to choose. I totally understand that.
Wow.
But for Sam9, it's going to be easy for them not to choose. Is they choose for themselves to how they're going to survive this one to get into the circle. As long as they can deal with Red Face from behind.
Here comes Nate. Cooking it up. Red Face. Did not connect somehow. Sam9 push forward, dap down on the ground first, and he resorts to the DBS rather than his hand grenades. It plays way better. Red Face when he comes to CQT! So close!
So close. Just for Mika to wake him up from his dream towards the very end. And now, D-Xavier defending the ground against Vampire Esports. Onzens is the only one that's still active in this area. Nade by Levi's. Shot toss. Will kind of miss, but here comes Alter Ego.
Vampire is reviving in the middle. But Alter Ego, they want to just secure a couple of points there. Toss another one. The Molly will burn them off alive. And that's going to be it. But nonetheless, Alter Ego, despite that, they still secure 6 eliminations and slowly bulldozing things from behind. Everything that's moving, either they're going to bombard them down or they try to spray them over. But eArena coming up from the back line of Alter Ego. They have to be extra careful, but Alva is aware. He shifted his focus towards the backside. Krypton and Rosemary running back, leaving these Avids as they refocus and shifted over to eArena.
Levi's is still here though. Not sure if Alter Ego knows. But now they have to be careful because here comes eArena. FaZe Clan eliminated at number 7-5 elimination points. And look at the circle too. It's shifted away from these teams.
Oh, game's getting really fast. Stage 6, we're down to 5 teams. Last time, stage 7, we're down to 2 teams. My God. Grand finals really heated up and the rest of the teams out here with the circle. I mean, BTR If they don't secure this chicken, I don't know what else to say. They've been getting the circle plenty of times right now. 3-2 stages back to back. But the one that's fighting for their life is going to be Alter Ego. eArena be chasing their tails. But don't forget, they were fighting against these Xaviers before. It's not a done deal yet for them. If they reshift their focus back to the back line, it's going to be, you know, these Xaviers, either they will surprise Alter Ego or it's going to be back to its Talon or eArena back to back for Alter Ego. They have to really pick their fights here right now.
But Alter Ego, they have the circle advantage since the circle is behind them, so they can block out these Xavier. But these Xavier, they are not only facing off against Alter Ego, but also eArena as well. Snape will get no moment from behind, from afar. Maybe he can still be recovered. But for these Xavier, they're running out of time now. Blue is closing in, while at the same time, Parage is calling out for help.
No time to waste at all. Time is not on their side. Time is the worst enemy for the teams not in the circle yet. And Alter Ego planning to gatekeep all these teams and keep them at bay, denying their entrance completely, but they have to be aware eArena is still on their tails though. Look at how Tony K just shifted over from his hand grenade. He popped the smoke. Rosemary wanted to take a jab, but the Xaviers will try to sandwich Alter Ego at the same time. Now, Alter Ego, they have to focus on two different angles here. While Tony K pushing forward, spotted out Origin, and even a Levi. That's a bonus, but Rosemary stole it away in the last minute, and eArena fought back. Rosemary's on the ground. Next is going to be Krypton. Can he actually pull his weight here?
Yeah, they're closing on the Krypton right now. We're named Lot across by Joker. Will not connect yet. Krypton with his own nade to stop eArena from marching forward. And a nade overshot on the Krypton. Krypton still holding his ground somehow. Right now, Alter Ego, there are 9 eliminations. Krypton looking for at least one more to make it 10.
Alter Ego being sandwiched two sides, but here comes another contender. BTR's just arrived. eArena, they need to leave or they want to stay and fight. It's up to them completely, but at the same time, the blue is not something that you can fight again. With time's ticking on the clock, 40 seconds, and it's going to be stage 7 hitting very soon. As BTR, I mean, they got this circle for the longest time. They need to get those points up, and they got 6 already. All they need to do is just wait it out, but Tony K, Origin took the liberty to just finish it off, but unfortunately, it's still going to be eArena at the top 4 teams.
And BTR, they're taking the active approach by rotating out of their building. They want to gain those elimination points for themselves at this moment. It's several elimination points for BTR. They will march forward onto eArena. eArena now will try to fight back, but they will still lose to BTR. Now it's between BTR and Talon again. Another all-Indonesian finale.
3v4 BTR, they've been in the circle the longest time, but Talon, they will try to push in. Federales join in. Snake coming up from behind. Rework is off angle. Well, Yuri and Axel already got himself in this apartment. But next is going to be Axel and Yuri in 2 different angles. Well, Boy Chill, nobody spotted out Boy Chill. He's going to be the pivotal player on the side. For BTR, they're going to have to fight this way off. But Talon, will they manage to flush out? And they spot out Federales off angle. Axel running low with AR bullets. It's going to be a problem if they don't replenish themselves.
Oh, look at the spread by BTR. 1-1, 1-1. Okay, that's a crazy spread there by BTR. High risk, high reward for them. But they have players on the other side of the circle that will allow them easier access into it as the zone will start to close right now. Pressure will be onto Razy, but the fact that Talon is still across him.
Still, nobody spotted out Talon's Boy Chill down there. It's going to be the bane for BTR. Axel. Despite BTR, they do dominate this circle. But that last play outside of the circle, Snape, also seems to be a bit far. There's an open field for the ending here. Talon, do they decide to spread or they move in as a tree? Razy holding the line for BTR at the back line. Yoru will keep an eye tight to its side of Razy. But they have to leave for Talon. They can't stay any much longer, but it's down to Boy Chill. He has to force the move. The Blues just arrive, and here comes Yori tapping out on Snake. But Boy Chill almost completely gets sprayed down.
Ooh, but they're not in the circle yet. BTR, look at their circle control right now. 3 players within it. They can try to block out Talon. Hopefully Talon is ready with tons of smokes. Before that, they'll finish off Razy, leaving a BTR with 3 players. 3v3 with the 3 players of BTR in the circle, trying to lock out Talon. Let the blue does his work better. Let's get point kill.
Oh, Axel next. He got a clear view just now. Satar, he missed within those smoke. He couldn't track the silhouette of Axel right now due to the smoke of too many across his side. Federalis coming up from the other end. They try to close in towards the rest of Talon play. Here comes the push on the side of BTR. Snape leading it, but Boychill will finish off by Satar. They've taken out one of the most biggest hindrance for the side of BTR. Is 3v2, but Talon still can make it. BTR, they got the circle. It's all about finishing.
Yeah, it's all about finishing right now. They should not drop this ball. Everything points to BTR right now. Pressure's on the Talon. So much open space. The moment they move forward, BTR will be prepared for it. With Satar on the higher ground, he has an angle. Federalis on the lower ground in case Talon stands up. They have everything against Talon now.
There's no way they can botch this one out. They cannot drop this ball. It's going to be a huge drop for BTR, but Talon, if they win this, it's going to be big for Talon. But the problem is an open space, Cloud. There's not even tall grasses for them to take covers. And BTR, all they need to do is just wait it up. They don't have to even move. And oh, that's a clear view. Satar needs to reload. But problem with BTR, these guys don't have enough ammo to spray it anymore. It's either go and straight headshot or toss the nades or just go for CQC. Satar knocked down. This is not great. They will actually drop this on nose. Snape tried to zigzag himself and tried to find for Euro, but Blue Zone helped them in the way. BTR, that was close.
And Yoru denied away the point. Nothing will stop BTR from scoring this chicken dinner. Chicken dinner number 2 goes to BIGETRON by Vitality. By absolute control of the circle. Smiley sent 3 players out into the open, locking the circle in for themselves, while Razy was the only one to hold the apartment. And with the 3 players there, it's going to be impossible for them to not have control of the circle. At the end of the day, BTR took their chances and they locked in the chicken dinner for themselves.
I was to say, Talon took their chances too. They were so close of getting that final blow just now, but unfortunately the Blue Zone just pressured these guys from behind, and it's an open space in between. There's nothing to cover themselves with except for what? Trees that's not even covering anything, maybe not even a single hair strand from the end. But nonetheless, BTR, if they drop that ball, that's a big question mark if that's going to be the case. But nonetheless, I have to say, great start for the Indonesian region. Satar, Snape, Razy, and Federalis. I mean, things going to get even harder after this. We've seen such a great start here today.
Yeah, it's the homegrown buff here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, it was Claw. Game 2, it's BTR, both from the Indonesian region. And this round, BTR, 9 eliminations in total. So that's 19 points for BTR by Vitality, with the most eliminations split between Snape and Federalis. But Snape, he got more damage, so it's very likely to be the MVP. But of course, we'll wait for the official announcement later on. But Snape is also proving why he is ahead of Voxy, why he's ahead of Ryan to be in the starting lineup here in the grand finals for day number 1. And with this sort of stats, he should be able to retain his seat unless the next round they're not as consistent. But there will be a conversation for later. Let's check out the highlights.
Just a casual high five coming up from BTR, secured themselves the chicken dinner. They know for a fact they been denied for those points due to blue zone against TALON in the very last minute. But nonetheless, I love to see the rise of Alter Ego in the grand finals. Finally, they're showing some spark in this season's grand final.
Oh yeah, they did score a healthy amount of eliminations. At least it was 9 to the best of my memory. And other than that, we got to give it to TALON as well. Full score time of only 9 minutes, 59 seconds, but they made it into the top 4. eArena, this round, they found their vigor. They found their fire again from the group stages to perform as part of our top 4 teams. But the one that performed the most, it is Snape, the Master of Dark Arts from BTR.
If only he got long hair. That would be a perfect Snape impersonator. But with his magic and dark arts, the Avacadabra himself, a 3 elimination and 529 damage, which leaves us a question. Will see Snape and Ryan the same lineup for this grand finals? I'm still waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, still waiting for that. We're also kind of waiting for the other teams to be explosive, right? Especially Vampire Esports. Because if we look at the match rankings here, they are not even on page number 1. Instead, BTR, obviously, with the chicken dinner, 19 points. eArena, 14 points. Alter Ego, 12 points. 3 teams at the top, 9 eliminations taken away.
999 there, call 999 they say. And other than that, the teams that without any points this time, just what we saw, very similar circle, just like how they did last week. VOIN Donkey didn't secure anything in this match. But Vampires, I mean, are they playing it slow and steady, or they, you know when there's smash rule, nobody wants to be under the spotlight way early on, especially day number 1, because we have 2 days in total to see the benchmark later on. But Claw still taking the lead with 45 points, but the gap is not too big yet. As BTR, they are rising up the charts here. We're getting themselves one chicken dinner just now, push them up to the 5th place. Not much of swaps and switch of places when it comes to the first page. Only a couple of teams.
And Vampire Esports, they held number 1 before the day started because of the head start point, and now they're sliding down to number 7, losing grip of the number 1 spot. They're 21 points away from Claw at this point, with 0 rank points so far in the grand finals. But on page number 2, we have 3 teams with a single digit. Team Secret, Roy, and GLU Squad. Definitely looking to do better in the following round. VOIN Donkey, who didn't score anything in this round, they slide down to number 13. So VOIN Donkey also one of those teams who have that potential, but somehow they have not found their spark yet.
But also a bit disappointment when looking at Team Secret. Despite they got themselves very peer quite early and they've been fighting so many teams and try to block them off a long time, they didn't score too much eliminations out of that. A bit unfortunate, I say, because they got all the condition met up that they can actually farm as much elimination as they can in that condition before they went down. But maybe this circle was a bit unpredictable by the teams, or maybe they just, haven't warmed up enough. Don't forget, the grand finals is going to be 3 days long. Not really long to be exact, but enough for them to, slowly build up the momentum. But you talked about Vampires. I feel like they don't want to be under the spotlight. They don't want to be everybody's focus when it comes to day 1. You've seen how Smash Rule brings up the worst pressure ever for a team, so probably want to avoid that.
So you're saying that they might want to do the big comeback on day 3, do the Cinderella story?
Maybe day 2.
Okay, maybe day 2. Well, if they are number 1 team by day 2, then they will still be that team that is like, aha, we know where you drop, we know where you be at, and we want to take you out. But
so yeah,
you know what?
Maybe we gotta wait and see if that's gonna happen, or the next team will try to surprise us. Because right now we want to surprise you guys with something else. We're gonna take a break, and it's gonna be a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you guys after this.
And we're back, people. Don't worry. We're here. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And we are preparing ourselves for game number 3. So far, the first 2 chicken dinners won by teams from the Indonesia region. First by Claw, second by BTR. And we're still here with you as your storytellers. My name is CelcomDigi, together with the wonderful Juju. What do you make of the day so far?
Oh, we've seen the rise of teams that have been in slumber for a long time, including Alter Ego there. But there are some teams still slipping it out. We're going to put out there, including Vampires. Who else? Vampires and Eddie Xaviers, of course. But we do have the story of what will this match point But I think when it comes to 2 days to set the benchmark, it's going to be probably higher than 100. But I don't want the gap between the teams to be too large, because then there's no story to tell anymore. But also when it comes to the teams, I do hope the second page teams rise up today, because like it or not, you have to have the healthy gap between the top 3 teams and yourself, including number 1 spot, because if you want the smash rule to actually happen, it has to be a very healthy amount and somewhere reachable. Nothing more than 20 points of a gap. That will be my ideal set for the entire day. That's why I want to mention about the teams. The Vampires, despite they got themselves the head start points, they barely gain any points for today.
So happened that I also have a few teams from page number 2, especially VOIN Donkey. Looking at you guys, we haven't get to see the best of VOIN Donkey yet, but so far we're getting to see some of the best moments by Alter Ego. Almost got the chicken dinner in game 1, still able to get 9 eliminations in game 2. Alter Ego is still not too bad. CelcomDigi Alliance, on the other hand, could use a bit of spike in their performance. They're somewhere in between VOIN Donkey and Alter Ego when it comes to overall performance, and we are preparing ourselves. While that, last match, Throwballs used Snape, Alpha, happen to be very active with their utilities.
Yep, and we're never going to discard Federalist. It's always there to take a lead and a charge for BTR when it comes to entry fragger. But you talked about the team that's been quiet. I think some of them still reading out the lobby. Don't forget, despite we have a very similar amount of teams, almost similar teams that entered into the last Super Weekend, Sam9 wasn't there. So this is probably going to be a team to slowly read out when it comes to the drop spot, when it comes to the rotation of all the other teams. That's why they're playing it quiet for now, because tomorrow is still going to be another day for them to set the match point. So today everybody is about, friendly greeting first.
Friendly greeting outside of the game, but maybe inside the game, not so friendly, as everyone tries to get ahead of each other. Especially try to open up that gap, that comfortable gap for them to set themselves up on Sunday. Smash Sunday, that is. They have 2 days to do it, including today and also tomorrow. But let's get back onto Erangel.
Now we had a very pretty interesting circle of our first Erangel just now. We ended up right on top of between Corey and Ferry Pierre, and even Primos in the placement in the very last minute too. But at least the circle, I do hope with SMB coming up as a start, if we can actually have an SMB circle, maybe somewhere around Lipovka, Milton Power will be interesting to watch as well, because this flight path is slightly towards the left side compared to the right. And we've seen multiple, we tried to run out the common circle in this season, and we've seen multiple around the Medusa intersection. We've seen Pachinki before. Gatka, massive Gatka circle is always a lot of them. Where it's going to be not too much on North, right? This season so far.
Yeah, maybe in the past, last week, only once perhaps. I remember the shooting range circle, and that's about it. No Stauber, no North Jovopool. Obviously, no your favorite Zaki. Still not yet. Still not yet. We're still waiting for that to happen one fine day.
I totally agree. Still waiting. While we wait for the circle to pop, we get to see whether they're going to be first contact. Eyes locked onto Roy as always. Roy, we talked about Roy. Oh, thank you, Gabe. Is it going to be 100% SMB? High chance it will be. It's 100% SMB circle right now because the entire island is inside of it.
Oh, man. If with this sort of circle and it somehow still pulls towards, I don't know, farm or in an extreme like Berry Pier, basically it goes up north, then the circle is finding trouble with all teams. It's like the circle has a grudge against all the teams in the finals here. I wouldn't mind if that happens though.
well, definitely going to be not Claw that the circle hates right now, because Claw did actually drop himself right SMB. The furthest one to drop is actually VOIN Donkey on the northern side. That's going to be shooting range and severely, but first contact made just now. The Xavier seems to be in contact nearby team. That's going to be BTR. And speaking of this sort of circle, we can assume a lot of bridge keepers down there later on.
Yes, maybe Sem9 because they normally drop around this lighthouse gas station area, so they will be the first movers on the left bridge, and they're waiting here. But the thing is that because they were first movers, they were quick, so we don't see a lot of ammunition here, at least on the U high. Only 34. Yep, there you go. Nothing else in no other magazines. So if they don't have enough as a team overall, they can't do the bridge camping, so they might need to move forward to the houses on the left side of the bridge to continue to loot before coming back there.
And the best option for them to loot is going to be into the SMB area, which already crowded with Claw players. I just hope they have enough time, enough space to loot themselves at this hour, because right now we're talking about the lot of teams migrating towards the SMB area right now. I do wonder if the Xavier is going to push themselves early, just like how they did in Sanhok. You remember how Vampires pushed all the way to its hard team early on in the first stage, just after we drop into the map. So I don't know if the Xavier is going to play the center of circle like how they used to back in the days, going in early and try to fend it off as long as they can, or will they just wait it out? But with this sort of circle, I agree, a lot of population thinning coming out just across that bridge.
Well, the Xavier, they cross the bridge, so they can play like how you mentioned, like in the middle. So far, they are choosing to be the bridge trolls. Okay, whether they will stay here or not, we'll need to wait and see. They're still positioning themselves. CelcomDigi Alliance rotated from farm, and it's a quick rotation by them past the river and into the circle. And Adit Luke is cutely on a bike. Well, that's the only vehicle they found here, but that's absolutely okay. They can head to one of the compounds. They can continue to loot there, whatever loot that's left. So quick rotations, especially with teams that drop around the river area. It's good for them.
This is the most romantic scene I can see from CelcomDigi Alliance. But at least, well, they found themselves some days here, and it's going to be very useful when it comes to rotating into this circle. This sort of circle is going to be very challenging indeed for the teams. I do wonder if Team Secret will actually come in very late, because we do know they always drop themselves around Jogopol area, and that's going to be quite far from the rest of the team. They're still... We can see how fast the teams want to get into the circle ASAP, right? But any glider users, any boat users, we haven't seen any of them touching that yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen FaZe Clan on the glider yet. So far, none. Or Alter Ego on a glider. But if they do, hopefully this time they don't make a big U-turn. Or maybe they can't get to the glider because they themselves and now FaZe Clan facing each other, even if there's a glider. They might face resistance going for it.
Rosemary won it so bad. You can see how uneasy he sits. I want to pick this guy's head, but you need to check the codes is actually clear or not. And it's FaZe Clan. And we saw how Red Bull just go straight in the face of all the openings just now. It was remarkable. It was CelcomDigi Alliance, if I'm not mistaken, where around they had those fights around the bunker area in the previous map. So you have to be extra careful. Rosemary, well, we see him doing a little bit of trigger display. Now, there's going to be the team that's in trouble right now. We talked about the gap between them should not be a big stretch. If it's more than 20 points, they should really push the numbers up, because when it comes to the Smash rule, if you want to hold a cup, you want to hold that trophy, it's doable, it's possible for everybody due to the Smash rule.
If not, at least top 3. And even if we look at currently, like number 3 is 35 points. And JRU, they're at like 6 points. So that's like what? 31 points difference. Yeah. But is it catchable? Of course, still, because we have like a total of 10 games, including this one. Mathematically, it's possible for them to catch up. but they need to put in a performance now, and that gap will be even bigger, especially if on the battleground you have these top 5 eliminations right now headed by Alpha.
Yep. Rosemary is on the third. No surprise for Redface and Zuxley up there as well. Joker is actually squeezing in the 4th place. But we're going to see if the number's going to change by end of today, because so far we haven't seen all of the teams putting up their best foot forward yet. Who would you expect to be, who do you think the most quiet team right now? You expected more? Other than Vampires, of course. I'm not going to even mention that. There's going to be a whirlwind in the comment section later if we talk about too much about Vampires.
Okay. Then I'll switch to a team other than Vampire, but also has orange in their logo. Sem9. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Sem9, but they weren't too active. They played a little bit passive this time. They're playing with the Yuhai Mika combo, but we don't get to see much out of Sem9, even though on paper with this type of lineup, they have a lot of firepower in them, but still we don't see Sem9 being as active as we would have liked.
Oh, they're actively making a lot of blunder before by the circle. The circle ended up in no man's land. Everybody just over towards the left side of SMB. It has to make it difficult for the players, I assume. It really hates the player, I agree. Just move all the way towards Altigo. Now, this could be the conditions met for Altigo once more. They have Nova Rupnoya. There's nobody there. They've been in Nova Rupnoya for quite some time now. There's no way they did not loot everything up there, but all they need to do right now is just fend it off. Can they do it again? Because they did it in Sanhok before, but unfortunately, the terrain was difficult for them.
Well, it's difficult for Wunti, the fact that Bobo who got him. And they're looking for more. They're still circling around. While Tians tries to fire back on the claw. They're still not able to eliminate Wunti yet. But Wunti is quite far away from Tians. So they have to kind of move towards him. But the good news for them is that Claw moved away. CelcomDigi Alliance and BTR at the shoreline fight. Let's go.
He's going to back off, but break. Now taking back Boo Boo, who, you know what? The West, never mind, but Redface taking on that Hovercraft. As Jeb, they're going to go and confront straight Claw in the face. That's going to be Vampires. Mela down on the ground. Tony K need to reset himself. Nobody is actually saving Mela right now. But coming up from the back line, it's going to be Vikings. Superman is there. Oh, Vikings happen to be popping their heads out of nowhere. But Shrep's, now we want to see the best of Shrep. Tony K knocked down as well. But Shrep, he got a very tiny small window of opportunity. With Claw now parting ways, there's so many fights scattered around.
Well, Jimmy OP almost got sniped here. There's one of those fights that you mentioned. Let's see if we can get another one. Here comes the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance. They're going to stop BTR from moving anywhere further forward. As CelcomDigi Alliance, they have them surrounded. They have multiple angles against BTR. I wonder how BTR is going to get out of this.
Here comes the smoke. BTR chasing Olio. He's running low with his ammo. Bullets-wise, Olio need help. But where are the rest of the team CelcomDigi Alliance? They just arrived. They're going to pull over at the back line with the Mini 14 prepared in one of the players of CelcomDigi Alliance. Jimmy coming up a bit later. But BTR, it seems like they're not very interested into the fight. But they're still being aware about the surroundings. But they're aiming for the boats instead.
I mean, it's also fairly hard for BTR, right? Like CelcomDigi Alliance, they're like moving around. So like, where do you shoot? Okay, so instead you turn around, you see, there's somebody at the boat. Might as well try to gain elimination points from here. And that is MVKE, or is that? Oh, that's Roy on the other side. Circle looks like we're going to see 60% on the main base right now, with a little bit on the main peninsula. But Roy, they fire back. The bad news for Roy is that they don't have the circle now.
Yeah, at least they got tiny part of it at the end. Imagine if it bounced all the way back towards where Roy is. This is going to be a huge celebration for them. But on the side of Vikings, they are trying to take it in on Achul, the only player here. Why tell us so scattered when it comes to their players? It's so far off from each other. And here comes a nade. And in the Vikings, nobody willing to have a pick over on the rooftop. It's a 3v1. Achul giving so much. Oh, it's actually a setup. It's a setup. It's a trap for the rest of Viking. That's why they're not willing to actually take a pick out there. Because the rest of TALON is actually shooting from outside. But there's so many teams around the corner. That's M9 and CelcomDigi Alliance just next to Yoru.
Yeah, if anyone goes for Achul, then, well, Yoru can shoot. Achul, he can hold on to this position for a while now. Okay, let's see if this name will bring him anything. 2, 1, nade onto the ground, and it will not connect at all. But MVKE, they're not having a good time. Like, their team shooting at them. Even though they want to go to the hovercraft, like, there will still be bullets flying at MVKE. Close the door. Stay indoors now. Just like how mom would tell you. But Superman, he says no to mom. He goes for Achul.
Oh. Boom. Guarding the bridge. But the track did not somehow connect. It's going to be Boom taking the blue zone. This is going to be on the left side of the bridge. And they're taking casually. What a swing coming up from Okta. Just finish off box 01. Okta. They managed to knock down on Stickley. That's going to be another one bites the dust on the side of GLU. Again, they barely made any progress for today.
Oh well. At least for Boom, good news for them. They gained this one elimination point and it's time for them to go. Too bad for the Dragon Rangers. But on the elimination field, we have MVKE taking out a member of CelcomDigi Alliance. CelcomDigi Alliance right now, 2 players left. It's going to be Leon and Jimmy OP. In front of them, more teams waiting. But at least they're somewhere in the middle of the circle, so they'll be fine for now. But can't say the same for Moana. Taken out by Chopper.
Oh, the fight's not happening across our screen right now. And Alter Ego left with only 2 players. There's so many teams actually taking so much damage early on. Including TALON and FaZe and CelcomDigi Alliance, even GLU, they soaked so much damage early on, down to only 2 players for each of these teams. Whilst on the side of Alter Ego, they still have a 3. At least they scored themselves 3 eliminations. And the Vikings, despite of how things going topsy-turvy, but they still scored 3 as well. But for FaZe Clan Chopper, I know he wants to pull that trigger so bad, but his ammunition will deny him and defy him to do so. And we have, hey, Roy. You know what, Roy? They try to avoid those early conflicts, and it seems to be doing so well for them. They still got a bit of that circle.
Yeah, they can still play by that edge, by the right side bridge. Wow, okay, that will buy them a little bit more time. But no time here for the teams not in the circle. We have Booming Esports, eArena tries to stop them from coming in. Moment will be gunned down. Only Turny K and Sakura now. And they're taking the blue at the same time. Yummy. Mr. Birthday Boy eliminated. And that is Boom out with only 1 point.
Oh, it's a bit early. There's going to be a push down for Boom overall standings later. But these Xaviers, they might actually circling around eArena. Moments on the run. He's a fugitive. But on VOIN Donkey's side, GLU. Oh man, Noel now left. That's going to be the last member standing for GLU. They barely gain any points here today, but still managed to secure 2. Noel tossing a couple of nades, tried to warn off the rest of VOIN Donkey from entering where he's at, but the Blueser will help him as well. And that's going to be the last of VOIN Donkey. GLU still survived, but for how much longer?
At least the blue assisted him by pushing Zeta into an area where he can shoot, and at least he will gain that 1 point. But for how much longer? Well, it depends on how many healing utilities does he have. 4 elimination points now for GLU squad. Now it's going to be the Xavier's turn to try to find their way into the circle. They are on their vehicles. Team Secret on the left side. Team Secret pretty much in a similar situation, but now with the fact that the Xavier, they moved first. So now the Xavier will be the one to try to stop Team Secret from entering the circle.
Oh, Team Secret twice in a row right now. They're being gate-capped by a lot of teams multiple times. Twice in a row to be exact. But BTR, they can play the gatekeeping around the inner side of the circle once more. They're not that far off, but that's D Xavier's play in between Lamborghini. It's pretty much only like 10 meters away, but Razy scouted out by the rest of Team Secret. Now, for D Xavier's, they still have a full squad. Why is the Lamborghini in the middle of everybody else here?
Whoa. And he's like running away. He's like, hey, my boy's behind. My boy's behind. And Team Secret now will be ahead of D-Xavier. D-Xavier is the one on the outside of the circle. BTR is still in the game after that earlier skirmish with CelcomDigi Alliance, and now it's their turn to try to take away elimination points. They got Frankie in the process, but not able to secure the elimination point yet. As Zero shows up to take out Razy.
Here comes a conflict. Major bets are coming up on this side. BTR running away while Nate now fire back with Lamborghini just feeding off the information. But Nate down on the ground. GK got finished off by a vehicle elimination just now. That's going to be Purgin. And well, why you use your weapons when you can use your vehicles?
Oh, speaking about vehicle, Mela. Okay, his vehicle turtle. Oh, that's just too bad. Hopefully he'll be able to get that one up. But we have another team eliminating the JLU squad. 4 elimination points, 10 points right now for the Dragon Rangers. Circle!
Oh, yes!
Roy! Roy gets the circle!
Oh, yeah. And that's going to be Roy the Patience. The most patient team out there, despite it being Nick Pick and Jap from the teams across the other side of the river. Today still managed to make it through. Looks who's having the last laugh. But for eArena, on the other hand, they are struggling themselves way into the circle with the Blues and start to close in and burning off their backs. Vampires also seems to be tailing them from behind. But we're back to the cliff fight of Alter Ego versus FaZe Clan. It's going to be exchange of Nate. Crypto managed to drop one down. But where are the rest of the teams of Alter Ego? They still have another player, but Sharper just give them back the favor.
Oh, but Mela stole away the point. The point goes to Vampire Esports. Oh, man. After that 3-pointer, Mela took away the 1-pointer. And now Vampire Esports, they're closing in on the FaZe Clan. Here we go.
Well, Tony K got chipped down a bit from the backstab here. I assume that's going to be a different team entirely. He was being forced to move, repositioning himself with the rest of his teammate Vampires. Just going to go and rush straight a confrontation against FaZe Clan. And that was a no-brainer with another elimination by Mela. Is on fire right now.
And Mela looking for more eliminations. 5 right now for Vampire Esports. Alva, the final member for Alter Ego in the circle, managed to heal up. As Vampire Esports, they know that he's there. They're trying to land those nades onto Alva. Second nade, not connecting. But here comes Mela at the forefront, and Mela, he has his own nade. Alva jumps in the water, no longer there.
Oh no! Deflected. That's just a tiny miscalculation on the side of Mela. He saw Alva, instantly tossed it away for his angry neighbor. Unfortunately, it just deflected right across him. It's a bit of a very long toss that seems to be impossible to connect to it, the side of the player of Alter Ego, last player Alva. But eArena moment, he got so much responsibility. I need to heal himself. I need to fight the blue. I need to revive you guys. And I need to fight the other team too. And that's going to be it for eArena. Too much work for one moment.
And after all that work by Alva, finally the defining nade landed and Alter Ego is out. We're at top 7 now. Next, 7-9 and the mission to get in the circle.
7-9 just managed to revive Mika. Lamborghini on the other end. I'm surprised Lamborghini is still alive after he got himself in the wrong family before. But for CelcomDigi Alliance, it's going to be the confrontation of them against D-Xavier. D-Xavier, they try to spread out, but they have to fight two-way war once more. CelcomDigi Alliance, Roy's there as well. Roy suddenly out of nowhere, after being so quiet, they cross the bridge and start to take and deal damage at the same time. Well, D-Xavier's managed to almost wipe out the entirety of 7-9, leaving them and only 2 players.
Ooh, look at this spray by Juke. Oh, what an angle Juke has. Mika now might be gunned down. Juke, if he can blow up this vehicle, he might potentially get 2 players of Sem9. Heavy damage at the Sem9 after that vehicle blown up. Mika and Yuhai now, they're still in the circle, but are they going to get away from the crosshair of Juke? But here comes another nade from the top. It's D-Xavier.
Oh, another one tossed down. It will somehow connect, slowly chipping the HP away, soak and damage, leaving only Yuhai, the last member, standing at 50% of HP. Not so healthy right now, with Roy taking a jab. And that's a clear view for Cause. Well, there's nothing to block his eyes from set to his side of Yuhai. Hui Kwang too. I mean, the bridge is definitely the best place to be for Roy.
Oh, yes. Now that the circle still favors them. King Roy in the middle of the mall. And Car will secure you high. That's 3 eliminations for King Roy right now. And they're in the top 4.
Got secured 3 elimination, but not done yet. Vikings against the Xaviers. Here come Hovercraft. More deadly than anything else. It's going to be those wheels. But Lamborghini almost being completely smashed by Roy from across the bridge all the way downtown. And we're down to 3 teams. Where are the vampires?
Where are they? Okay, oh, they rotated towards the right. They decided to stay away from all those fights. And now they will leave it for Roy to maybe try to stop the Xavier. Well, Vampire, they're going to play a little bit safer at this time. They want to find their momentum again. Roy now 4 players. They're taking the active approach against the Xavier.
No, Vampires might actually win this one. Nobody actually gave them enough attention as Roy and Xavier is exchanging their nades and popping those smokes. But you know what, Levi? The best weapon to go against these guys is going to be those hovercraft. Wei Kwang down to 7 reserve bullet. He needs to find his resources soon. If not, they cannot keep on spraying. And I think the same case for Roy. They barely have enough ammunition in their reserves too. Vampires now creeping in from the backside of Roy, just on the other side of this bridge, and they have plenty of hand grenades still.
And they're looking for instant gratification right now, taking that their approach at the roadside by the bridge. Looking for the players of Roy. Onzen's behind the smoke, just right below the bridge. And now Roy, they need to manage 2 different teams at the same time in the sandwich situation, but at least their position is not that bad.
Vampires, that repositioning was what they really needed. It was genius call coming out from Vampires as well. The moment they get into the other side of the bridge, Roy suddenly put on hold. They couldn't move too much. It just confined them into a smaller space. But this gives so much space on the side of Lamborghini. They have plenty of ground with those slight elevation, gives Slide a better view compared to the other 2 teams. But the issue is, due to the structure of the bridge itself, so difficult for them to land those shots.
Yeah, but they're not in a hurry at least, because now they're part of the middle of the circle. The one that is in a hurry is going to be the Xavier. 8 seconds and they might not get the circle next. And that's where they'll be forced to fight with Roy, number 1. And then think about Vampire Esports. But miraculously, the Xavier still has part of the circle.
How is that even happening? The circle didn't even budge any point. It's still there. Where they were at. On the side of Tony K, he's taking the bridge underneath it. Well, Carl almost shredded completely his helmet. 28 reserve car. You can't just waste those bullets anymore. If it goes down to CQC, it's fine, but it's still a long-range fight. The worst case scenario for Roy, they're being sandwiched between Vampires and the Xaviers. After Vampires reposition himself, that gives so much a different approach to a side of Roy right now.
I can't believe it as well. It's like, of all the odds, the Xavier still gets the circle. That is crazy. But we still have stage number 8, and that's likely the point where the Xavier won't get the next piece of the circle. So everyone right now, they're in the circle, they're cool, they're chill. Unless a huge knock happens, everyone will be at a standstill, because if you become the first mover, the next team can come in as a third party. So everyone's just waiting for stage 8 now.
You have to use those ARs like a sniper rifle. Juke. What a camouflage, buddy. Nobody sees you. It's fine. You're gonna. It's like, I'm too close to this, guys. I ain't taking all those bullets and hits. I'm just gonna pretend that I'm flipped inside of this car and nobody noticed me. And surprisingly, nobody actually noticed him yet. But for Vampires, they start to slowly engage towards side of car. I think Juke is gonna be the safest spot there is.
Yeah, who checks the flip vehicle, right? It's like, okay, I'm there. Okay, I'm uncomfortable. I'm holding my breath. I'm probably holding my food in, but I'm safe from gunfire, and I'm down with that.
Oh, it's gonna be very weird to have the upside down angle for him. But for Tony K, no helmet at all. But at least on the side of Vampires, they have plenty of ammunition compared to Roy. They barely have enough. They cannot afford to waste any more of their bullets here. They have to force a fight with their hand grenades or just force it into a CQC. The close quarter combat will be the best bet for them. But Vampires make it such a hindrance for them to find out their position. But Levi, I think Levi knows. Oh, Juke, Levi. Not just you run down people with your hovercraft, you're making it even nastier for the people trying to hide themselves in.
Oh, look at this. Tony K knows Mango is there. Okay, at least Mango managed to heal. Okay, and the name managed to clip Mango. But Mango knocked by Tony K. He found an angle. Now it's a matter of eliminating Mango to secure that elimination point, and Vampire Esports will claim that one. Point number 7. Here comes D Savior.
And Juke's not safe at all. But Roy down to only Car on top of this bridge with another player on the other end. And Car already cooked up the nade. He's hoping it's going to be a CQC, knowing this rifles, assault rifles, not going to be enough. Almost completely demolished on Lamborghini's side. He's soaked down a lot of damage down there. Levi hoping their teammates are going to have enough time to recuperate as Kui Huang. Nobody spotted Kui Huang on top of that bridge yet.
Yeah, not yet. And he still has a little bit more space to play. Okay, maybe now. Okay, but that's creating a smoke bridge for Huikon to move forward. Car still with a Scar L in between these two teams. Huikon with that smoke, now he will alert Vampire Esports and D Xavier, but they're probably too busy managing themselves in the circle.
Everybody have their own angle. You get 3 different angles around this circle. And stage 9 hit. We do know there's no more circle after this. And 5 seconds to go. The players will have to stand and have to fight their way to get this chicken. Car, on the other hand, 28 reserve bullets. Hoping it will somehow get into a close quarter combat, but nobody willing to show their faces up there. All right, they're still holding on their tight ropes up here, while Vampires hoping to get a glimpse because of some of them did not have any helmets, so they're hoping the platform of the bridge will cover their heads while they try to shoot. Car over toss. Yeah, but hit on Nate. I mean, that's still a big win for Vampires.
Oh, by Lamborghini! So Hui Kwang. Oh, who's going to finish it? Tony K. Mela officially seals the deal, stealing away the elimination from the hands of Lamborghini.
Nate, Shrap's exchange of Nate's Car holding on. Nate cooking up. There's going to be 3 members left on these Zavers, but they're giving a lot of pressure. Car hoping nobody will see me. I'm an invisible man. But Shrap's bleeding out. He might as well just go on top of that bridge and try to scour any sort of information for the team. But Tony can stop to put towards Car here. Here comes Mela, the robber, the biggest crook when it comes to steal those eliminations.
Oh, Shrap's down. That could be our opportunity for D Xavier. But the final play of Roy Carr is still there. Nobody's giving a care of him. Nate will finish off Shrap's officially. Vampire Esports 3 players right now. D Xavier, they're still holding it on to it. But D Xavier, okay, gotta be extra careful because here comes Tony K with the last okay. Behind that smoke, Tony K now reveals himself to D Xavier. And the other members of Vampire Esports below D Xavier. They still got Lamborghini while they push through.
Oh, the blue zone hits them as well. Vampires go white. Car managed to survive.
Car!
After such a long fight against Vampires, Vampires fighting back. And it's still these Xaviers. They got plenty of hand grenade. And finally, we get to see a bit of chill on the side of these Xaviers. That was a very long standoff of 3 different teams. But Roy.
Still gotta give it to them. They survived until a 2nd place, so that's not too bad. But then again, D Xavier, if you think about it, like stage 8, the circle went away from them. There were like 2 teams in front of them. They had to fight Roy, they had to fight Vampire Esports, but still they're able to push through. They eliminate Vampire Esports first, and then Car showed himself, and then D Xavier claimed the chicken dinner. Oh, and at the same time, they checked the flip vehicle, so that's a bonus.
They work like that, GK. This guy's got so much experience. They don't get fooled by any flip vehicle that's not moving, but there's an object inside that's gonna check. But that's gonna be a Lamborghini Nate, Levi, and Virgin. I have to say, Mela have been such a thief in this game, stealing away all this elimination in the last minute. But Levi is gonna be the most dangerous person to put in public to drive those vehicles out there, because in this game he just shows how angry he can be with those hovercraft. He's been running people down and getting those eliminations just by driving those four wheels.
Well, the one that's dangerous, not on a vehicle, is Lamborghini. 1,004 damage with 6 eliminations. Look at the amount of eliminations. That's like, what, 18 eliminations by D Xavier with the chicken dinner? 28 points. This is the highest so far that we're seeing in the grand finals. Let's check out the best moments here by D Xavier.
That was a tough battle between the top 3 teams just now, but we have to give it to the Vikings. This time, the Vietnam team start to rise up with 3 out of 4 top 4 teams up here. Vikings, Roy, and the Xaviers, Vampires. The repositioning was crucial and vital for them, but they couldn't take the top of the bridge just now because of Roy been staying there for quite some time. I have to say, Car lasted so long, persevered all the way, and as well as the Xaviers.
Yeah, I also have to point out the fact that if Mela didn't steal away a few eliminations, right, D Xavier potentially could have got like 20 or above eliminations. That is absolute domination this round here by D Xavier. The odds were against them, but yet they found a way to still score the chicken dinner. That is crazy. This round is D Xavier at its best, ladies and gentlemen. And they are the team to also break the streak of the Indonesian team.
Oh, if it's Virgin getting it, I'm gonna give it to the hovercraft. But it's 1,000 over damage. The man that doesn't know how to stop shooting and spraying, and also they have plenty. I meant by plenty, they are getting the most hand grenades out of the twin that's remaining just now, giving them so much room to make sure they put everybody else at bay. And they were, I don't know what else to say when it comes to the circle too. The circle was actually right on top of DX, not budging even an inch. 6 elimination, 497 damage received. Half of the damage he received is actually the damage he dished out. Double that. That's a lot by this man. I mean, this guy is also one of the OGs, has been living his entire life of PUBG Mobile.
No doubt, Lamborghini is the GOAT of PUBG Mobile, especially in the Vietnamese region. With that, his performance and his other teammates bring them 28 points. Vampire Esports, at least it's around that. I would say that will bring a smile to the fans. 13 points for Vampire Esports. MVKE, double digit as well, 10 points. So that's page 1 teams. The only team without a single point this round is the team that scored the first ticket, a Claw, 0 points.
Seems like a flip of a coin compared to the last Erangel match, because this is a little reverse of what we saw in the last one. So it will be the tied regions to rise up for the next Erangel. We're gonna have to wait and see, because we still have one more Erangel today after this. But speaking of this kind of scores, the overall rankings will change. And these Avis push them all the way up to number 1 and push 3 teams down, Claw, eArena, and Alter Ego, 1 stairs down.
Oh, that's absolute insane. Absolute insane by Xavier. Just one match, they shoot themselves up to number 1 right now, and they're ahead of Claw by 11 whooping points, but only in game number 3. On page 2, however, Team Secret now falls to number 16, and they are the only team with a single-digit point right now, 9 points. And after a good round by Roy, King Roy now moves to number 13 with 16 points. But of course, to catch page number 1 and also the other top teams, they need to do a lot more in the upcoming matches.
But at least I get to say, I get to see that there's still a healthy amount of point gap between the teams of the very first page and also the second page. It's still going to be anybody's game here. I just wish it will not stretch too far off by end of today, because tomorrow is going to be another day to accumulate the points to set the match point for the Smash Rule to commence on our Sunday Grand Finals. But you know what? I feel like it has been a change of regions for today run when it comes to the Erangel map, of course. But we don't know what the next Erangel. I feel like the ties now feel a bit itchy. They want to show off their best too.
Yeah, and they need to, right? They need to. The pressure, the game is on right now. After looking at the first 2 chicken dinners won by the Indonesian teams, and then you start to see like, oh, the Vietnamese team stepping it up, especially Xavier, especially Roy. You know, that kind of has to inspire to like, okay, guys, you know, those 2 regions, they're turning on the gas. It's our turn right now to do it. But of course, they have to do it later in the second half, because we'll be taking an extended break after this.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the break to commence, so you guys do drop, do you think any teams will actually get 100 mark by end of today or not? We're gonna have to wait and see, because tomorrow is gonna be a long day as well. But before that, we're gonna head into a break before we head into the last Erangel of the day. See you guys after this.
ทุกทีมก็คงหวังแชมป์เหมือนกันครับแต่รอบนี้พวกเราต้องเป็นแชมป์ครับก็ต้องนั่งดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมครับในรอบเก็บคะแนนครับแล้วก็เอามาปรับใช้ในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Target aku kali ini, aku optimis kita bisa top 3 dan bisa bersaing di papan atas. Sekarang kita lagi pede-pedenya sama diri kita sendiri dan cara kita bermain as a team. Karena kita mungkin udah lama ya nggak ngerasain juara, jadi PMSL kali ini mungkin jadi pembalasan buat tim Indonesia, buat ngebuktiin lah Indonesia yang dulu tuh kayak gimana.
ก็สำหรับทีมผมนะครับถ้าได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลแล้วผมจะทำแผนแล้วก็เตรียมตัวสำหรับรอบไฟนอลให้ดีที่สุดครับพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลผมจะเก็บเกี่ยวประสบการณ์ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Trong vòng chung kết trở ngại lớn nhất của chúng tôi chính là bản thân chúng tôi. Nếu mà chúng tôi ổn định được tất cả mọi thứ thì mọi kết quả đều nằm trong tay của chúng tôi.
ก็คิดว่าเป็น AE ครับ เพราะว่าเขาเสริมไลน์อัพมาใหม่2คนเป็นตัวยิงครับ แล้วก็อาจจะทำให้เราได้แชมป์ยากขึ้น แต่ก็ไม่เกินความสามารถของผมครับ ก็ให้ 9.5 ครับ เพราะตอนนี้พวกเราก็ค่อนข้างที่จะพร้อมครับ
Untuk aku pribadi, aku mau ngasih ucapan kepada 3 negara yang lain. Lebih ke, ya kalian kesini buat liburan aja deh. Ujung-ujungnya juga pialanya pasti bakal di Indonesia lagi.
Mục tiêu mùa giải lần này của tụi em là cố gắng vào final của giải. Mục tiêu tặng giải lần này Go Esports cố gắng vượt qua vòng lức để tiến đến vòng final. Mục tiêu của tụi em lần này trong final sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao hơn mùa giải lần trước, đó là top 3.
Kalau kita orang lepas grand final, persediaan kita orang macam biasa juga before ni. Kita orang akan buat team talk, kita orang akan tengok game sama-sama, perbaiki mistake kita tengok mistake kita kat mana semua, biar game perfect. Tahun sekarang kita lolos ke PMSL, kita mau buktiin aja karena kita komunitas, mau buktiin ke tim-tim partnership.
Yang pastinya kita main aja sih, kita nggak ada beban dan kita juga nggak ada target yang harus dicapai, jadi kita no pressure dan gue yakin kita bisa main dengan baik.
Target yang jelas pasti kita mau kembaliin piala itu ke Indonesia, apalagi ini main di tuan rumah juga, main di kandang sendiri, jadi kita dari tim Donki pengen ngambil piala itu lagi.
Kalau untuk rating sih mungkin 9/10 sih. Karena ya dari preparation mungkin lebih siap dari yang PMSL kemarin lah. Jadi ya 9/10 dari preparationnya udah mateng. Mungkin ada beberapa kendala sih kemarin, kayak ada yang sakit. Jadi yang kita harapin dari preparation kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik sih di PMSL.
Khi mình vừa ghép với nhau chơi được lâu nên là vẫn đang trong quá trình hoàn thiện đồ chơi.
Đội của anh bây giờ thì còn rất là trẻ và sung sức và mình sẽ cố gắng hoàn thiện team nhanh nhất có thể để tiếp cận tới BIGETRON mùa này.
Target saya di tournament kali ini of course champion, sebab kalau kita datang sini just untuk isi slot then it's gonna be a mistake lah, sebab kita orang punya preparation pun since last 5 months is hard and we are ready to compete lah di PMSL dekat Jakarta.
Buat halangan nggak ada sih, karena kita yakin buat di finalnya kita bakal lebih baik lagi. Buat 3 negara lainnya nggak usah terlalu try hard, karena ujung-ujungnya Indonesia yang bakal menang.
Hello everyone, welcome back on the stage with me, Dana Vizca, and we are gonna have a little bit of interview and also live update with two of the arguably the best players in Indonesia. Please welcome Zaksi and also Satar. Tepuk tangan dong teman-teman. And also Jangs, who's gonna help me with the translation. Okay, Satar, Zaksi, how are you guys doing?
Ya gimana hari ini perasaannya? Apa sehat? Kabar gimana?
Puji Tuhan sehat.
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Ya, they all good.
Alhamdulillah. All right. So Satar, in just the first day of the grand finals, you've secured a winner-winner chicken dinner. Can you share to me how heated up you are right now?
Oke, Satar buat BTR di hari pertama di grand final ini kalian berhasil mendapatkan WWCD. Ya bisa ceritain nggak ya gimana perasaannya, apinya masih membara atau apa gitu?
Kalau untuk itu sih yang pasti senang karena kita udah dapat WWCD yang kemarin kita WWCD aja susah di liga. Ya puji Tuhan untuk di match kedua kita dapat WWCD. Ya pasti kita pengen lebih lagi lah untuk next matchnya.
Yeah, of course, thanks to God that we managed to get a winner-winner chicken dinner, where in the league stage the other day it's very hard for us to get a winner-winner chicken dinner, and yeah, thanks to God again, and we hopefully that we can perform really well in the next match as well.
Is it because you played here, Satar? Because like, as we know, this place, this arena is where you got your second PMPL ID trophy. Is it something special for you? Is there any emotion that kicked in for you?
Ya, Satar, ya ini kan venue yang dimana kemarin kamu mendapatkan piala PMPL kedua, ya kan? Ya gimana rasanya kamu sendiri? Apakah ada kayak terikatan memori gitu, kayak nge-flashback? Ini adalah tempat yang kamu berjaya mengangkat trofi, dan gimana rasanya bermain di arena ini sekali lagi?
Kalau untuk itu yang pasti senang banget lah, karena yang PMPL kemarin mungkin belum ada fans yang datang, yang nggak sebanyak inilah. Cuma yang sekarang udah, ya puji Tuhan banyak lah yang datang.
Yeah, of course, I feel very, very happy to play at this venue again. But then the difference, if you ask me, last time we don't have a lot of much fans, but then compared to now, we have a lot of fans here. And yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah.
So, is there any words you want to say to them?
Ya, sedikit kata-kata buat fans-fans yang kesini.
Terima kasih udah datang, ditunggu match-match selanjutnya.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming, guys, and stay tuned for the next match.
All right. We're gonna be stationed for sure, right? So, Zaksi. All right. So, with close layers, in match 1, you guys beat Alter Ego in 3 versus 4 situation. Took down Roy in a 2 versus 4 in match 2. You've been playing super aggressively, and are you not feeling any pressure at all, Zaksi?
Oke, Zaksi, di match pertama kamu ngeratain AE 3 lawan 4, dan di match kedua kamu ngeratain Roy 2 lawan 4. Kamu bermain itu dengan sangat-sangat agresif. Apakah kamu nggak ngerasa pressure sama sekali?
Pressure nggak ada sama sekali. Gua sangat pede bisa lifting the trophy.
Yeah, I don't really feel any pressure at the moment because I'm really confident that I can lift the trophy.
Yeah, all of your fans like hoping the same thing as well, right? So Zaksi, anyway, it's kind of spicy for today because in one of the social media posts, you said you love your teammate and will never lose a diamond for a gold. What does that mean? Is that something you want to share with us, or you want to keep it a secret?
Oke, Zaksi, di salah satu postingan sosial media itu ada kamu sempat bilang kamu nggak mau, kamu sayang rekan teammate kamu dan kamu nggak mau hilang berlian buat emas. Ya, bisa ceritain dikit nggak apa maksudnya dari statement itu?
Gue rasa dengan tim gue yang sekarang, Close Layers, gue merasakan mereka sebagai keluarga gue sendiri, dan gue sayang sama mereka, dan gue berharap kita satu tujuan, dan semoga dari mimpi-mimpi yang kita inginkan semoga tercapai. Tapi tetap hatiku masih ada di BIGETRON juga.
Okay, first of all, I mean, it's nothing much. It's just like right now I'm with Close Layers, and then I really love them. They all for me as a family. I really love them, and then I just hope that all the dreams that we dreaming of we can achieve. But then deep down in my heart, there's still BTR.
I'm pretty sure all of the Biget troopers or your fans in particular, like very touched hearing that words coming out from you. So Zaxi, do you have any words you want to say to Satar?
Ya Zaxi, apa sedikit kata-kata buat Satar?
Semoga kita bisa lolos bareng ke Riyadh dan ya berbangga bareng lah.
Yeah, I just hope that both of us can qualify to EWC Riyadh, and yeah, we're gonna go there together.
How about you, Satar? Do you want to say any words to Zaxi?
Ya, buat kamu balik, apa yang mau dikatain ke Zaxi?
Good luck untuk close layer, terutama Bagas. Tapi sorry, mungkin untuk pialanya buat kita aja.
Yeah, I just want to wish like good luck to Zaxi, but then sorry, the trophy is for us.
Oh my God, I love seeing a friendly rival here in PMSL Summer. So thank you so much, Zaxi, Sadar, and also James for the translations. And I believe we're gonna head back to the second half of the day. So I will toss it back to the casters. Let's go.
Oh, wow. I mean, they're aiming for the trophy, but don't forget, these Avies also will want to take that too. They might get themselves a back-to-back here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they just got a chicken dinner right before this, right? And if we were to review back these highlights, of course, that includes like Claw getting the first one, the second one was BTI, and the third was by D Xavier. They're definitely hot on tails right now, not that they're leading the charge, but can they maintain their momentum? That's always the question.
That's kind of true, because a lot of teams are hungry for the spot to go to EWC Riyadh coming up very soon. And also when it comes to trophy, don't forget about a team that never lifted before as well. We talked about multiple times regarding a back-to-back champions or the returning champions, but this season we might get surprise as well.
Who knows? Maybe a new champion? Ooh. But if we gotta think about it, Claw is technically a new team that can potentially surprise us, because right now we're gonna compare Claw and BTR. Both these teams scored their respective chicken dinners. When it comes to average eliminations and average damage, it favors Claw. But BTR, they show that they are the better survivor here, especially with the fact that Claw went out early in the last game before this. So more points for both teams to actually catch the number one.
That's kind of true. I mean, it's doable. It's still quite early for us to say who will be number one by end of the entirety of Grand Finals, since we have the Smash rule. Don't forget about that. But when it comes to the rivalry, I mean, they have been together. I mean, even Zaxi just now used to be an OG of BTR as well. And I love the fact, you know, they form close layers. It's going to be comprised of the team itself, composed of players, veteran players that have the same passion. You know, they are very close of lifting the world stage trophy, but never feel that, you know, that very peak of a mountain yet. So they want to get that this time. And with one dream, one team can dream big and might actually make it for this season. But we do know what you guys are dreaming for. I mean, Cloud's super excited for this. I'm excited for it as well. I don't know if they have the recent Transformers. You know, the new Transformers, like the Gorilla one, but it's definitely going to be the same amount, that's going to be something fierce steering across the battlegrounds. God, the Cybertronian attack is on the horizon, arriving soon in the version 3.9 update very soon. So you guys make sure you choose your side, or you can be half-half. I don't know if you can, Autobot or Decepticons, but make sure you guys stay sharp, because the upcoming version is going to be big, and it's going to be the robots, the Transformers coming in.
Yeah, but while waiting for that, right now in the game is the Attack on Titan collaboration. So it features team characters and Titan sets. So make sure you get into the game right now to check it out, because it's only in here for a limited amount of time, only until the 6th of July, before there's a bit of a gap, and then we'll switch over to Transformers. So dedicate your hearts, people, because the scouts have arrived on the battleground. And the Titans are here too. Join Eren Yeager, right? Okay, Eren Yeager.
Yeager, yeah.
Oh, Levi, Mikasa Ackerman and Armin Arlet alongside new Titan set and exclusive gear. It's time to fight for freedom.
I love
Did it
this
sound like
3D
that?
version render of them. I'm hoping for AOT or Attack of Titan actually do make a, remake version of the 3D animation, because I saw that they did with, I'm sorry, I'm going to mention all this anime that I know. Slam Dunk, the recent one that being released, it has been amazing. The rework of the animation is just incredible. But I wish they can actually make it through.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to mention more than just one.
No,
okay.
that's too much.
It was fun fact as well, since we had Satar interviewed before this, he's also a big anime fan. And while he's not PUBG mobiling, he is watching anime. So pretty sure Attack on Titans is one of his lists of anime watch.
Backstage, these guys do watch a lot of anime, These guys, I mean, I've been behind the stage with the players for interviews and sometimes just hanging out. And sometimes they just talked about, animes too, except for Zaxi, of course. He always talk about the game and quarreling and arguing regarding about their discussion and what really happened. That's why he's still here. I mean, it's always Luxy back in the days to tank it out and just have to, and also Micro Boys those days. They always quarrel after every single game, but I don't know. I mean, they got Red Face, so I assume it's discussion and analysts as a team. We have a lot of discussion with Red Face on the lineup and Bubuhu as well, and don't forget Chipeng and Pepeng.
Chipeng and Pepeng. It so happen the names have to be like so similar, right? Sometimes I kind of worry like when we have to mention like Chipeng and Pepeng, it feels kind of weird, but it is what it is.
It's vulgar.
I didn't say that, it's just like, it's in my mind like Chipeng and Pepeng, just gotta say it clearly.
You know what? Worst case scenario, we don't know which one is playing. Sometimes you just bang it away. Bang! Bang is playing. You can never go wrong with bang. Both sounds bang anyway. But yeah, okay. Speaking of this season now, do you think there'll be somebody else lifting the trophy? We talked about BTR. We talked about Claw. Oh, it will be interesting. It will be considered as first time Claw to lift the trophy, not for Zaxi, of course.
That'll be interesting though. They are in the running. Unless if like a Cinderella story from the back, like give us a Roy or give us a JLU or give us a team secret. That would be absolutely insane, and that would prove the point of the Smash rule. Yeah, eArena. Why not, right? I mean, they had an explosive week 2 group stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, especially with the Smasher implemented for the last day grand finals. It's anybody's game still. Even down to the very last wire. It's down to the last day to really get to know whether these teams can catch up or not. But so far, it has been a healthy gap between the teams. So I just wish it will stay this, not too much, not more than 20. It will be remarkable if we can get there for the last day. At least the first page, though, the first 8 teams, so not having that huge gap. If you compare with the Super Weekend, it's always going to be top 2 teams all the way. Then they just watch their opportunities, and then we're still gonna have the entire day to know who will get the champions. I don't know if that's gonna be the case, but I do wish the other teams like the Malaysian side as well. Now we don't see a lot of them doing too much yet.
Yeah, so we do see a little bit of CelcomDigi Alliance trying to block off BTR, but BTR got the best of them. 7-9 is another team that hasn't really put in a performance, and kind of worried for a team like 7-9 as well. I mean, on paper, like they have a lot of firepower in them, a lot of potential, but yeah, week 1 was week 2 they barely make it, and now they have their second chance at the grand finals, but still have not seen the best of 7-9. But we'll see also our teams to focus, ladies and gentlemen. And
you've been changing it. I'm gonna stick with what I know.
Okay.
Can never go wrong with these teams. But these 3 teams, why I put up the entire day, this is the first, second, and third team as a head start team. For me, this is like, these 3 teams should be on the top, but if they are not up there, it means these teams right now in trouble. But at least on the side of Claw, we did actually see them getting this chicken. Vampires, last map, pretty okay, decent enough. But Boom seems to be up and down now.
Hey, I was one game too late for the Xavier, but that's okay. Yeah, it's fine. They still scored the chicken dinner, you know, and let's see if they can be consistent. But it's the Xavier we're talking about. During the group stages, during week number 2 especially, you did pick up the topic of how is this team so consistent after so many seasons?
That's true. That's why I always look forward if there's any crew gonna do a documentary about how they prep themselves like for 3 months, just observe how the day-to-day basis for the Xavier's side. But you know what, last time you did also a delayed prediction on them as well. That was last week.
Oh yeah, I'm always a bit late to the party. When everyone left, and that's why I'm still single. Well, look at last match. Throwballs use all the stats down there. It's like all the Xavier everywhere. And then you just have to have Mela in between just to remind them that Mela stole away a few eliminations. You know, if not, the Xavier would have made like 20 eliminations in the game.
True. I think he stole 2 eliminations from the bridge fight itself. I agree. If Mela did not actually been stealing those eliminations, it might be 20 eliminations, might be the highest yet for the grand finals. But it's going to be Erangel. Will the other regions start to rise up? Will the teams start to wake up? Let's head into Erangel of the day.
And there's going to be the final Erangel for day number 1 of the grand finals before we switch over to Miramar, where we will feature the best 16 teams in this season's PMSL Southeast Asia. Here we go. And based on the flight path, I see the Gatka Mountain there. Looks like it's going to head towards the right side and it will end at Milta Power. Going to get a nice starting flight path.
Generous indeed. North and south divided equally. Will be left or right circle then, and we talked about no northern circle. Yeah, it would be nice to have one. We did have quite an interesting SMB circle just now, ended up partially towards the bridge side, right side of Noye Bridge, and ended up Roy holding, persevering on top of that platform side of the bridge. But if it's going to be the UG, is it going to be Gatka Fields or even the Medusa intersection between a shelter, Milta and farm? If we had Zaki, that's my life accomplishment, man.
Yep. I can see that you will continue to ask for Zaki till who knows when. Yeah. If we do get that, that's going to be interesting. But after like 3 rounds of interesting circles, okay, this time it's going to be an okay one. Unless
Medusa intersection or school, or will it be Lipovka? We've seen this happen before. Lipovka was around there, and also we had ones around the edge of Milta. So we're gonna have to wait and see. This is a very decisive circle for the players. Very hard indeed for them to actually call it out where to go. So some teams, I assume, they will actually rotate very late for this, just to see the clear view of where the circle will shift afterwards. But nobody dropping themselves in SMB just now, but we do have swaps coming out from the Boom side.
And Zero is going to come in this time. Birthday Boy, Mr. Yummy is still playing. And well, Boom, they had a good first game, right? Then game 2 was still okay. Game 3 was kind of for them, but it was a difficult circle. So gotta cut them some slack there. And for GLU, they are going to reintroduce the Yellow Ranger Hexas into the lineup this time. Well, for them, it's kind of obvious, right? They need to do all the changes. So they're going to make a double swap here, including Haspi for KF.
Interesting swap. I didn't expect them to actually swap up Stickley because he's been the one that clutching a lot of plays during the group stage. So to see them bowing out, like resting or benching quite early, that's unusual, but depth with Firen. Now, it's been a while I actually see Firen plays.
Yeah, he was sitting out the first 3 games. So they play with Dap, Yuhai, Mika, and Trexie. And now Firen is being reintroduced again into the game, which I think is fine. This is a combo that actually gave them the best daily performance, which is on week 1, day 2 of the Super Weekend. So on paper, this should be the best lineup that Sem9 can come up with. Hopefully, they can come up with a way better performance than their first 3 games.
I love the fact that we have Lamborghini this time. I mean, that's a no stranger for us. Levi coming up second too. These Xaviers. Now, we're talking about the most consistent team throughout the entirety of Southeast Asia region. These Xaviers is one powerhouse, huge one. Yeah, you do heard a lot about Empires as the most fan base, the most lovable teams, and also one of the most cherished and favorite. But for these Xaviers, they never change in a lineup. Now, I don't know if Chua gonna play this season. Sometimes he make a surprise appearance when he comes to the last few games where things going really chaotic or haywire for these Xaviers, as Chua bringing in an A game for the team. And that's what's surprising sometimes. Chua, last time we saw him play, was it a grand final game as well, where he come in and just bamboozled all the other teams out there. And despite he's not playing in such a long time.
Or maybe they need Chua's incredible strength to lift the trophy. It's a rather heavy trophy, you know. It's like Levi's will be like, you know what? I would love to, but I can't lift it up. Maybe let's sub Chua in to lift up the trophy, you know. He's the ultimate trophy lifter.
He's the Hulk.
The Hulk.
The strongest guy in the team. But that's the thing. That's what mesmerizing about these Xaviers. They hardly change their players. And like, Claw, Zuxi. Oh, and it's Lamborghini. Again, Zuxi. Oh, this is what we wanted. And we will love to see this to keep up.
Okay. Zuxi on the ground, and it's a sure elimination now. Levi's will claim that. And the Xavier scores first blood. You can imagine him slamming the table now.
He just got the interview. Sometimes, you know, when sometimes the players say whoever got interviewed gonna have the worst performance. I don't know. Usually after getting the interview, and then they got finished off quite fast. I hope that's not gonna be the case for Zuxi though. But it's gonna be a bummer for him. Barely get to play the last Erangel. And we do know they love Erangel the most for Claw Slayers.
Oh yeah, but now they'll be playing without Zuxi, the guy who got them the chicken dinner, and also was the MVP in game number 1. So I guess they just have to ride on with the waves. At least good news for Claw. Okay, they lost one player when they were rotating in, but they found this compound in the middle of the circle, so that's okay for them. I'm going to relive the moment again on how Lambo got it.
Oh, that's
a headshot from that distance.
That's tracking coming up from Lamborghini. Just slightly swing it a bit bigger for the last ending instead of spray it continuously. This just shows experience at best. But yeah, I won't credit or discount the entirety of Claw yet, because Zuxi, we saw how he clutched out the Miramar map last week. It was incredible still. On the side of Team Secret, VOIN Donkey, Razak is on the ground. Now, we haven't highlighted enough regarding VOIN Donkey. What happened to them? I mean, last time we saw them, they were pretty strong themselves.
Yeah, they normally are very a smart team, right? Like, they know how to play for placements especially. But this time, it's not really working out for them. Maybe it's because of the difficult circle. Let's see how they'll be able to adapt with a decent circle. Misery on the ground. This is not good news for Boom Esports unless the rest of Boom can actually counter GLU.
Yamidi being the cover by the back, 0. Is going to be a strong spray to his side of Hexa, instantly finishing off. But Hasby, they just came in, Hexa and Hasby, now giving such a big trouble to go against. Boom, Pombit is down, at least a minute 2, knock 2 out. Roy is actually aiding from the 4, and Box can actually do the job for the rest of GLU. Well, bombed up to 1 HP. Oh my god, that's so close. Box trying to find him. Oh, the splash hits. the radius, the area of effect of that shotgun will wrap things around GLU supporters all the way from Bandung just to be in Jakarta, now supporting for the team, but with the help, of course, that's coming up from Roy.
Oh man. Boom. After the first game where they got a lot of elimination points, they're slowly sliding down right now. This early elimination is definitely not helping Boom Esports. But the circle is not helping the teams as well. Like, it starts to move towards the right side, just on the outside of Lipovka. Expect more of these fights happening soon.
Yep, a lot of crowd, the migration going to happen from the left to the right. So we assume there's going to be another team get wiped out very soon the moment they want to migrate themselves on the side of a circle. Claw try to play it very safe right now, scouting around mention area. Well, Zaxi already being back into the lobby. It's going to be Pepang this time, playing this time around. But they heard a couple of shots that's going to be coming up from FaZe Clan. Now, FaZe Clan is going to be one of the teams that you should watch out for. They will not back away. If they see you coming or they see you standing there, they're going to rush into it. They bring the fight to you.
Oh yeah, surely. FaZe Clan, especially with the fact that they have players like Red Bull, who's the top MVP player, they can come up with a surprise as well. So I guess like one of the other teams that you mentioned, like, a team that has been a little bit quiet, but can potentially come up with a surprise, I'll probably put my finger on FaZe Clan.
I'm waiting for eArena in that case. But FaZe Clan will be one of the list as well. But Paragin, smoke up vehicle. I mean, it needs a hovercraft for things to work. Paragin love those vehicles and run people down. But this Dacia won't last long enough. He needs to find himself a hovercraft. I feel like Paragin would not feel safe enough if he couldn't land himself a hovercraft. But there's going to be another CQC here, possibly close enough. Alter Ego versus the Vikings.
Ooh, and Superman's taking the frontal approach. Oh, but Crypto's nade! On point! You don't poke the Hornet's Nest. And the Hornet's Nest here has Kryptonite in it.
Krypton has been playing so well today for Alter Ego. Opened up so much space. We're having grenades in the last map as well. But shifting over to a different side entirely. This is going to be eArena versus Roy. Now, Roy, we expect them to always fight against teams early on. And this time it's going to be eArena again.
And eArena now with 2 elimination points in the back. Roy still around. eArena, they're quite spread out. They have a few players on the outside. As Tony K now charging in onto the next floor. And he found his target. Juke will be on the ground. Sakura will eliminate him with the DBS at 3 points now, leaving Roy with only one last player.
It comes a circle shifting faster. And Team Secret, as always, they got himself a circle. And nobody coming up from the northern side seems to be very vacant. And VOIN Donkey can actually take the opportunity if they want to. But cutting across mentioned to be multiple teams have to bow out quite early there. You look at the rim of a circle down south, there's just plenty of team waiting it out. But I am scared right now.
Yep. And we just got information from Mission Control that this round will be a second chance for Boom Esports.
Oh, it's the bummer then.
In case, it gets taken out of context, it's a remake, ladies and gentlemen. Not specially second chance for Boom Esports, just saying.
At least a second chance for Zaxi,
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be a bummer for the team that actually secured those points early on. Oh, man. This is going to be tough for them.
Yeah. Well, circle was kind of challenging. I kind of like this circle. Yeah, at first it looked like, okay, this is a common circle. And it starts to move slightly on the outside. And it looked kind of like, oh, it's going to be an interesting one. But then again, of course, maybe the next one, a more interesting circle is waiting for us. Who knows?
Oh, maybe it's just a lucky buff coming up from the birthday boy side,
Oh.
Boom, yeah.
That's a nice way to think of that.
God, but at the same time, I feel bad for the team that actually secured those points early on. They fought so well just now. But A fair play is a fair play. Still, if not everybody having a good time and not having a fair field to start with, so we have to start again. But it's okay. At least they got a glimpse. But sometimes the second map, that remake afterwards, makes a more painful circle for the players, but more fun for us.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if it's like another, well, I never wouldn't mind if it's a military base circle, our favorite circle. But if it's a Zaki circle, you know, let's give it to Choo-Choo for once. If not every time, you know, we see a Erangel match, Choo-Choo is going to be like, I want a Zaki circle. And the circle gods just say, nope.
What's the point of labeling Zaki if you're never going to drop a circle there? Might as well don't put a name on it. You know, what's the point of having Zaki if it's never gonna be Zaki?
Yeah, at least like Miramar's Oasis Circle, right? You don't label it, it still gets it. But Zaki, you label it and you never get it. Sad.
Seems like the same for Patona. After they rework and rename Patona, the circle never goes there.
Yeah, Patona is getting the Zaki.
It was
Zaki
Lost
nerf.
Eagles. Yeah. What is going on, man? I mean, like, we hope the lobby gonna be up soon, or we were running out of topic to buy time here. But at the same time, oh man, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of teams that still not pushing themselves too much. Like we saw how eArena fare when it comes to the league stage. Come on. I mean, no offense for those fans out there, for the teams like Vampires, Xaviers, or Boom, or even Alter Ego. I want to see a different team that lift the trophy for once, especially with Smash Roll implemented. There's a high chance to give the trophy to a different team. I don't care about the region as long as a new team.
Hey, maybe that team that needs to lift the trophy is the Uncrowned King team. CelcomDigi Alliance. Can you imagine, like, for multiple seasons, they come like close, like very, very close, and then just do not lift the trophy? In fact, ever since their formation during like the Farang Legend Day until now, they have not won a major trophy yet, but they always come like very close.
Then if that's going to be the case, the more deserving is going to be FaZe Clan, isn't it?
Well, now that they have changed the lineup,
been in the tournament the longest, but never lift a trophy.
That could be one as well. Oh, fun fact as well, now since we have some time. So just like nearby my house, like there's this huge billboard that's by there's this huge billboard and it's advertised good luck CelcomDigi Alliance for PMSL SEA SUMMER.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, it's like super huge. I haven't got a chance to take a photo yet because every time I drive past by, like I was driving, I was like, oh, I need to take up. Oh, it switches, you know. But that's pretty nice, you know.
I don't know, man. If I'm in their shoes right now, I feel like, holy smoke, there's so much pressure now on us. Now we have to perform to make sure that we're gonna get the trophy because the billboard is like the whole Malaysian capital, the whole Kuala Lumpur are gonna see this one. If we don't score a trophy, then we are in trouble.
Yeah, so I guess that calls for another reason for CelcomDigi Alliance to really put it in, right? Yeah. We also happen to have the brand ambassador for CelcomDigi Alliance, Annyeonghaseyo. Oh wait, that's not right.
Konnichiwa.
Oh, konnichiwa.
Annyeonghaseyo is a different region, man.
I will never enter Japan.
Oh my god. But yeah, Xenia, thank you so much for joining us. You guys can just check her out when it comes to social. She always posts it. I love the fact that she made so many languages songs as well. So you guys can check and try to learn languages from her because she's bilingual, maybe more than that, a polyglot too. But yeah, for today, I mean, today is pretty much just setting off the tone for second day. The second day is the most crucial one when it comes to the grand finals to set the benchmark, right? So the match point tomorrow, high chance it's going to be over 100. But I just really wish the bottom teams won't leave too much of a gap because it's gonna be so boring if that happens.
Yeah, we want to keep it spicy to the end, right? So looking at you guys on page number 2, okay, like there are like so many teams down there. So come on, put in the performance. You have like what? Now we're counting. No, we're counting the games before we set the match point. 9 games, including this one, to set the match point. Okay. Let's play the guessing game, right? What do you think will be the match point number? Closest one wins a donut.
I'm gonna say 100 to be honest. For tomorrow, including it tomorrow as well. There's gonna be a tomorrow match point. But tomorrow possibly it's gonna be around 115.
Okay.
Yours?
I'll put my finger on 130.
Wow, that's high benchmark, bro. It means that there'll be a lot of gap there and for the teams at the very bottom.
Okay, so my calculation includes the plus 10.
Oh, you're including the plus 10. 125 for me then.
So 125. Okay, so mine is 130. Oh, both of them sound still pretty high, right? If you think about it.
90 match. Come on, Dick Salavin. Are you kidding? Oh, sorry, Mr. Salavin.
Yeah. We're on the official broadcast, Chuchu.
Forgot about that. Thanks for reminding. But yeah, I mean, might as well just read a chat for a bit because we want to entertain you guys too. It's your tournament as well, guys. So, some of them, Mr. Sullivan, want to ask the caster how was their night. I mean, we're casting, aren't we? Our night's amazing because you guys actually sitting here and watching and waiting with us, so we won't be so lonely anymore.
Yeah. So, thanks for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, on a Friday night. Yeah. So 90 points for Mr. Sullivan. I feel that's kind of low though, frankly speaking.
It's too low. It's too
low. Because I'm thinking of like, okay, if you perform well, like on, like normally you get like 60. So my logic is like I doubled the 60 and a plus 10, so that's 130. Unless like the teams down there pull away the points, then we're talking.
It's not fair. Everybody is just adding the numbers up from our points. You guys have to figure out that one yourself, Mr. Yuson. 145 match point after 12 matches. Let's go. So it means that the highest score is going to be 135 tomorrow. Man, I don't think it's going to be that high, to be honest. When the match going to start by Mr. Jana? When the marshal says we go.
Yes, we have no power to press the start button, so just bear with us. But 145 by Yuson.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Oh wait, what you said? 135.
Yeah, I said 130, so 145. Okay. That's not too far from
it's including the match point or not. Don't forget the plus 10, guys. You have to plus the 10.
If 145 is not plus the match point, then I'll be scared. I'll be scared for page 2 teams. It's like their hopes and dreams just poof, you know.
They're asking us, what are we doing here? I don't know, just, fill in the blanks, I guess. Okay, what happened? We have no clue, but we hope everything goes smoothly after this. We're actually very scared about this as well. Back-to-back remake is insane in final. I don't know, things just happen. But there's actually a rule, okay? There's a rule, and everyone according to the rule book. What do I know is within the 5 minutes of the map itself, if there's no issue at all, then we're gonna keep on going. If it's less than 5 minutes, then we have to remake for the sake of fairness for all the teams out there.
Yeah. So it's pretty straightforward, people. But Mr. Sullivan is pretty confident with his point. It's like, never take it back. Okay. So we'll hold on to Mr. Sullivan. If he gets the closest, he wins a donut.
How are you gonna ship a donut?
I'll tell you tomorrow. If I say now, right, like the magic is gone, right? So that's how you gotta.
It makes me remind me of a joke now.
Oh, tell me. Are we gonna do that now?
Oh, you might as well.
Let's go.
Okay, why do mushroom always get invited to a party?
because I can't. Okay, this one I don't know.
Because he's a fun guy.
Okay. I like.
We're getting stupid on this broadcast right now.
I like. Hey, I mean, Mr. Sullivan is a fun guy. You know. Dare believe in your 90 points. So.
90 points. I will be honest. 90 points. And okay, that's good and bad stuff about 90 points. It's either the number one team is setting the bar too low, or the team's really good. The whole lobby is doing great, so the margin setting in not too far apart. So 90 is not too bad, I have to say. If it really is 90 points, is it the match point? If it's match point, then we're starting off with 80 points per day. That's pretty low, isn't it?
Oh, I think 80 after 12 games is super duper low. Yeah. And imagine like if 80 is like after the plus 10, basically 70 points. Then you start to wonder, hey, what you top teams doing? You all like after 3 games, you turn off for the next, 9 games is it?
But okay, I feel like, to be realistic, we can assume one day is going to be 60 points. But, you know, we're going to get into more jokes, hopefully no more, and also more in-depth when it comes to the games after this break. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we're going to hit the break for a bit.
ทุกทีมก็คงหวังแชมป์เหมือนกันครับแต่รอบนี้พวกเราต้องเป็นแชมป์ครับก็ต้องนั่งดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมครับในรอบเก็บคะแนนครับแล้วก็เอามาปรับใช้ในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Target aku kali ini, aku optimis kita bisa top 3 dan bisa bersaing di papan atas. Sekarang kita lagi pede-pedenya sama diri kita sendiri dan cara kita bermain as a team. Karena kita mungkin udah lama ya nggak ngerasain juara, jadi PMSL kali ini mungkin jadi pembalasan buat tim Indonesia, buat ngebuktiin lah Indonesia yang dulu tuh kayak gimana.
ก็สำหรับทีมผมนะครับถ้าได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลแล้วผมจะทำแผนแล้วก็เตรียมตัวสำหรับรอบไฟนอลให้ดีที่สุดครับพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลผมจะเก็บเกี่ยวประสบการณ์ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Trong vòng chung kết trở ngại lớn nhất của chúng tôi chính là bản thân chúng tôi. Nếu mà chúng tôi ổn định được tất cả mọi thứ thì mọi kết quả đều nằm trong tay của chúng tôi.
ก็คิดว่าเป็น AE ครับเพราะว่าเขาเสริมไลน์อัพมาใหม่2คนเป็นตัวยิงครับแล้วก็อาจจะทำให้เราได้แชมป์ยากขึ้นแต่ก็ไม่เกินความสามารถพวกผมครับก็ให้ 9.5 ครับเพราะตอนนี้พวกเราก็ค่อนข้างที่จะพร้อมครับ
Untuk aku pribadi, aku mau ngasih ucapan kepada 3 negara yang lain. Lebih ke, ya kalian kesini buat liburan aja deh. Ujung-ujungnya juga pialanya pasti bakal ke Indonesia lagi.
Mục tiêu mùa giải lần này của tụi em là cố gắng vào final của giải. Mục tiêu tại giải lần này Go Esports cố gắng vượt qua vòng lít để tiến đến vòng final. Mục tiêu của tụi em lần này trong final sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao hơn mùa giải lần trước, đó là top 3.
Kalau kita orang lepas grand final, persediaan kita orang macam biasa juga before ni. Kita orang akan buat team talk, kita orang akan tengok game sama-sama, perbaiki mistake kita tengok mistake kita kat mana ni semua biar game tu perfect.
Tahun sekarang kita lolos ke PMSL, kita mau buktiin aja karena kita komunitas, mau buktiin ke tim-tim partnership.
Yang pastinya kita main aja sih, kita nggak ada beban dan kita juga nggak ada target yang harus dicapai, jadi kita no pressure dan gue yakin kita bisa main dengan baik.
Target yang jelas pasti kita mau kembaliin piala itu ke Indonesia, apalagi ini main di tuan rumah juga, main di kandang sendiri, jadi kita dari tim VOIN Donki pengen ngambil piala itu lagi.
Kalau untuk rating sih mungkin 9/10 sih. Karena ya dari preparation mungkin lebih siap dari yang PMSL kemarin lah. Jadi ya 9/10 dari preparationnya udah mateng. Mungkin ada beberapa kendala sih kemarin, kayak ada yang sakit. Jadi yang kita harapin dari preparation kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik sih di PMSL.
Khi mình vừa ghép với nhau chưa được lâu nên là vẫn đang trong quá trình hoàn thiện đồ chơi. Đội của anh bây giờ thì còn rất là trẻ và sung sức và mình sẽ cố gắng hoàn thiện team nhanh nhất có thể để tiếp cận tới BIGETRON mùa này.
Target saya di tournament kali ni of course champion sebab kalau kita datang sini just untuk isi slot then it's gonna be a mistake lah sebab kita orang punya preparation pun since last 5 months is hard and we are ready to compete lah di PMSL di Jakarta.
Buat halangan nggak ada sih, karena kita yakin buat di finalnya kita bakal lebih baik lagi. Buat 3 negara lainnya nggak usah terlalu try hard, karena ujung-ujungnya Indonesia yang bakal menang.
ทุกทีมก็คงหวังแชมป์เหมือนกันครับแต่รอบนี้พวกเราต้องเป็นแชมป์ก็ต้องนั่งดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมครับในรอบเก็บคะแนนครับแล้วก็เอามาปรับใช้ในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Target aku kali ini, aku optimis kita bisa top 3 dan bisa bersaing di papan atas. Sekarang kita lagi pede-pedenya sama diri kita sendiri dan cara kita bermain as a team. Karena kita mungkin udah lama ya nggak ngerasain juara, jadi PMSL kali ini mungkin jadi pembalasan buat tim Indonesia, buat ngebuktiin lah Indonesiain dulu tuh kayak gimana.
ก็สำหรับทีมผมนะครับถ้าได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลแล้วผมจะทำแผนแล้วก็เตรียมตัวสำหรับรอบไฟนอลให้ดีที่สุดครับพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลผมจะเก็บเกี่ยวประสบการณ์ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Trong vòng chung kết trở ngại lớn nhất của chúng tôi chính là bản thân chúng tôi. Nếu mà chúng tôi ổn định được tất cả mọi thứ thì mọi kết quả đều nằm trong tay của chúng tôi.
ก็คิดว่าเป็น AE ครับเพราะว่าเขาเสริมไลน์อัพมาใหม่2คนเป็นตัวยิงครับแล้วก็อาจจะทำให้เราได้แชมป์ยากขึ้นแต่ก็ไม่เกินความสามารถของผมครับก็ให้ 9.5 ครับเพราะตอนนี้พวกเราก็ค่อนข้างที่จะพร้อมครับ
Untuk aku pribadi, aku mau ngasih ucapan kepada 3 negara yang lain. Lebih ke, ya kalian kesini buat liburan aja deh. Ujung-ujungnya juga pialanya pasti bakal ke Indonesia lagi.
Mục tiêu mùa giải lần này của tụi em là cố gắng vào final của giải. Mục tiêu tại giải lần này Go Esports cố gắng vượt qua vòng lức để tiến đến vòng final. Mục tiêu của tụi em lần này trong final sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao hơn mùa giải lần trước, đó là top 3.
Kalau kita orang lepas grand final, persediaan kita orang macam biasa juga before ni. Kita orang akan buat team talk, kita orang akan tengok game sama-sama, perbaiki mistake kita tengok mistake kita kat mana semua, biar game tu perfect.
Tahun sekarang kita lolos ke PMSL, kita mau buktiin aja karena kita komunitas, mau buktiin ke tim-tim partnership.
Yang pastinya kita main aja sih, kita nggak ada beban dan kita juga nggak ada target yang harus dicapai, jadi kita no pressure dan gue yakin kita bisa main dengan baik.
Target yang jelas pasti kita mau kembaliin piala itu ke Indonesia, apalagi ini main di tuan rumah juga, main di kandang sendiri, jadi kita dari tim Donki pengen ngambil piala itu lagi.
Kalau untuk rating sih mungkin 9/10 sih. Karena ya dari preparation mungkin lebih siap dari yang PMSL kemarin lah. Jadi ya 9/10 dari preparation yang udah mateng. Mungkin ada beberapa kendala sih kemarin, kayak ada yang sakit. Jadi yang kita harapin dari preparation kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik sih di PMSL.
Khi mình vừa ghép với nhau chưa được lâu nên là vẫn đang trong quá trình hoàn thiện đồ chơi.
Đội của em bây giờ thì còn rất là trẻ và sung sức và mình sẽ cố gắng hoàn thiện team nhanh nhất có thể để tiếp cận tới BIGETRON mùa này.
Target saya di tournament kali ni of course champion, sebab kalau kita datang sini just untuk isi slot then it's gonna be a mistake lah, sebab kita orang punya preparation pun since last 5 months is hard and we are ready to compete lah di PMSL di Jakarta.
Buat halangan nggak ada sih, karena kita yakin buat di finalnya kita bakal lebih baik lagi. Buat 3 negara lainnya nggak usah terlalu try hard, karena ujung-ujungnya Indonesia yang bakal menang.
I love you too, people. Welcome back. Thank you for staying along together with us, and we'll be restarting our show, and we will be playing again match number 4. That's going to be Erangel.
The restart and reset for all the teams and players, especially Boom just now. Don't forget, this time given a second chance. And last time, just to remind ourselves, in last circle we got, it's going to be a roundly polka, but it's a reset, so I'm super excited for the circle this time.
Yeah. So let's see what kind of circle are we going to get. So far, I feel based on the first 3 games today, circles have been rather interesting. In Erangel specifically, we get a, well, Fairy Pier circle-ish circle, just on top of Fairy Pier. Second one was a mid to the base. So the third one, we're about to find out really, really soon. Of course, the players will be having a very interesting time navigating around interesting circles. For us, it's just pure entertainment.
Yeah, the radical and the irregularities of the circle will be one of the biggest challenges for the players and teams out there. Also, depending on the flight path too, whether we're going to get some hot drops early on or not. It's also depending on the flight path. But when it comes to the Dragon Rangers, they are ready to go and chug down those energy drink to make sure they have plenty to go with 3 more maps remaining today.
Yeah, FaZe Clan is ready to go as well. A team that has a lot of potential. Let's see how many points they can catch up before we smash it on Sunday itself. Of course, we have the other teams here on screen too. And all of them have hopes and dreams here of making it into the PMWC. Only the top 3 will go through. Let's head on to Erangel.
We're getting to the third Erangel when it comes to the first day of the grand finals of the PMSL Summer 2025. We're going to be crossing across from the northern Zaki. At least we get to see Zaki on the map here, Zaki. We're going down to Snowball Ronoye. So by Zaki, hopefully the circle will be there. But this is going to be equally dividing the map into the south, west and the northeast side. But with this sort of circle, are we looking at Kamishki as a circle? Because we've seen the Kamishki circle. It was possible back in the days.
Yeah, Starboard Kamishki circle is definitely possible, and it is one of the interesting circles. But we're not going to see the circle yet, ladies and gentlemen. Instead, what you're going to see is our circle. There you go. Welcome back, people.
I'll just make sure I don't have chili flakes. Because I just checked down the chicken.
Oh, I'm glad that you had your meal.
Yeah. It's a very
mine is
tiny meal.
depending.
I mean, you should. Should we go for jokes now?
Speaking about meals, why don't eggs tell jokes?
Because they've been cracking the whole day.
Oh, you're close. You're close. Because they might crack up.
That's pretty decent. Okay.
Okay. I'll try again.
I asked a question then.
Okay.
Can February March?
Is that a question? Oh yeah, it is a question. Can February March?
March.
Yeah. Yes. Cause February, March.
No, but April, May.
Oh. Oh, okay. I like that one. But you know what?
Come on, we're gonna play this.
Okay. We should stop looking for the perfect match. No, especially me. Use a lighter.
What?
Stop looking for a perfect match. Use a lighter. No, I should stop looking for a perfect match. Instead, use a lighter. Okay, that took a while. It took a while.
Yeah, it took a while.
Alright.
What do you call a caveman's fart?
What? A caveman's fart?
Try it. Try it. Come on.
I don't know. What do you call a caveman's fart?
A blast from the past.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
man. Okay, before we get into more jokes, guys, we truly apologize for the inconvenience caused. We have no idea what's going on as well. We're in the dark as you do. But I think hopefully everything resolved. So are we gonna go back to the jokes now?
Yeah, because I love telling dad jokes, you know.
Yeah,
Sometimes
guys,
he
it's
even
gonna be it.
laughs.
It's just puns and dad jokes channel right now.
Yep, we are going to return to that. One day after practicing this for like hours, we can do stand-up comedy. Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
What was it a question?
Oh no, that wasn't a joke.
Oh, okay.
Now we can't tell
I'm confused
reality.
right now.
Now we can't tell between reality, right? Yeah.
Wait, I'm trying to listen. Is that? I can't say. Was that a question just now? Because I got a blank face. Sorry, I got blanked out.
Yeah, that wasn't a question. No, that wasn't a question. Okay, we have to be back to reality. That wasn't a question.
I was anticipating a question.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking about a joke, aren't you?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it.
What do you call a guy that's really loud? You walk in public, you know. Yeah, there's one guy that's super
really
loud.
Mormon.
Wow! Call him a mic.
Yeah. He's a karaoke machine.
Yeah. We can call him a mic too, Mormon, then. But you don't want to be Karen. There's two types now. It's either, the complaints one's going to be Karen, and I guess the loud guy just Mike.
Just Mike. Oh, okay. I get it. It's Mike.
You finally get it?
Yeah, because I was thinking about Mormon. Okay, but yeah, he's a Mike. Why leopards can't hide?
Why leopards can't hide? I don't know.
Because he's always spotted. I wonder what other animals are spotted.
Do I have not really, no. I guess not.
Oh, so that's why leopards can't hide.
Why did Bullet lose his job?
Why did Bullet lose his job? Because he got fired.
Hey, you know that one.
Hey! I didn't. I just guessed. It was
pretty straightforward.
Yeah, that was quite easy. Okay, this may be an easy one. Why are fish so smart?
Why are fish so smart? I don't know.
Because they live in schools.
Good point.
Yeah.
This is a story, basically a story, okay? It's
okay.
An advice, I guess. Now, have you ever have an ex or even a girlfriend, a wife, that you guys probably fighting, and then you always ended up in the scenario where she burns all your gifts, right? So what's the best thing to give her next?
A flame, a fire extinguisher.
No, buy her a candle. So she can burn that one too.
Okay.
At least it's something, benefits you in a way, rather than she's burning all your gifts.
Don't fight
in all the
it,
past
right?
life.
Just let her burn it. Just here's a candle. Yeah, enjoy it, right?
Enjoy. If you guys happen to have an ex-girlfriend or wife that's angry at you, or even your girlfriend is mad at you, even your roommate, buy them a candle.
Or if you have jokes for us, you can put it in the comments.
Oh Lord,
Yes.
it's gonna be a long day.
But you know what's brown and sticky?
It sounds wrong, bro.
What? It's brown and sticky.
What is it?
A stick. It's
Why is
brown
it
and sticky.
What else brown and sticky, but it's not a snake?
It's a stick. Brown and sticky. It's a stick.
It's a snake or a stick or a steak?
Stick. Keep you stick. Yeah, stick.
Oh, is a stick sticky?
Well,
sticky in that
it's a
terms, not sticky as in sticky. Now I get it. Took me some time. My brain needs a wake up call now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
There you go.
Well.
Yeah.
Well, should we talk about PUBG Mobile? Should we talk about all silly stuff now?
It depends how much time you have.
We have infinite time right now.
Yep. We don't have the infinity, but we have infinite time. Tell us about your makeup, like your Cleopatra. What do you call that?
I didn't do
Mascara?
much. It's just an eyeliner. Do you want to try? We should. You know what? We should ask for Cloud to actually do a makeup day.
Haven't we done that before?
Yeah, not on live. We do once on live. We did once on live, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
It was way back in the days we were actually in the studio.
Something that I lost. I forgot what was it. Oh.
You were there.
Mr. Producer Tiger, remember
When
that?
we're still working in the studio.
Yeah. Now it's like if you want to make me up, you have to like put your hand out and then I go like this. How was it? I have to go like this, like this choo-choo's hand, like. Yeah. Yeah. Like that.
That works.
Yeah, you have to do this.
Okay, do tell us if you guys want to see Cloud being transformed into a female with long wigs and finally got hair. Do tell us in the comment chat as well while we're waiting for the technical issues to be resolved.
Yeah.
No, I mean in this time. Last time don't count anymore. We're asking for a new one.
That's why if you do it online, like you reach out your hand and then it has to be like this. You cross the border. Okay. Finally, we have a question that we can talk
Yeah,
about.
they're nice. Costa, who are your favorite? What your favorite players are? Who are your favorite players?
You know, the thing about the PUBG Mobile universe is that you have so many players.
That's true.
Yeah, so many players. Maybe let's zoom into PMSL now, right?
The now?
Yeah. Or you want to take like all time?
All time is so difficult. That one's gonna be super difficult.
So many.
It's too much. For now, are we including only the teams that are actually in PMSL right now?
Yeah, let's start with that one. Then we go to all time.
Hey, you first then. You first.
Oh, that's a hard one, right? Let me think. If now, I actually do like Sata. I think he's interesting. Like inside and outside the game, I think he's interesting. I'll probably give mine Sata.
Nadash, we are talking to the chat just now because it was a long pause. We are not sure if anybody's actually interrupting the chat as well. That's why we're starting off with the foolish joke and dad jokes. But at least we got an update. A game is coming up very soon, but we don't know. Still, it's gonna be still a mystery for us. But okay, when it comes to favorite player right now. You know, I was a big fan of Redface, right? That's one thing. But for the current scene, I'm probably gonna... I don't know, I want to see more of Tourniquet.
Tourniquet, wow. Okay. Tourniquet.
There's so many good players. Car is a good player too. I feel like every single team do have one particular player that seems to be stand out than the rest. But at the same time, the question will be whether they can still stand out without their teammates, or did their teammate actually put them in a spot that they can actually stand out.
You know, it's so hard to, I mean, there's so many options for this one. It's almost like we need to like zoom into like, okay, if by region, like which is your favorite? So you say Tourniquet, Thai region. Okay, let's go Vietnam.
Why so late, Chuchu?
Yeah.
I don't know, buddy. We all have...
Chuchu's early. She's not late. Yeah.
Huh? I barely can open my eyes. What do you mean?
It's okay, that's where makeup comes in.
Bias to Lamborghini and Tourniquet. I mean, okay, you talked about which region first? You asked Vietnam region, was it?
Yeah.
Vietnam, I think all-timer best is going to be, you have to give it to Lamborghini. That's no question. That's hands down. That's it.
Yep.
For the up and rising, Car caught my attention though sometimes. And Team Secret players, what was it again?
Juke?
No, Juke was last season. This season he wasn't doing as Frankie. There you go, Frankie.
Yeah.
Frankie is another player to watch out for when it comes to what he can actually offer in the future. I think, yeah.
The DAY1 DNA. Yeah.
How about you?
I mean, same answer. I will still give it to Lambo for Vietnam region.
As a whole,
yeah, like hands down, right? Like the goats. I answer for Indo, so that's Satar. So if I were to answer for Thailand, now I have to give it to Mormon. It's like you gotta keep this guy for entertainment purpose, okay? Like Mormon, hands down, entertainment, top notch, S tier entertainment.
I think we should have a vote, right? Like how they call it some people like the Nova last time, like they got the most popular vote when it comes to the players that are most popular. But I want to add in the criteria for a popular player, which going to be their personality. Is it fun, or do they seem to be entertaining? I think Mormon should get that kind of award as well.
Yeah, he gets the special award, right? Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay,
I'll take that.
Let us entertain the chat for a bit. Tourniquet is the only correct answer. I mean, yeah, Tourniquet is a prodigy, and we do know he's still so young and still got potential to push. But at the same time, I feel like he's being tamed down a bit this season, no?
Or maybe there are like other players as well, like in the team, right? Like Schwarzer, they're doing well. Straps does well.
Answer, Mr. Darwin.
Mela is doing well.
Why birds now can't fly?
Oh, yeah, why? Why birds now can't fly?
They're sleeping, I guess?
Yeah.
To the class says, what is your best moment while traveling in another country? There's so many questions now. Oh, you guys are interacting with us. Well, we're gonna have the question answered still. We're still gonna answer that. But before that, we pray and hope this is it. But the players didn't put on their gears yet. Should we be worried about this, Cloud?
I'm worried. We might have the time to answer the travel question. Maybe. Hopefully not. in another way. But we can answer when we jump into the game. Okay. At least other players are now prepared. You can see them prepped up. They have their gears on. They're doing their, I think it was almost a high five. So yeah, we gotta see. Like Stem9, okay, we can see Stem9 warming up. Okay, they're at the lobby. We can look at the screen. Okay, they are in the game, waiting for the countdown. So let's jump in.
I'm scared to even mention Erangel at this point. Okay, at least we're going to see another northern flight path from Jogopul down to Milta Power. So it's going to be slightly on the northern side for the flight path. If this ended up in another SMB, at least it's going to be fun, but it's going to be a lot of pain for the players. I mean, they've been a bit delayed for this one as well. And imagine if the circle's still going to be a tough one.
Are you still gonna answer the travel other country question?
Oh yeah, why not? We still don't have any hot drops here. We can actually do that. What is your best when we're traveling with? I've traveled so much. I guess the food. It's always about the food. Every food that you have in every single region, even in Southeast Asia only, there's so many variety you should try. It's just incredible. Especially if you're in Jakarta or Indonesia, you gotta try despite it's so spicy.
Yeah, and a lot of food there is like super spicy. I would say something similar to food, but I give a bigger view, which is culture. I like to see culture, so yeah. Like in Indonesia, like you have a lot of interesting culture as well, just like how the opening performance was. So that's something. Oh, yes. Yes, okay.
It's the same circle. It's the same circle, Cloud.
Lock this game in, okay? We're not switching the channel, okay? We keep this circle.
Oh, please let it be. Just let this one be, because there's gonna be a 2.0 for this Erangel today. We have the same. I think this is very similar. I wouldn't say the same. Probably gonna be shifting towards the different side, but it's ended up just like earlier today. Everybody would bustling everything. It's either going to Ferry Beer or Novonoya. They have to pick and choose now.
Okay, we have to entertain this one comment, right? Because it's by Ghazi Ashraf. He says specifically to the casters, say in your native language, I love playing PUBG Mobile every day with my friends. That's easy.
You do it then. We have the same native language.
Oh, 我好中意玩 PUBG Mobile， 日日同我朋友。I mean，
用廣東話。
Yeah, either that or saya suka main PUBG Mobile setiap hari dengan kawan-kawan saya.
Kawan-kawan saya.
Kawan-kawan, rakan-rakan, sahabat-sahabat, same.
أنا أحب PUBG Mobile كل يوم وصحبة.
Oh, Arabic.
You do.
Wait,
you do
Sahaba
anything?
is friend in Arabic?
Aywa. Yes. Oh my god, I got confused. Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like Sahabat, you know, like in...
Yeah, it's actually, if you actually study, because I love to study language, right? There's a lot of very similarities from one language to the other.
Oh.
Like for Malaysian, Indonesia, practically almost the same, but if you compare it with Tagalog, it's very close. And a lot of Malaysian words also adapted from the Arabic language.
Like Sahabat? Sahabah?
Yes.
Sahabat?
Sahaba.
Yeah.
Sahaba.
Okay. But Trexie could use his Sahabah. Now surrounded by Claw. You know what? Claw is already like, okay, we're done with the whole Fairy Pier thing. We'll take Fairy Pier by ourselves. But
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. But the thing is, Clown, there's a high chance the circle will shift either to the left or right side. And earlier today, we had that right side where Roy cast lasted for quite some time, but unfortunately, Red Face. This was no way. How did Traxy did not connect those shots? I mean, I'm sorry, but that was so obvious. Maybe it's because of UMP. Perhaps just give him a benefit of a doubt.
Although UMP's recoil is a little bit lower than others, but yeah, he exposed himself. Now everyone's coming to him. Not okay. Let's see if we can somehow clutch this with a shotgun. The other members of SEM9 not arriving at all, and Claw is all on to Drexy now. Oh, here comes the rest of SEM9.
They barely have enough for themselves. The AUG gonna have only 6 bullets. I don't think that 6 bullets gonna last the bank anywhere near. But the start of SEM9, they managed to part ways and decided, you know what? We missed that first single shot, that window of opportunity, that very small time frame. Just go part ways. They barely, both team barely have enough to keep it going. But what is going on here?
Okay, that's a interesting move for Macarius to jump straight into the water just to be spotted out by MBKE. But at least Yui fires back, gets tins. Okay, that's a bit of a revenge inside of Novo. And FaZe Clan, they decided to jump straight into Novo itself, but Macarius needs to be saved.
It feels like they're putting Macarius as a bait down there, swim him over, no? But the rest of the team, at least they dog themselves safely, got himself in a very small shack. There's going to be the rest of Vikings joining in. Gooey down to only 30% or 40% of HP left, trying to fight the rest of Vikings by himself. But at least good news, they don't loot it enough so they won't be having those hand grenades. I mean, well, I want to mention that. That's why it's some explosive end for the side of Gooey. Now, FaZe Clan, they're leaving with only 2 players, and they're nowhere near on this minimap.
Now we have them on screen. So they are still swimming towards Novo. They were still on their way. But you know what? There's still a chance that the circle will go north, like main peninsula. So, I mean, to take the difficult route, punching it into mid to the base, I don't know. It's still a 50-50.
Everybody saw the first circle earlier today just like this, so they all rushed into SMB. There are still a couple of teams taking things slowly, like VOIN Donkey, of course, and even Team Secret. But if it bounced back to main peninsula, I swear to God, it's going to be the most entertaining map of Erangel ever for grand finals.
You know, it makes me wonder, right? Like, is there like a circle setting for grand finals? Because the circles today have been insane.
Sometimes, I guess so, yeah. Because when it comes to the grand finals, the circle is always harder than the usual league stage.
Yeah. And that's why you should watch the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen out there. You don't want to miss out on these sort of circles. How will they overcome it?
For you guys to actually have a question, we're going to put it on hold first and just start to talk about the game. I'm sorry. We really love your questions, but we're going to save it in case we need it for later, okay? Just in case. But so far, the circle seems to be not moving, and high chance it's going to be ended up in SMB area. Due to the circle still comprises a bit of the main peninsula, that's why I think a lot of teams are taking around the edge of Ferry Pier or even around the outskirts of Milta, or even, you know, the outskirts of Farm, just to make sure that, you know, it's okay for them to play a bit slower, just like how Roy did early on.
Yeah, play by the riverside, right? So you can manage it easier if it goes either way. But now, 2 players left for FaZe Clan. Here comes Superman. Okay, he doesn't know that Red Bull's there. Red Bull, lots of damage at the Superman, but somehow he's still fine. He's still okay.
Red Bull with the DBS, but Sharper from the other side managed to take him down with the UMP, but the rest of Viking, I mean, well, they're chasing the tails of Viking for quite some time now. Oh, this is no way. This is this is an absurd circle, but we love it. This is totally unpredictable.
Scammy circle. So teams who have entered mid to the base, time for them to find a way to get back up.
Hot shift to the left and north, all the way from SMB. Now they have to rush their way into Ferry Pier. We talked about Ferry Pier multiple times by now. And Roy's not the one that's taking towards the bridge of Nova Rupnoye anymore. They're taking on Pachinka. I don't know if they actually predicted this sort of hot shift.
You know what, Chu? In the finals, the big anime boss is not D Xavier, it's not Claw, it's not eArena, AE, or any other teams. The big anime boss is the circle that they all have to overcome.
is the biggest boss that seems to be undefeated right now. And making it a headache for all the players. I mean, we did jinx it somehow. We talked about SMB Circle. They actually got it with slightly northern flight path. But we talked about one of the top Terminator. This time it's going to be one of the most eliminations player, Lamborghini. Is going against eArena Mormon. And we're talking about Mormon. It's quite a rare scene to see a 1v1 between Lamborghini and Mormon.
Yeah, now is a good time though. Lambo is alone here. Not sure where the other teammates are at. But we're quite clear that Mormon is there. Oh, okay. So they are on the right side. The rest of these area here. Okay, but they do have Roy sharing the same area. So it's not like they can freely move. They are still aware of Roy. Which is okay. Everyone's like hugging like this area because somewhere in the middle of the circle. But now, back to Novo, MVKE and FaZe Clan.
Novo is way too far. Way too deep. But on the side of Vikings versus FaZe Clan, this has been going on for quite some time now, since stage number 1. And we're heading to stage number 2. And both teams trying to find any possible way to loot up, or Team Secret just leaving Gutka Field. I think a lot of teams will try to find their way into the fog, of the bridge towards Ferry Pier area. Since the circle, it's so undecisive right now. Everybody's kind of worried if they start to rotate way too early to play with the center and SMB. Everybody trying to get out of it. Claw. The last time that we saw them down there. I don't know whether they made it through that bridge already or not.
Yep. It's just like my ex when deciding on what to eat. Well, it should be decisive enough in stage number 3. You're right? Right? Okay.
It's still a bit of the SMB land down there. It's the reverse of the last circle, man.
And you know what? Claw, they kind of learned their lesson. They have 2 players planted at the lighthouse area, so that's okay.
Oh, Frankie chasing the tails of Boom player. Now Boom, they are being offered a second opportunity here. They don't want to botch this one now, but at least Yummy coming up from behind. GK refight to a side of Yummy, getting on 2. And GK is down on the ground as well. A bit of trade-off between these 2 teams. With Boo still having 2 men standing. Frankie, can he actually do it? Frankie, say no. Unfortunately, Team Secret eliminated, despite we talking about Frankie before. But there's another contender coming up. It's a new one, GLU.
And here they come, the Dragon Rangers as a third party will finish off Boom Esports. Boom only managed to collect 4 elimination points in this round. There's a big chance they'll be pushed down further. But now action continues on eArena and VOIN Donkey next.
It's back to the bunkers area here. Here comes Joker's Nate mid-air explosion. Zeta will be gunned down. Vampires coming out from behind. Shrap's already arrived with that hovercraft. You know how deadly the hovercraft can be. Vaccine needs to run. Mormon down. Sam9 is there. Where the shots coming out from Sam9 across all the way down, shooting a far-range shot towards these 2 teams. My God, eArena and VOIN Donkey, they're sharing the same boat. The one's winning is either Sam9 or Vampire.
Yeah, they have to be alert the fact that Sam9 could steal away those elimination points if they're in an awkward position or in the line of sight of Sam9. Now, lanes of grenade lob across. Potato seems to be taking a lot of damage while Vampire Esports is circling around with the hovercraft. And we have Tony K here from the opposite side, also looking for an opportunity.
At least they still have a full squad on side of Tony K and the rest of Vampires. They're taking their stands on top of Ferry Pier across the other side of the street where 2 teams are fighting for their life. VOIN Donkey and eArena put a truce for a bit and try to focus on what's coming out from the outskirts. But eArena, at least they got themselves these bunkers to take themselves as barricade. While CelcomDigi Alliance in trouble as well. They're fighting against TALON.
Oh, and there's a replay of what happened to Boom earlier on. Well, started off with Boom. They countered back to Team Secret, eliminating them. And Team Secret is still at number 16. You can see the level of frustration that they have, not able to win that fight when they started it.
Feel like a deja vu for Boom twice in a row right now. Despite being a remake, still being eliminated early. It's a bit of a problem for them. But But for Team Secret, well, at least still have Miramar. But next circle will be 100% back towards the side of the main island or main peninsula, where we do have Therapy still in the fray, and some of us still on the outskirts of Quarry. But FaZe Clan taking their own sweet turn. Vikings coming up from SMB as well.
From the Novo fight with FaZe Clan. So now they have to decide on how they're going to cut across. BTR, they took the long route, the right side bridge back into the circle. So they avoided all unnecessary fights. But Zaxi just got knocked down. And now Brick and VK. Okay, FaZe Clan, they want to finish up the job right now. It's going to be a 2v1. But let's see if we can pull off a clutch here. Red Bull in trouble. But Red Bull with the DBS, he will not miss.
Taking a long time for them to finally wrap things up between them and Viking. But it's not done yet. Wunti is still alive. Well, BTR taking a fight against CelcomDigi Alliance, who's happened to be migrating, but it's going to be the deadly hovercraft. Here comes Sadik Luke, made a U-turn. Whether he's going against Royal BTR, he let himself in between. Oh, this is going to be tough.
And from afar, it's going to be Leon's almost getting his target, and he will get it. Sata on the ground right now. CelcomDigi Alliance. Right now, it's going to be a big problem for BTR, but they fight back though. BTR, Razy gets Ade Luke, Leo. Trying to get as close as possible. Now cooking up this nade. But then again, the one that finished off BTR, CelcomDigi Alliance. And here comes TALON as the third party.
What a havoc here. Total chaos between these teams. Absolute carnage for the team that couldn't even breathe out. But here comes a nade, did not connect somehow. Axel still bleeding out. The rest of TALON will try to revive him. Another one bites the dust. That's going to be Roy. But on the side of Roy, there's two teams going against him. There's going to be Alter Ego, who just arrived here as well. But TALON recuperate and still licking their wounds. Krypton. We've seen Krypton play splendid, brilliantly today. Just phenomenal when it comes to his hand grenade. But CelcomDigi Alliance, TALON versus TALON inside of this warehouse. And that Molotov is actually a genius way to corner them down.
Oh yeah, great move there by Leons. And they win the fight against the two players of TALON. And the rest of TALON, they have to leave because Alter Ego just arrived and they want to claim the high ground for themselves. As TALON, these two players move, they might bump into Sam9. We're back onto the eArena and VOIN Donkey fight, but they will feature TALON this time on the lower ground.
Stage 4 will only have 10 teams left. That's just how fast when it comes to this sort of unpredictable circle. Yuhai spraying from afar to his side of TALON, who got himself a small shack to take cover. But on the other hand, eArena Moment facing Yuhai or Moment. Either way, it's lethal for both sides. But eArena, despite their swinging casually on the other hand, they still have to deal against VOIN Donkey as well.
Ooh, a lot of teams now really close to each other. Including Sam9, who will not be playing without Trexie as he got eliminated very, very early on. Lamborghini now. Okay, is he going to make his move or is he going to wait for his teammates to get into the circle and he becomes a marker to deciding on what to do next? On the elimination feed, looks like Nate Levi's down.
The two left on the side of these Xaviers. Lamborghini trying to figure out how to actually save them and get their save. But the circle this time favors. It's going to be centralizing to his side of Sam9. Got himself not just slightly high ground. Those elevated grounds also have itself a compound to work with. But Claw here comes coming up from SMB. Now reaching and docking himself at the end of the bridge. These Xaviers, we talked about them. Lamborghini tried to revive, but the nade's coming in and it's going to be tough. Papang cooking up another one. The Lamborghini tried to fire back with another nade, but the hovercraft just ran down Lamborghini. Zaxi, Red Face coming in and flush him out, and that's going to be the last of the Xavier. Number 1 spot is open for Claw.
Claw and the hovercraft, just inseparable. And the fact that they use it to finish off the Xavier, like what you said now, is wide open. Now 6 points separates Claw and also D Xavier for the number 1 spot.
Alter Ego. Also opportunity for them presented itself with D Xaviers taken down, which means the point gap between this team will not be far. Bottom team still alive, GLU still down there, but they have all 4 men maintained and healthy. But eArena is there as well. We talked about them. They got themselves this bunker for quite some time. Turney K, Joker. I think, did they lose anybody for the side of eArena? No, not even Mormon. Mormon went out all the way just now, just to initiate some fights. But Alter Ego still watching closely.
Oh, here comes the left side circle. Our Dragon Rangers. Now we need to find a way in. In front of us is going to be VOIN Donkey and also eArena. They choose to go straight. If they rotate down south, it's going to be another team. So they pretty much have to pick their poison. If they rotate north, there are also other teams there. By now, stage 5 everywhere will be cluttered. So they pretty much have not many choices except to take fights.
Yep, especially with Claw taking domination and capitalize over the south side of the circle. The most, when it comes to the population, is going to be the one that we're watching here right now. VOIN Donkey, eArena, GLU. And I saw last time it's going to be slightly on the north, Alter Ego as well. So who wants to start first off? eArena do have quite a bunker to work with. GLU start closing in. So it's VOIN Donkey trying to fish out their positions here, giving away information to its side of GLU. VOIN Donkey, they're too close against eArena, just next to each other.
4-5 teams on the left side of the circle. And looks like GLU squad, they will continue to try to find an opportunity to see if they can get any advantage fights. Okay, right now, it's going to VOIN Donkey as well. Looking around them, try to get as much information as possible because the circle might shift next. 20 more seconds to go before we go on to stage number 6. Here comes the nades.
Nades coming out from GLU's side towards both eArena and VOIN Donkey at the same time. None seems to be connecting, but the blue zone will shrink even further. Stage 6 will hit in 2 more seconds. And it closed. It might be in Sam 9 still taking on the northern side. Alter Ego got the elevation. They got the circle as well. eArena, VOIN Donkey, and GLU, they have to sort this one out. It's going to be a massacre over this side.
Oh, and it will start right now with them rushing in onto eArena. There has to be with the UMP. Does have a high ground advantage, but he needs to reload as well. While Sakura tries to defend his cover. Sakura with the S12K. Double knockdown back to back just by himself.
Incredible plays. Right down to one hand grenade. This will actually dry out all their resources. eArena, they're in trouble. That nade kind of connected somehow by Razak. Joker down on the ground. Razak finish off Joker. Tony K needs to heal himself. He got knocked down by Tony K, or was it somebody else? But on the side of Razak, Sakura. What a save here on the side of eArena right now. Tony K will try to cry out for help, but Alter Ego want to take advantage while they're still licking their wounds.
Ooh, and Alter Ego from the right to the left. They are looking for elimination points right now. So far, only 2 in their hand. And they're looking to see if they can be a third party against eArena. And look at the spread of Alter Ego on that high ground. If they can get a knock onto a member of eArena, they'll surely rush it.
But the bunkers will not be an easy feat for Alter Ego, despite they do have some space, a lot of room to play with for Alter Ego, but cover-wise, barricade-wise, not so much. And the uneven terrain make it so difficult for them to land those shots on. They barely can see eArena at this point. But eArena, knowing the fact they couldn't stay here much more longer, there'll be more teams trying to squeeze them their life. So they need to start to move, but where to go? Right now, they're kind of surrounded by so many teams.
It's Alter Ego. Part of them don't have the circle. Stage number 6, the zone closing in now. Vampire Esports, they'll be staying as quiet as possible on this lower ground. While they stay at the circle, it's going to be Tony K and Onzen's the duo that has to do it. Now it's still Alter Ego putting pressure onto eArena, and eArena, if eArena shift themselves down, they will meet with Vampire Esports.
It's better versus 2 against 3. Alter Ego do have those elevations, slightly hard for eArena to take a shot. But they spotted out those vehicles around that shack, so I think Moana kind of get an idea there's somebody there as well. On the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, and on the side of eArena, I think Mormon and Sakura spotted out the rest of Vampires. But there's also Sam 9 across the other side of the street, so if they were to climb down, it's going to be difficult still for eArena, so they have to fight their way through.
Ooh, Boo just got Mormon with a Mini 14 from the other side. And now eArena, Sakura going to be the savior of Mormon picking it up. While Bobo is tapping away, but they're behind a rock. So Bobo is not able to land the shot, but that's fine. as long as you continue to put pressure on the eArena. Right now, eArena is still need to decide on where they want to go or how they're going to take this next fight. Tony K, needed down Mormon again.
Mormon, twice on the ground right now. Can he be saved? Those rock will not last long enough. It's a viable, very viable indeed. But next is going to be the nades tossed by the side of Empire. Despite they only have 2 players, they are fighting their way into the circle with eArena bombarded by Alter Ego and Vampire at the same time. They kind of scaled down to only 2 players left. That's going to be Sakura as well as Tony K. But Onzen's knocked down. Here comes a rush on Sakura's side. Can Sakura do it again? Sakura, he spotted out Tony K. He's going in and out of the vehicle. Ring around the rosy. There you go. And Sakura save another run for the side of eArena, but didn't last long. Tony K didn't follow through, and he got naded down instantly by Sam9.
Sakura, he somehow blew up the vehicle that was in front of him, and now he's down on the ground. But the flowers are blooming, and Sakura, he definitely was shining, was blooming earlier on. But now he needs to be picked up by Tony K, while monitored by Sam9. And in this circle, we have Sam9 within it. CelcomDigi Alliance on the other side in the circle, in the shack as well. Tony K, he's finding it hard to move, especially with Mika's crosshair just right in front of him across the road.
Yeah, but the pizza gun won't last long. Their DP28 need more ammunition. We're talking about ammunition-wise, looting-wise. A lot of them has been running and gunning all this while. Friend, the AKM with 8 more bullets. He got... Oh, that was a straight shot right in the face by Tony K. They spotted out Tony K, but the AKM recalls pretty tough himself. He got himself a second weapon. That's going to be a shotgun, which won't work well. Barely can get any good loot on their end, but eArena unfortunately lost a Sakura. He played so well, brilliant. Just a sublime performance on the side of Sakura. Now, Tony K, everything is on his shoulder. Now, Claw showing up too.
Oh yeah, the big boys. Claw. Right now, they're eyeing that #1 spot with the fact that Xavier have been eliminated with 0 elimination points this time. And for Tony K, you try to find that angle. Okay, he's creating the smoke bridge. You want to move from 3 to 3, but still he needs to be careful of the angle that Yuhai has right now. Yuhai, look at the smoke, 39 bullets in his M4. And Tony K managed to make it. He's probably just right in the circle. He needs to move further forward to the front, and Mika will get him with the Scar L.
Yep, at least there's a follow-up despite they're losing their bullets pretty fast for the side of 7-9. Claw on the other end still have plenty. Ran knocked down in the middle of a shack. Nobody can actually save him. Too far to reach out. Now, finally, we get to see Alter Ego in action. They're down to only 4 teams. They're 4 teams right now, stage number 8. And on the side of numbers, Claw seems to be on the brighter side. They have a high chance to score this chicken dinner.
And the circle is out in the open, in the middle of the road. All the teams will need to move forward, including CelcomDigi Alliance on the right side, as well as surely Sam9. Okay, Sam9 made their move. They're now in circle. He took a little bit of rest. Closest to them right now is going to be Alter Ego. Oh, Leo will gun down Red Face.
Leon spotted out for Pang, but it's going to be tough. He managed to secure a couple of bullets in. But on the side of Pang, he got some covers there, so he can reset himself due to how the distance between CelcomDigi Alliance and Claw seems to be a bit far, but the shot's coming in. It's going to be Alter Ego, CelcomDigi Alliance. They have too many to deal with at the same time. While Claw, there's nobody to go against them. They are on the opposite side of the street.
Yeah, but they don't have the circle, so they need to move forward. And that will mean that further expose himself up at Peg! Beautiful shot there. He waited patiently and he got what he wanted. That's going to be another point for Claw. 6 now.
You need to reset. Well, Alter Ego, it's kind of busy with M9. Claw managed to reset himself as a 4-1 more, but the nades galore coming in. The nades coming up towards the side of Alter Ego. They've been saving just to nade down and completely obliterate M9. Next, Rosemary. We'll be looking at the old Rosemary, the one that we missed so much. Here comes the spray. Rosemary, call it 911 because the Rose Carry and the beast has woken up. Once more, Rosemary carried the heck just now. What a play!
What a final blow there by Rosemary. Alter Ego locks in the last chicken dinner in today's Erangel matches. As they took it away from the hands of Claw, Claw, they had similar potential. But then again, because they had to recover Alter Ego, they were ready for it after eliminating Step 9. And they sprayed within the smoke. Rosemary knows where Claw is at. And that's how they lock in the chicken dinner for themselves. Chicken dinner for Alter Ego.
The beast, the carry is back. After such a long pause for his performance, finally letting himself loose in this map, it was remarkable. It wasn't an easy fight at all. They're losing so many men before this for Alter Ego, resetting themselves so many times for us to actually see him perform once more. Rosemary, 685 damage, he's back.
He is definitely back there. Coupled with 4 eliminations by Rosemary, total of 10 for Alter Ego. And Rosemary, you can just look at the numbers. He did everything. He tanked the damage, 203, the highest. He did the most throwables, 15 throwables as compared to his other teammates. And of course, the 4 eliminations. Rosemary is back, ladies and gentlemen. Will we see the best of him more? Let's check out the highlights.
Stand down. It was Rosemary who wiped out the entirety of the Claw entirely by himself. The moment we start to forget how crazy it can get with Rosemary when he actually on his peak performance, he reminded us one more time. That was a huge chicken dinner for Alter Ego, specifically for Rosemary.
And he traveled a lot as well, from Milta Power all the way to the left side to score this chicken dinner. And of course, no doubt, the Rose Goat Mary, as how you guys would call it. 4 eliminations, 685 damage, is the MVP this round. And the entire Alter Ego squad, they did not lose a single player, so they didn't give away any points at all to anyone out there. And they got all the points for themselves. Now, how far will this jump be for Alter Ego? That's something that we want to see. With the fact that D Xavier eliminated early, it's a chance for not only Alter Ego, but Claw.
And that secures some 10 elimination. And out of the 4 eliminations, that last 4 he actually got coming up from Claw as well. We do have 4 teams with a double digit here. Claw, will they get pushed down? Not just yet. Or maybe they did, with Alter Ego getting 20 points right now. Unfortunately, these Xaviers and Roy, it feels like another flip of a coin here, because last time we saw a lot of Indonesian region at the bottom. Now it's a reverse cloud. Team Secret, these Xaviers, Roy at the bottom for this round.
Yeah, from number 1 and number 2 to zeros. But Alter Ego, with that chicken dinner, they are at number 1 right now. 59 points. Behind them at number 2 is Claw, only by 2 points, 57 in total. And then D Xavier, 56 points, a 3 points difference. But eArena is not that far as well. They are currently at number 4 with 52 points, 7 points away from the top.
And the top 6 teams, out of the top 6, the head start point with the least amount was Alter Ego at 6 points. The rest of them having a double digit the start of the day. That just shows how much they accumulated the points just within a day in day 1 grand finals here. But unfortunately, Team Secret, well, there's still a lot of catching up to do, but not too far. But hopefully on the second page here, if they can hit into the 20s, all of them, because half of them only managed to do so, the gap won't be as far as they will be worried tomorrow, because catching up tomorrow it's going to be a lot of work. But with the rise of Alter Ego today, especially in day 1 grand finals, definitely shows a different side of them. And I'm loving the fact that let loose of Rosemary, let him do whatever he's capable to do, able to do, like his usual self, and it just shows a better result.
And you know, there was a guess of like the match point will be 90 points. Now that we have 2 more games today, 6 matches tomorrow, I highly doubt so it's going to be 90 points or even double digit. It's definitely going to be triple.
Yeah, it's going to be too low, especially with this kind of performance. We have a high kill volume today, multiple times. 18 eliminations, 15, 10. It's always double digit all day long. And when it comes to tomorrow match point, it's going to be a tough one for the teams at the very bottom to catch up. So they have to work their way in now. They have to start now.
But they have to start now if they want their ticket to PMWC, which will be part of Esports World Cup. Only the top 3 from the PMSL Southeast Asia will move on and will represent the region that will be played in Riyadh later on, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it will feature some of the best teams in the world and also a huge prize pool. That's definitely a show that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, well, especially I hope Vampires can actually make it in, not because of a fan base or anything, but, you know, when it comes to a big ka-ching and the bling-bling, they always make it in no matter what. So they want to be there. But also we want to thank none other than our sponsor. That's going to be TECNO with POVA 7 series, your ultimate device to be used when it comes to a battlefield like the PUBG Mobile itself. So you guys can check out, if you happen to be at the grand final venue, you guys should check out their booth so you can try out the devices yourself, because this is the device that actually the players use currently. You guys actually see on the camera cam, they're holding this device. So you guys should try it out if you happen to be there.
Yes, and also there will be a lot of activities at the booths as well, and you can meet your favorite players, favorite teams, take pictures with them, I don't know, ask them to sign something, whatever, right? Yeah, they're there. So if you happen to be around the area, or if you have plans to travel, make sure that you hit there. Ladies and gentlemen, don't want to miss out on who might lift the trophy on Sunday. And you don't want to be late, because who knows on Sunday how many games they will play, right?
You have to be early. That's all I have to advise you guys out there, especially even if you're online tuning with us in English broadcast. Make sure you guys tune in early, because you'll never know. If you blink it, then you don't get anything for the entire day. But you know what? When it comes to our top contenders, yeah, it just making it even harder for us to predict who will lift the trophy for this season, because we can see the rise and back up again Alter Ego. Do they really? I feel like Krypton is actually the one that moving the dynamics of Alter Ego early on. He planted those nades perfectly in the previous. Erangel managed to carry out the momentum and sort of brought the entire crew of Alter Ego to step up their game here.
So with his opening, we can also say that Rosemary is like the finisher, right? Yeah, it's like the finish is also very important, as important as the setup itself, because you make sure that the points are collected and into the team. Yeah, so they're working like a full-blown team now, and it's not only this round. If you remember, like in the previous rounds as well, like even earlier today, they're still able to gain elimination points. Although no chicken dinner, finally they land the chicken dinner. So Alter Ego, all of a sudden, they're getting this grand finals buff out of somewhere.
hopefully they don't drop the ball anytime sooner, especially when it comes to tomorrow. Tomorrow is super important day for the teams and for Alter Ego. This seems like a very good start here. And if you compare with the top 6, they're having the most progress of the top 5 and top 6 teams, getting the least head start point and managed to push themselves up #1 spot. That's a huge statement. As long as I think, as long as they keep this going, it's gonna be okay. Because the thing about Alter Ego, sometimes it's a bit unpredictable when it comes to, you know, try to carry forward their momentum.
Yeah, but I wonder if I miss out on Alter Ego. Oh, no. Okay, so we have 2 similars, okay, Claw and Boom. But speaking about Boom, right, it started off the day hot. And then they just went cold like really, really fast. Like, I wonder what's going through with Boom. What do you think?
I think probably because of the circle. That circle was really tough, man. You have to give credit to that circle. One time we thought, hey, it's gonna be SMB. It ping pong all the way towards the left and back to the north, and just so unpredictable. The irregularities of the circle are just so hard to predict. But it's also a challenge for the players, right? If you are experienced enough, if you are calm and composed all the way, then it should not be a problem. You still try to think as calm as possible and try to deal with whatever challenges you have to face. That's about the growth of a player.
Yeah, and that's why the circle is the true anime boss for all these teams. The one that cannot be defeated. Yep. I wonder what's... Okay, since we're switching up the map, we're going to Miramar. The chances of an okay circle is pretty high because you have like what? Majority land in Miramar? If somehow like the circle is still like a tough circle, I don't know, Patona, I would even consider Impala circle tough enough, then you know that there's something that's happening. Like, oh, if it's the grand finals, like you just turn up the circle difficulty somewhere.
And speaking of Miramar circle, I mean, the more centralized the circle is when it comes to the map like a Miramar, is the harder the game gets actually, because of the high grounds, those high mountains, especially in the center, like somewhere Power Grid example, Monte Nuevo. It's still so difficult because of everybody can access to it is one thing, and you don't know which entry these players or these opponents going to get into it. That's what the hardest part about Miramar, trying to keep an eye out for every single direction. But also we have to talk about the teams that don't shine enough today, including CelcomDigi Alliance, Sam9. Do you want to put in eArena in the pool where they don't really seems to be doing okay right now?
I think right now, like, Sakura had good moments. We haven't seen the best of the best from Turney K yet, so I'm almost gonna put them in that pool. Almost. You know what other team that I might put in? BTR. Yeah. I mean, they did score the chicken dinner, but after that, it's like, you know, we did talk about like, okay, you scored the chicken dinner, great, but then again, after that, it's about like, can you be consistent? Because it's a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. The next few games for BTR hasn't been that consistent.
I agree. They dropped a call for the next one after they got themselves that chicken dinner, so we're gonna have to wait and see whether they will fire it up. But there's also the map that's so unpredictable. I still remember that 1v3 Zuxi miniature clutch for Claw for the last minute pushing into it this Super Weekend too. It was amazing. So I expect more for Alter Ego in this map because they love those high grounds. You remember that they played the last Super Weekend where Alter Ego always just running and gunning for those high ground as soon as they looted up.
Yeah, it's like the Alter Ego specialty, right? It's like, okay, go for the high ground. All right, go for the high ground. Okay, come on, Rosemary. It's time to put your gears on. Okay, pretty sure the marshal is reminding, like, okay, Rosemary, time to put on your gears. Okay, we're heading onto the flight. 30 seconds. Don't make us anxious.
We're more anxious than the players themselves, to be honest. But we can see it Everybody seems to be having their gears up, including Tony K here. Tony K, most healing when it comes to the last match, but we don't see a lot of him gunning people down yet. With 9 seconds on the clock, Miramar is ready to go, and we're ready to fly in for our first Miramar map of the Grand Finals.
And here we go. We're going to switch up the maps here to Miramar with the best 16 teams in the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer this season. One switch that I noticed at the player cam is for Vampire Esports. Newsy is going to play this round.
So I assume that's going to be swapping seats with Onsens, perhaps, in this case. So we're going to wait and see. And Newsy sometimes got himself a good highlight, especially in Miramar. It feels like he's more confident and more comfortable in Miramar. Even the lineup seems to be gelling well with his presence, particularly in Miramar. But the flight path, so far, the flight path for the entire day seems to be very generous, Cloud. It has been cutting the map in the center, dividing the map equally reachable for any of the teams that drop wherever they fancy.
Yeah, so unless something unusual, then we might not see an early clash. But let's see. Okay, just keeping my eye on like some of the hot areas. Maybe Chumasera. Nah, I think everyone's going to have their regular drop spot. But today has been a day of interesting, exciting circles. So we're still anticipating the first circle to show up. But this time it's going to be a very okay circle. And it's going to favor BTR. In the middle of it, it's going to be Power Grid. The high ground around the area of Power Grid will be key in this circle.
Just mentioned about Power Grid early on, and just happening here. I don't know, the Circle PUBG Mobile listening to our conversation just now. The Circle seems to be favoring a lot of our conversations here today. Power Grid. Yeah, BTR can actually secure it, but can they defend it off? Because we do know Power Grid seems to be one of the most crucial plays in this sort of circle. But there's so many entry points, there's so many deep valleys and high grounds. It's difficult to actually guard them all by one particular team.
Yep, you called it. Onsens is out, Newsy is in. And what I noticed even like during the previous week and also week 1, most of the time when it's Miramar, it's always Newsy coming in. So this could probably be the strategy of Vampire, like how you've always said, right? Like the map specialist. Maybe this is the Newsy map that they've been prepping up for the Grand Finals.
Even statistic-wise, I feel like Newsy, he was actually being swapped in and out during the group stage when it comes to Erangel, but it didn't show that much of a spotlight. It doesn't feel like he's having a great time there. It's always him being eliminated first. So I think this, yeah, I mean, Vampire is adapting to it, using a map strategies, map specialist when it comes to their lineup so far. I think Newsy is a good fit when it comes to Miramar, alongside with the rest of Vampire's players. For BTR, we talked about how they actually secure Power Grid, and close to them, last we saw, it was eArena coming up from the northern side, just around St. Martin area. Speaking of St. Martin, those high grounds of St. Martin is going to be super crucial for whoever wants to farm those eliminations.
Yep, high grounds of St. Martin, high grounds of Power Grid is going to be crucial. Mentioned about eArena, we have that on screen now, and no, not the time to, question your driving license, okay? But they do see what. Here comes eArena, Joker and Mango. Here we go.
It's Roy again. They cooked that. Oh, Joker! They'll swap over. DBS in the hands. Oh, Mango clipped down Joker first, but Joker, what a nice way to turn things around.
The Joker clearly had the last laugh there.
He's the Joker.
Yeah, because he's the Joker. And that means for Roy, yeah, they will just abandon the idea of like trying to take over the compound from eArena. 3 players left for Roy. At number 14 right now with 16 points. Yeah, they have to do a lot better.
I mean, we've seen them making so much effort for Roy, always initiating the fight in stage number 1. keep eyes locked towards Roy. They're always involved in a fight, and they will be the first one to have their first contact. But the best time we actually see Roy is where they try to avoid all those conflict early on till the very late stage. That's where they actually shines the most. And that's why they almost secure those chicken dinner against these Xaviers in a previous Erangel. In map number 2 of Erangel, which is map number 3 of the day. And Roy, whenever they start to fight first, things will never end well for them. I hope it will change in the future, but something got to do with their communication perhaps when it comes to engaging a fight. Whenever they try to go, it's always 1 by 1 instead of going in as a 4.
Yeah, I guess we can clearly see even from the 1v1 earlier, when Joker arrived and Roy had the first hand or the first advantage, but yet they didn't make the best out of it and lost the 1v1. So yeah, it would have been a very different result if obviously they were able to take out Joker early on, but yeah, that wasn't the case clearly. And now they have to play with 3 players with this kind of circle where the high ground is going to be very important. If you don't have enough manpower, even if you get the high ground, you don't have enough people to be planted at like key areas on the particular high ground wherever you are.
That's what happened to Alter Ego when they scored themselves those high grounds previously. I still remember that clearly, that Alter Ego Rismo have to jump down, if you remember that one as well. But Roy from a Panted Fire, now cutting across Claw Slayers on top of Hacienda the Patron. Now doing great. They're now just keep on running away from people and try to avoid this conflict after they lost 1 man early on. But hopefully for them, it's going to be a peaceful start for Roy. But they'll be surrounded by so many teams around them. It's quite in the center too. Hacienda the Patron not too far off. We compare with where St. Martin and Power Grid was as well. And stage 2 will commence soon. Stage 2 will be the most crucial one because we've seen hot shift happening in stage number 2 so far for the entire day of grand finals. So everybody try to be inside of circle as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, that would be super duper interesting, right? By that time, so something they want to keep an eye on for stage number 2. If it could be a scammy circle, like a hardship circle, then that will be something. But speaking about something's around the corner of VOIN Donkey. Okay, that's going to be Bubuhu. Just across Potato, it's going to be IGL versus IGL. But Bubuhu has no idea that, or Potato has no idea that Bubuhu is there. Bubuhu, he clearly knows, and he's alone, so he will not pull the trigger. That's disciplined move by Bubuhu.
Now we've seen if you open fire too early, you'll be surprised by so many teams behind. I think they learned a lesson for the day on the side of Bubuhu side. So they're going to take things a bit slower for Claw, knowing the fact they're quite in the center of the circle, still surrounded by so many teams. They have to scout out how many teams around them, including FaZe. Where Claw actually stand, FaZe might actually just bypass them as well. These Xaviers are aiming for those high grounds early on. Levi already going up. It's going to be against Hexas. Will it be in the same rotation here? Feels like they're going in the same direction entirely.
Yeah, and they could potentially meet with each other. Yeah. Everyone's like racing for like, okay, I want to be at the best spot possible. But Hexas, okay, he decided to like, okay, because I'm alone here, I will just wait for teams to pass by and then take this high ground. Okay, circle.
Oh my god.
Everybody would have thought that, okay, let's go to the high ground of Power Grid. St. Martin. Circle says, nope, not today.
Montenuevo it is. 7-9 already capitalized over Montenuevo. Most of them are spreading out on top of Montenuevo. They're going to take that fork. But BTR still on top of Power Grid. Power Grid is not completely out of the circle yet, so they can actually stay here for a bit longer if they want to. There'll be plenty of team passing through here. If BTR, they know how to play their cards, they can actually farm elimination just by staying where they usually drop themselves.
But look at this, look at this. Zero, Scar L, Vampire across. Okay, but lucky enough for them, they went in, so it's a little bit too far. But Razy found Jimmy OP. Okay, here comes the fight between CelcomDigi Alliance and BTR. Not the first time that they meet today. And they're going to meet inside of Miramar this time.
There's a lot of deep valleys in there. Razy have to pick out just to shoot towards against the CelcomDigi Alliance, but they're closing the gap. Razy need to back off for a bit. and just try to reposition himself in a better spot where he can barricade himself and got himself cover. But Satano in a bike, Olio hiking up. You can do it, Olio. Come on. You can do it, buddy! Nope, he went on a reverse gear. We have a replay. What really happened against BTI and CelcomDigi Alliance? I think Olio just gave up. He made a U-turn trying to just be here. Yeah.
But the one they didn't give up is Claw, Boo who got Dewey. Okay, this is going to be another fight here. eArena, Sakura gunned down, but Boo Crew awakened the Hornet's Nest, and that is FaZe Clan now. It's going to be a 2v1. The other players of Claw nowhere to be found at this moment. Boo takes 50% damage, and he will be gunned down just like that by Chopper.
Chopper trying to find the rest of Claw here around the corners. But the smokes will make him try to go for a retreat first. It's a bit risky for him to push into the smoke by himself. As Claude tried to disengage, Ratface pulled over on the other hand. He wants to go for the fight. But Peng just go and get to the back. But Ratface speaks otherwise. I want this fight. I want more. Ratface is the only one standing for Claw's side to go towards the FaZe Clan by himself. Okay, made a U-turn. Okay, he's going for his teammate too. So they're going to regroup at the back line.
Yeah, that's Zaxi telling him that, no, you don't want more. You don't want more. Come back. You don't want more. Okay, boss. Okay, I got it. Because you don't want to face Zaxi when he's not happy. And clearly Ripface knows that. But Alter Ego. Okay, they're a team that likes to take fights. They see an opportunity with FaZe. Maybe they can go into the circle and wait for FaZe Clan instead.
Do you want to jeopardize your entire team with the blue zone start to hit slowly behind? FaZe Clan, they need to leave as well, but Alva is the one scouting from the back. But Circle just ping-pong itself back to Power Grid. This is a very tough circle to read. Now, we do see on the southern side, it's a bit of flat plain there, but they do have those high grounds taken by CelcomDigi Alliance. Vampires is sharing the same mountains alongside with BTR. But Montenuevo seems to be vacant as the teams will start to leave. Sem9, they have to cross that street. You know how open it is. But FaZe Clan spotted out the beast in the last game. Rosemary knocked down, but I guess no follow-up means a very long-range attack.
Yeah, no elimination feed yet. But we might get it soon. Will it be denied away? Oh, okay. So Zero's team secret gets it. So Rosemary out. The MVP from the previous round. But that's fine. Alter Ego says 3 players. Anything can happen here. As they try to stop FaZe Clan from coming in, it's going to be Red Bull in front of Alba and also Krypton.
A bit weird for the position here on the side of Alter Ego. Very spread out. That's giving so much opportunity for Red Bull to shoot him down straight away. This kind of uneven terrain, when you spread out in the ditch, there's no way that any of your teammates can help you out with the blues and start to hit as well. FaZe Clan chasing the tails of Alter Ego, leaving Krypton to actually flee. But for the side of Red Bull, there was definitely an extra point, a bonus point, if any consolation. Krypton, on the other hand, they're being forced to split it apart on Alter Ego's side.
Yeah, I guess what they were trying to do is that they want to take different angles against FaZe Clan. But of course, the risk of doing that is that if one person gets knocked, and like what you say, it's going to be hard for them to save that one particular teammate. So you have to be very, very self-sustainable if you are alone in that sort of formation. Oh, VOIN Donkey, they are not playing that sort of formation because they're on the outside still. And the pressure is going to be onto them to try to get into the circle with 7-9 below VOIN Donkey. But because we're at stage 3 and it's Miramar, they will still have options to rotate elsewhere.
The elsewhere is a bit risky with this kind of scammy circle. Hopefully they got it right when it comes to calling out where the circle will shift for the next stage. But on the side of VOIN Donkey, they do have these elevations, but it's not nowhere inside of a circle yet. For them to get entry in straight away, kind of a big risk with Sam9 in eArena waiting on the inner side of a circle. So I think VOIN Donkey, they will take a bit of a dive inside of the blue and trying to rotate the other way around. They're going down south of Montenuevo instead.
Yes. That's going to be the road less taken by other teams. So they find their entry into the circle. They should be fine here. No resistance. Oh, but on the south, look at that. Another team's there. That's going to be MVKE. As the circle continues to shift back onto Power Grid. BTR, they will love this circle.
It's all about defense on their side. Boom coming out, spreading from south as well. As we had a couple of shots coming up from VOIN Donkey, trying to keep Semnan at bay. But it's the biggest problem they have to go against is going to be Talon. He's holding at that end of the circle. So if they want to fight now, fine. But getting into the circle will already be a tall order for the team that's coming in super late.
Yeah, plus with the high grounds. But GLU, they don't want to be super late. But they happen to bump into Xavier. One by one, gun down. Nate T on the ground as well. As they infiltrate the building where Xavier is at. Here comes Xbox with his DBS. But Xbox shot from the outside. It's going to Paragen, knocking him down. And Xavier, they'll definitely not go down without a fight. Xbox eliminated by Levi's. And Hasby, he's still alive on the outside of the building. Popping the smoke, giving a clue to Xavier that he's still there.
Oh, the smoke's giving away so much information. He popped another one just to push forward, but Purgy already naded. Halsby down on the ground. Purgy gun him in an instant. Where is that last player of GLU? Nowhere near what happened to his Halsby, but VOIN Donkey still fighting his way in. Sem9 barely can migrate. As MVK is shooting them from behind. They're being sandwiched two ways here for VOIN Donkey. Sem9 and MVKE is taking a shot, and it's nowhere out for VOIN Donkey right now.
And Zeta might be eliminated because of that. Leaving VOIN Donkey with only Potato. As for Sem9, now they're trying to push their way into the circle, but they happen to bump into Joker. Joker might take out Trexie here. Last few tick of health, but Sakura landed the final blow on the Trexie. Claiming that point for themselves, but from afar is going to be Snape. Headshot onto Sakura.
Sakura barely enough ammunition when it comes to his assault rifle just now. But at least the distance is quite far, so they didn't manage to finish off Sakura instantly. But VOIN Donkey, Potato, last man standing, sandwich between the Vikings and Sem9, and that's gonna be Superman finish off and frying that Potato alive.
Wow, after 4 stages, finally we see one team eliminated. This round took a while. But the elimination feed is running wild still with Sem9, Yuhai eliminated. MVKE, they know that Kai is inside here. Can't seem to land those nades. And Woonty tries to get as close as possible. So now it's going to be Kai still. Kai is not inside the shack, but from the side, Kai receives damage. And Kai now 10% of health. Tries to buy a little bit more time. But it's a matter of time till they break in and take out Kai. And that's going to be MVKE taking that last player out.
Oh, but MVK, they are actually digging their own grave. They've been surrounded by eArena, who got themselves those elevations, but Mormon couldn't push in due to shot coming out from Sem9 right on top of them. The Vikings will try to finish off the rest of eArena. Break still tried to find an exit out. He managed to do so, hop onto his buggy and tried to leave as the Blues start to hit. It's going to be eArena still shooting from afar. Oh boy, Break back in the shack, but he managed to heal himself right on time back to his buggy. And we do have another fight going on. Vampires against Boom on the southern side.
Oh, and with Nuzi in the lineup, looks like they're winning it against Boom Esports. 2 players for Boom Esports down. Nuzi at the front line. Now Nuzi with the snake, cooking it out while Shrubs will take the frontal approach. Within the smoke, navigating around, he managed to get another one out of Boom Esports. 1 more to go. That one last player of Boom managed to get away in time by Vampire Esports with Nuzi in the lineup. Got the win against Boom.
That secures another one for their points. These Avis, on the other hand, seems to be meeting their dead end. One of the players, Levi, being shot down and instantly finished off. While Boom, Misery, aka Mastery here, the last man standing for Boom, managed to escape and scrape through to get into the circle. Unfortunately, Sem9 will be the next to bow out. We're down to only 12 teams here, but Joker bleeding outside of eArena. They have to fight their way in, but these Xaviers, this gate keeping them so tight. They're pushing them to be back in the blue zone.
But now it's going to be eArena being pushed back here by D Xavier. And let's see. Can this nade land from Lamborghini? He's not cooking it yet. He's still holding it. Here comes Nate as a backup from behind. And Tourniquet sprays on Nate. Nate managed to get away. He's still okay now, but he needs to heal up. Time is on the side of eArena. Nate lobbed across by Lamborghini. They found Lamborghini and they will take him out.
It's Mormon shooting down to his Lamborghini. He actually jumped out of his hiding spot and just sprayed to his Mormon, but the rest of eArena can see him as clear as day. Nate hoping to actually drop on one of the players. We hit big, but unfortunately did not knock anybody down for eArena.
Oh, Joker,
Mormon still fighting his way in, but Nate dropped another one. That's why he called himself a Nate instead. But can he actually do another damage? Unfortunately, Claw is breathing behind their neck as well, and these Saviors, it's going to be difficult for them to score a chicken dinner as they left with only one player left, PUBGM, but we're not done. PUBGM fought back, still managed to knock down on one of players of eArena, but Claw is another problem for these Saviors to deal with.
Oh man, it's so difficult for PUBGM now. Yes, he does have the minivan, but no circle. Waiting for this fight to erupt between eArena and Claw, hoping for that to create an entry point for Indica into the circle, but it's still going to be very difficult. Anyway, Talon, here we have them on screen, scouting the situation. They probably see an opportunity, a chance to take out the members of eArena.
eArena already pushed down the Xaviers to second place with their 8 eliminations. Half of those eliminations only by Mormon alone. He got 4 out of those 8. That's one scary team out of nowhere. Suddenly they push the numbers up like this. Now back to his side of Claw with 3 players. They lost Boo Boo Hoo, but it's going to be the Blue Zone eating PUBGM alive, so he denied his point against Claw. But next is going to be Break in trouble. Oh, Break, the last player for the Vikings. I don't know who is the other player left. They have 2 remaining, but the Blue Zone will start to kill them slowly. Talon coming up from behind. There's no way out for Break.
On the elimination feed, looks like Snape got Tony K. Okay, circle-wise, Alter Ego in the middle of the circle, but they only have 2 players right now. On the left side, we're going to have a lot more teams as compared to the right, and the fight will continue on here. eArena gets Break. It's going to be a moment. Break. His point will be denied away to the zone, it seems, while eArena now looking at Talon.
9 points right now for eArena. They're closing this neat. But coming in, Mormon did not hesitate for a single second there. Oh! His own teammate, was it? Okay. It was his own teammate. It was Joker. Mormon now cooking up a nade to a side of Axel. If this lands down, Mormon gets shot down once more by Federalis across all the way from the high grounds. But Joker, he can revive a Mormon. Those long shots will actually give a huge advantage, but you have to be careful of Claw coming up from behind. 10k did not know which one to focus. They focus on the back ones. That's going to be Claw, and the ones on top of us. That's going to be Talon and as well as BTR. But now 10k have to deal with against Claw by himself as Mormon recuperate himself. Zuxi giving the pressure on Tony K, but Joker, Mormon, and Tony K surrounded by Talon and Claw at the same time.
Oh, these teams not in the circle yet. They have to somehow settle the score before going into the circle. Here comes Tony K and his nade. 50% of health shredded onto Tony K as they still try to deal with Claw on the other side. Claw is really not letting them go. But on the inner side of the circle, BTR is going to look at the situation, but here comes Talon onto eArena. Talon rushing in. We have 30k here, eliminated just like that with 1 rush from Talon.
There was a close. One Mormon managed to knock down on Achul and Yoru, who rushed towards his side all by himself. But unfortunately, those deep valleys make it so difficult for eArena. But still, what a splendid game. What a brilliant show they just brought up to us on the side of eArena. But next, it's going to be down to 8 teams that's still remaining in the game. Vampires still have a full squad healthy. But where do they want to place themselves here? They want to cut across straight against Alter Ego in the center, or do they still deal with the teams just next to them? That's going to be BTR.
Oh, also wanted to update that eArena before they got eliminated. They managed to score 10 elimination points. Now Shopper for FaZe Clan. Final player for FaZe Clan himself. In front of him is going to be Claw. Bang sees him. Okay, that's going to be a Scar L versus the AUG, and Shopper got Bang!
Wasn't even a verse, as Pepping has no idea. Shopping been observing him for the longest time. Things seems to be unfolding in Miramar right now, despite FaZe Clan have only 1 player. Same goes for Vikings. Vampire and BTR, same goes for Team Secret, having the most healthiest lineup here. Superman hiding himself behind this exploded vehicle. I don't think Redface knows he's there. Go ahead. He whipped it.
Superman got to red face from the back. Just like that. 2 players from Claw. They found their hands on players who backstabbed them.
Alter Ego still sit this one quietly. They got the center of the circle and not actually taking any actions yet. Because they're left with only 3 players or 2. But on the side of Team Secret, they are rushing towards Alter Ego straight in the face. But we're not done with the team. They're still struggling to get into the circle. Now, Talon down to 2 players here against BTR, who got himself power grid since the start. But what a nade by Boy Chill. Talon taking on Snape and Federellis in the second. Just a mere second. They are in shambles for BTR.
Falling apart right now. One more active player. And here comes the rest of the Vampire Esports. Happen to butt in, but Talon is still around the corner. BTR is still trying to defend their ground. It's going to be Razy still. Nice picking off Sata inside the building, hoping for the fight to happen outside so they have extra time to reset.
Superman, the Lone Ranger for the Vikings. There's Suxy just behind him too. I don't think he's been scouted by Claw yet. For the Outboy Chill. Whipped it. Almost connect. You can do it, Superman. But here comes a nade from the side of Talon. Axel spot him out. Xerus, Team Secret. It's going to be finally Alter Ego into action. Krypton and also Moana left on the side of Alter Ego. BTR down to only Satar. Can they survive this? This is a power grid circle. It should have been theirs to take.
But now a lot of teams want to take it away from the Menace Satar. Move towards the inner side of the circle. Eliminated at number 5. Now we're at our top 4 teams. Alter Ego, Vampire Esports, Talon, and Team Secret for the next chicken dinner.
Team Secret, full squad. Numbers wise, they do have some advantage. Positions, they're capitalizing on the northern side. But to see Alter Ego in this ditch, pretty difficult. It's down to how many throwables they actually saved themselves for Team Secret here. But for the Vampires, they lasted long enough. They actually have the hardest direction to get into the circle. They survive. And I think the numbers can keep going up for the eliminations here as long as they can just have an information about what's on top of them.
Not gonna jinx it, but this is the best time for Team Secret. Last we checked, they were at number 16. They have to score the chicken dinner. It's going to be really crucial for them to bring in the valuable points for the team. Now, Xerus, very, very close to Alter Ego. 2 players in the middle. But they do have this dish that has been giving them the protection that they need for the longest time.
The GK arrived. GK can actually scout out Alter Ego from this valley behind it just now. Frankie spotted out Vampires due to the smoke pop. Talon. Vampire shrubs on the other end. Oh, they're playing in the smoke. It's going to be hard to visualize from here on. But GK, spot our Boy Chill. Frankie fight against Vampires. Vampires just going to go in for the rush towards Talon instead. Team Secret taking advantage. Frankie managed to knock down the Vampires. But Talon will actually steal it away. Alter Ego against Vampires too. Vampires, they had it just now. Was it a bit reckless for them to push like that?
They probably didn't expect Alter Ego to be there as well, and they were caught off guard. And now Vampire only has Schwabs left. We have Schwabs here on screen. He does have an M4. But looks like the next team to be eliminated is going to be Talon. And here comes Team Secret onto Alter Ego. On the other side is going to be Trang. Knocked down. Crypto managed to secure that elimination point before he might potentially go down here. Xerus still with the high ground onto him, but somehow, somewhere, he managed to last a little bit longer just to be eliminated later. Now it's going to be Team Secret against the final player, Schwabs from Vampire Esports on the other side. All in for Team Secret to finally claim that chicken dinner. Nothing should be able to stop them. Nothing at all from number 16. Team Secret is back.
Finally having the rise from the very bottom. This is what they needed for Team Secret. Schwabs tried to pick that. That was remarkable. Sprays and tap from afar. Headshot just now. Can hear how painful it actually the bullets connecting towards the heads of Schwabs. But nonetheless, lot of undecisive judgment coming up from the players here, whether to go left or right, whether to go in or not now, based on this triangle fight. Alter Ego, despite they got a center, but that ditch will not provide them any more information than what they only have. But nonetheless, Team Secret, this will actually have a major shift in the overall rankings, with them rising up to the occasion cloud.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Number 16, not giving up yet. Don't write out Team Secret. 10 elimination points brought in by Team Secret this round, with their latest signing bringing in the most eliminations, Zeros, 5 eliminations with an amount of 766 damage. With the spirit weapon AUG A3, Team Secret 20 points collected in this round together with the chicken dinner. They're telling, they're sending a message to everyone else. You thought that we're at number 16. You thought that we're at last place, but we still have games. As we check out the highlights.
What a play just now when it comes to the finale. For the entire day, when it comes to the top 4 teams, is always going to be the most difficult battle for them to decide which way to go. We get to see quite a high quality ending again in the first Miramar. We're down to one more Miramar, but nonetheless, Team Secret, they don't need a lot of hand grenade, they don't need a lot of smokes. All they need is going to be their manpower and those sprays compared to eArena. But eArena, they got 10 eliminations just now. Still a huge elimination number.
Yeah, and because of that 10 eliminations, potentially eArena would be at number 1. We need to tally up the scores later. But now, we're going to celebrate the latest signing of Team Secret. His first time in the grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia, Zeros as the MVP. 5 eliminations, 766 damage. Overall, Team Secret, they did not drop a single player in this round. They kept all 4 of their players towards the end, and they brought in the chicken dinner with 10 eliminations. That's 20 points for Team Secret. As we check out the points for the other teams now.
20 points for Team Secret. A flawless run for them. But for eArena, no rank points, no problem. This is score as much as those chicken dinner got to offer. With Talon with 11 points, Vampires 14 points. They balance both for their rankings and eliminations. But at least on the first page, we're looking at good numbers. BATR with 8, Alter Ego with 7, and VKE, they swapped the rank points and elimination with their openers on top. But CelcomDigi Alliance, Boom, and GLU, Boom, they are dropping the ball really hard and going really cold the second half of the day.
And because of that, now they're at the edge of page number 1 at number 8, 37 points. But number 1 is still Alter Ego. They managed to hang on to it, 66 points. eArena, no chicken dinner, no problem for them to be up there. What is rank points when you can score like 35 eliminations for now for eArena at second place with 62 points. But on page number 2, because of Team Secret's chicken dinner, they boost themselves up to number 11 now.
I love this. The gap is so small when it comes to the second page and the first page, especially starting from 9th place to the 13th place. Everybody had their 30s up there. So it's going to be around like what? 30 points of a gap. Now, if you can shrink it even smaller for tomorrow, it's going to be crazy. But today has been a great day for 2 regions. The Vietnam teams and the Indonesian teams has been dominating for today's chicken dinner.
And Team Secret is also the team that break the streak of like teams with red logo at match number 5. Okay. So that's also a bit of an inspiration for like the other teams who like, we don't have red on our logo. Don't worry. That's Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen. If they can do it, you guys can too. Just like how you guys need to be prepared for the last game today. More surprises from page 2 teams? Let's go.
Well, it's definitely not going to be only 19 points. Mr. Salavin, I'm sorry. The fact that we're already reaching over 60 points right now, we do know tomorrow is going to be breaking those hundreds. So for today, we might end up with the team. Now, we do want to see the second last and the last teams down there to reach down to at least finish the day with 30-ish points, because there's only like, 3 or 4 teams that actually got themselves at the less than 30 points. So if they can actually close the gap even further, and if we don't have those top teams and they got eliminated early, that would be a great news for me. I would say all of us, because I get bashed later on. But I think we all hope for that, right? Starting with a very small gap when it comes to the last day grand final smash rule.
Yeah, we definitely want to see a Cinderella story, right, from any of these teams at the back. Who knows? Because Smash Rule, it will allow teams to come up with a miracle run. Like, you can smash it. Well, who knows, right? So it's going to be super interesting, because we have yet to see a Smash Rule being implemented in a trophy day. Yeah, that's going to be the specialty for this season. And I do hope to see like the Smash Rule in other grand finals, like maybe the PMWC. We don't know yet. Will there be a Smash Rule implemented? Or maybe the PMGC this season? Let's keep the Smash Rule running. I believe that it's a popular rule that everyone enjoys.
Yeah, EWC, let's go for it. I mean, we talked about this last season. I did literally ask you this: what if the last day of grand finals also they put in a smash rule? Remember that last season, if they implemented this, and they did. I think it's on us. Thank you for the credit. You're welcome. Pat on the back. But yeah, a lot at stake here when it comes to the smash rule. Now, one mistake, if you don't really score the chicken for the next one, then you're doomed. If you already got yourself in the eligible match point. You know for a fact, anybody else, if you open up the Pandora box, the longer you postpone for that chicken dinner when it comes to the grand finals last day here, the more people will come in and be eligible to get the smash rule implemented and commence. So it's all about the bar now. What will be the ultimate match point for this grand finals? I think it's definitely going to be over 100 points.
Oh, without a doubt, right? Without a doubt. Surely it'll be more than 100. We're talking about 12 games. Talking about 12 games. And then you have to like plus 10, right? So if the number 1 team is not over than 100 after 12 games, I have a lot of questions. But that also would mean that the teams behind, like they do well, like maybe more of Team Secret doing this, maybe next more of Roy, maybe more of, I'm just pulling out names, right? Like GLU Squad, like really putting it and stealing away those points, like try to find as average as possible. They'll be great. But you know what else is great? Is our teams to focus. And
I'm gonna stay the same for the entire day for me. But for you, Vampires, now I love the fact they choose a SEM9 and GLU. You talked about GLU before, and they definitely needed a point more than everybody else. And GLU, from your opinion, what went wrong for them for grand finals here?
When you see them, okay, I think it's rotation this time, right? If we base on like some of the games that we saw previously, when they rotate, they pop with the teams, and while they were on the road still, they get gunned down. So that was an example based on the Miramar match before this. So that's one. Other than that, well, taking fights, I guess it's easy to say that, but I think if the first thing that they want to improve before even thinking about taking fights is probably their rotation.
I think rotation-wise, they're doing not so great, but not too bad. But it's just sometimes when it comes to looting phase, they're just spending too much time on one particular compound. And when you already overstay yourself at one particular compound, you have to know the fact there will be a lot of teams nearby, or if you're late into the circle, there'll be a lot of teams waiting from the inner side of the circle. So rotation-wise, yes, partially about that, but it's also about timing, I assume, when it comes to overextended yourself in one particular spot way too long. And when you come out from your hiding spot or when you're done with the looting, it's a bit too long, and then there's so many people waiting outside there to shoot you down. I think timing-wise, they have to... So pretty much there's two things they have to figure out by end of today before we ended up our last map here, which is going to be Miramar. Speaking of Miramar, eArena moment went wild just now, by the way.
And Boom Esports, they wish they could go as wild as Moment. I would really love to see like Moment do the Moment dance in front of the crowd, right? I'm sure the crowd will want to see that as well. Like, we want a live Moment dance. Yeah, but they have to score the chicken dinner first, obviously. So far, eArena up there without the chicken dinner, no problem for them, but they'll definitely be looking for one. Let's head on to our final match for tonight.
It's the last map of Miramar, and we're gonna have a beautiful day to a flight path coming up all the way from South Finalist, so probably gonna go up towards Torre Ahumada or even Campo Militar around that direction based on this sort of flight path on our screen. But it's always about the circle. Today flight path have been super nice, they're very beautiful indeed. Never, how I say this, never seems to be skewed towards one side only for the flight path, but it means that the circle might be a tough one if you're starting off great.
Well, we did get a pretty scammy circle in the Miramar match before this. We thought like, it's going to go to Power Grid, Mountains, but nah. They pulled towards the left side and then it gets ping-pongy, so it was kind of tough for the team, which we like, of course. So let's see what kind of circle we're going to get. JU squad, they're going to switch their drop spot. Looks like it's going to be based on the flight path. They're going to drop quickly onto the south. 2 players in Patona, 2 players just across the bridge. So they're going to switch up the strategy this time. They definitely could use a bit of switching there, considering that the position that they are at right now.
Back during the league stage, there's always going to be homeboys down there. But we're going to have a very northern circle. We're looking at the oasis up there, still a bit part of it. A high chance we might end up around Hudson de Patron over water treatment, but surprise us, maybe even Minas Generalis, depending on the second stage. Right now we see a hard shift happening on the second stage instead, so we're going to wait and see if that's going to be the case. Mela running away, lucky enough, Straps will actually let him to get a ride, because Roy in that warehouse seems to be very scary to fight against. And we talked about Roy. They never back out from initial fights. They're always the first one to make contact with all the other teams.
And with the fact that the Vampire Esports is just next to Roy, right? I wonder if they'll be scheming, like to try to move towards Vampire and maybe take a fight, but it's going to be unlikely. I mean, it's a large compound that they're at. If Roy goes there, then even to navigate around, it would take time, and that area is not in circle, so it's probably not going to be worthwhile for Roy. So we might want to see like who's going to be the next potential target for Roy, as they will move into the circle first as their main priority, and it depends on where will the other teams, like maybe on the south, maybe from Lost Learners, or maybe even GLU that rotates from Patona up if they were to bump into Roy.
Roy. They always set the tone for the first stage here, but it seems to be very quiet. I think they learned their lesson not to recklessly engage, even though it's a 1v1. And so far, early stage of 1v1 didn't work out so well for them. It's good for them to stick as a 4, and whenever they actually stick as a 4, they manage to survive longer, even get themselves the top 4. So Roy, you talked about where would they go next. Seems like they're cutting straight towards the direction of Graveyard to get into the circle straight away. So they are not coming in late this time. But their driving skills seems to be questionable too.
I mean, yeah. I guess even, I guess even if I would drive that area, like it gets bumpy. As long as they don't flip their car, in the middle of teams that with the high ground against them, I guess that it will be fine. It's permissible. It's okay. Claw is going to make a long rotation as well. So that's going to be one. They will have the opportunity of coming in a little bit later. Hence, also the opportunity of gunning teams as they go into the circle. And Claw, they are a very high firepower team. We've seen it time and time again. They're able to deploy and take fights very, very well. So teams have to be scared with the fact that with this kind of circle and with the draw spot of Claw, they're not a team that shies away from taking fights.
A lot of them not. They're the only team that seems to be shying away from taking fights so far. It's going to be Sem9. I don't see a lot of them. A lot of time we're actually looking at Sem9, they're running away from fights instead. But my eyes locked to is VOIN, Donkey, Roy, and GLU. If they can get into the 30s, there's so many teams. The middle pack mostly comprises of teams in the 30s. The 5th and the 6th position, that's where a bit of a stretch of gap. Around, how many points are they? Like 16 points in between. So that's the most. Now, if the gap can get even smaller, and teams at number 16, 15 start to get into the 30s, tomorrow it's going to be super fun to watch.
Oh yeah, let's close the gap, right? Let's close the gap. Let's make the gap as small as possible and make it like as many teams as possible, like on Sunday after the first game in Sanhok, to gain match point. Then the second game will be fun. Like imagine like game 2 on Sunday. Like 5 teams reach match point. That's like 1/4 of the lobby. That's crazy.
I do want to see 8 teams to be eligible after the first match.
Wow, it's so demanding. Wow.
But that would be so fun to watch, Cloud. 8 teams. Last time we saw 5, it's already interesting enough. Imagine the first half page. The first page all close to eligible. Probably just going to be 2 points shy from of the difference between each other. Like the most gap from 8th place to first place just going to be 10 points. Imagine the point distribution across the top 8 later on. It's doable with this standard when it comes to the last map here today. With this kind of point gap between the teams, it's still doable to start the last day like that. But it's all dependent on second day, of course. Speaking of second day, VOIN, Donkey, Roy, and GLU, tomorrow is going to be a tough day if they don't at least try to get into the 30s by end of today.
And in order for that to happen, like we're talking about like, say number 6 onwards, they have to close that gap and maintain as close as possible until tomorrow ends. And then we're talking, and then we're like, okay, we had the 10 points from the number 1 team. And then comes Sunday, Smash Sunday. Super interesting. But this might be an interesting one. Karjin sniffs out Trexie, and Trexie quickly pressed the eject button. This time not even staying a tad bit longer, not interested, because he doesn't want to be the first player for Sem9 to be eliminated. And they will maintain as a 4. So great call there by Trexie.
Yep. We've seen that multiple times by a lot of teams early on. The moment they know for a fact they're not the first one to be there, straight away they made a U-turn. Try to avoid early conflicts. As this Miramar map unfolding, a lot of teams trying to push themselves towards the center as soon as possible. Oh, things get a bit rowdy right now. Lebedita, I don't know the second stage. It's all down to second stage. I want to see how the circle shift later on. Will be centralizing towards water treatment or Hudson Patron. Will it actually pull down? Because with everyone moving this fast towards the center, then down south probably going to be vacant after this. Ooh.
You're gonna get your answer on the south side. So we're gonna get a Cruise the Valley-ish circle. And the south, as expected, Claw is gonna come in a little bit later because of their drop spot. GLU is gonna do the same as well. So beware of Claw. From the outside coming in, they will have the opportunity to take more fights. Boom Esports, welcome to the circle. Okay, they need to last a lot more longer this round. Now that this is going to be the final game, of course you want to end the day. You want to go back to your hotel feeling good at least. And Boom Esports, after scoring that chicken dinner, they just dip all the way down. But Rosemary's not dipping. He got Dewey.
Quite an early first contact made by Alter Ego. Last we saw them around El Azhar against FaZe Clan. That's going to be the northern side of the team across the valley. Alter Ego. I do know he loves his Mini 14 and look at him tapping it out. That's a lot of damage. Still, sort of team secret. It's down to only 80% of HP for 2 players. Got tapped from afar by Rosemary. So for Alter Ego, they've been giving some information regarding the position towards 2 teams now. Team Secret as well as FaZe Clan.
Oh, Axel knocked by Tony K. Okay, it's a Mini 14, long range, headshot, getting Axel. He is together with Yoru, so he should be able to be picked up. I don't foresee Vampire pushing yet, so that's going to be a second lifeline for him. Welcome Claw to the circle. They just arrived. No targets in front of them yet. But as they move further into the circle, okay, there's potentially another team there. Okay, that's going to be TALON. Okay, here we go. Red face on the high ground.
St. Martin. Vampires. Everybody's taking their own spot here. Nobody willing to make a move yet. Shots heard, but no follow-up. Now, some of you guys asking about a smash through for the top 3 slots towards the EWC. Now, smash through will be implied. Whoever got the smash through and smashed that game automatically be number 1 spot. The rest of them will push down to 2nd and 3rd place. So going to be according to the numbers for the rest of the others. But number 1 will be determined by smash rule if it's happened to be in effect. Now back towards this game. TALON just now waving hello to a different team. Vampires. Both in Brazen. I say that's a bit ambitious for Straps to have those shots from that kind of angle and with structures in between, but there's going to be in between Chris Develli and Al-Azhar. There's going to be so much uneven terrain and it's quite an open spot too.
Well, Circle favors Alter Ego, the number 1 team right now, and also Team Secret. But BTR, they will lose Razy, their IGL, towards the hands of Roy, and Huikong will be the one to take him out. Now BTR will be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. Now they're starting to get into the next phase of the circle. And because of Roy's on the left side, 3 players, they're going to ignore Roy. They're going to focus on to getting into a safer spot.
Bias managed to get himself the patrol station in between 2 teams here. Green is going to be Alter Ego, while we're looking at BTR who's actually on the run after they lost Razy. Straight towards the view of CelcomDigi Alliance. Straight away they made a U-turn. But Arctic Luke spotted them out. How do they respond to this for CelcomDigi Alliance? Do they commit to this fight?
Well, looks like they're going to play the defensive stance here, waiting for their opponents to make the moves. No big reason for CelcomDigi Alliance to move forward yet. It's going to be BTR. Pressure's onto them because they're playing with 3 players. Everywhere they go right now, at their spot, there will be teams around. Okay, they seem to have found their comfort spot, but with the fact that CelcomDigi Alliance is there, they could potentially anytime soon, especially when we move on to stage number 4. Here we have Boom Esports with Yummy in front of him. It's number 16 team at the current moment, GLU squad.
Yummy. Coming a bit slower for Boom this time. Things didn't work out for them after they got a chicken earlier today. In the second half of the day, they're coming in a bit slower, knowing the fact that center of the circle is going to be overpopulated so many times. And with the circle even harder to read in the grand finals, they resort to taking things slightly slower for their rotations. Sam 9 eArena, I feel like this is going to be a big collision. Joker and TECNO spotted out Mika as well. Ooh, still connected somehow to a side of Mika. TECNO actually get that precisely done. And Mika surrounded left, right, center. Moment pushing in. Sakura spotted out the back line as well. The cover fire will not be helping too much on side of Sam 9. They are in shambles.
Sam 9 now in deep trouble. Mika will be eliminated by eArena. Joker is going to pick his point. Yuhai managed to find his way into the circle, but eArena still not letting them go. Trexy still on the outside. Okay, anyway, eArena now will focus on to getting into the circle. Okay, that's fear in there. Trexy, gun down.
Claw.
From Claw. It's Boo Boo Hoo. And Yuhai is out by Juke. And now it's only fear left for Sam 9.
Oh, this is not great. Fearing where to run, nowhere to hide, nor run. Straight into the left. Claw, who's happened to be moving at the same time, and that's going to be Sam 9. Completely demolished. We're going to have to wait and see what they have to offer tomorrow. Right now, there's going to be a rest, but Claw, they're not out of the woods yet, despite getting in at 1 point of Sam 9 player. They have to cut across Roy, who's taken his warehouse, and the circle is on the other side. They have so many teams to go through for Claw. And we're talking about 3 teams. Last time we saw eArena and TALON happened to be nearby as well. The shots come up from Roy. They need to leave the vehicles. Almost explode. Zuxi down to 30%. Make it 10%. Small Shack take covers. TECNO on the run as well.
Whew. And somehow Zuxi survived. Okay, not showing out on the elimination PJ. Instead, it's going to be Snape out. Now Satar, Federales. The duo that has to do it against eArena. Moment, get down! Federales! But then again, he's not able to pull off that clutch. However, Joker knocked out by Satar from the other side. Sakura has to be the hero once again.
Oh, Sakura is holding on so much longer this time. Down to only 20% of HP. Pepank, Claw want to take him down. Satar, 10%. Spotted out Mormon. Did he manage to revive the rest of eArena against Sakura? Everything's on this one man. Roy repositioning himself to a side of Claw. What is happening? I want to see what's happening to the rest of eArena right now. TECNO bombarded by BTR Satar. Shift over to teams that's fighting. We're not looking at the teams that are actually fighting here. What happened to eArena?
Well, okay, now we have it. Ooh. Oh, this nade by Satar. Oh, wait a second. Did not connect the Moment. Moment's still okay. Right on the outside. Now he needs a little bit more time to heal up, but Satar is not going to give him that time. He will try to rush in. And then again, it's 2v1. So difficult for Satar to move forward.
He managed to revive Mormon back. Yes, they lost heavy casualty on the side of eArena, but Sakura, he was down to 10% of HP just now. Now it's going to be a straight open fight to a Satar. There's no way out for BTR at all. And last man couldn't hold last longer. eArena will triumph for now, but Roy, they're crashing into Team Secret. Hat front. Here comes the nade, grading them straight off. Calm the ground. Another nade tossed by Trung. He's cooking it up. Zeros and GK also cooking up so many nades. There's going to be a lot of nades galore to a side of Roy.
Okay, Trung trying to hit the second floor, but Juke jumps out to the ground floor. Nobody's home at the second floor this time. Evaded that one nade by Trung. But Juke, he's just dancing around right now. The molly on the Juke, still not connecting on the end, but finally bullets will be enough. Looking for the remaining members of Roy right now. Looks like Team Secret, they did it. They defended their ground.
Next, Vikings, Claw, CelcomDigi Alliance. What a lot of numbers and colors here when it comes to this side of the circle. Vikings is in there and making 4 teams fighting each other out. FaZe happened to be in the middle of everybody down there. He's the last man standing for Claw and nobody actually spot him out. Wait, he actually survived still in Vikings. He's taking shots from all the way downtown. CelcomDigi Alliance across the other side of the street. No, it's actually GLU.
But the circle now has shifted and it favors Alter Ego. The CelcomDigi Alliance So far, so good for them. They're bringing in the elimination points. 5 elimination points now for CelcomDigi Alliance as they're looking for more. Claw eliminated number 12 with only 1 elimination point. And in fact, Alter Ego, they have the middle of the circle. They have a very strong chance of holding the number 1.
Twice in a row now, Alter Ego got a center, but the Nate still reigning over the side of FaZe Clan. Nate T coming in and cooking it up. There's 2 seconds to go. You're going to lift it open, but did not connect somehow. Red Bull managed to reset with a pop of smoke, managed to revive by his teammates as well. FaZe Clan back as a 4, but they will have to fight against the teams that's going against them. That's going to be the Xaviers, who reposition himself just beneath them, taking the lower compound instead. Levi coming up from a different angle, try to approach him from an off angle. Now cooking another nade towards Chopper and Macquarie's. But Red Bull and Gooey, if they're not being careful, there's another team coming up from behind. That's going to be VOIN Donkey. But while VOIN Donkey is still rotating towards their northern side, Macquarie's charge forward towards this lower ground compound against the Xaviers, try to fight them head on.
Ooh, but VOIN Donkey monitoring the situation. There's Zeta there. But I believe that they will focus on to getting into the circle. Oh, but Zeta, is he getting closer? Okay, yes, he is. Okay, he's looking for an opportunity. Potentially might backstab FaZe Clan.
Well, this is going to be a lose-lose team. Oh, wait, FaZe Clan actually refocused to the side of VOIN Donkey. They go back, hike up, and just fight whoever's behind them instead and try to deal with VOIN Donkey first. Shifted the target entirely and just leave the Xaviers aside. FaZe Clan, that is actually a very smart move. They're going chasing tails against VOIN Donkey, who's still leaving their crumb to be picked by FaZe Clan. Vaxi reposition, Mini 14, 8 times scope. Managed to, just give a warning shot from afar. Going on for a couple of more taps. Oh, whoa. That was a nice tap coming up from Vaxi. Taking Chopper down on his knees, but will it be stolen away by the Xaviers from the other end?
And Zeta got McCarries. Red Bull, gunned down by Levi's. Oh, FaZe Clan, they're falling apart now. To the hands of 2 different teams. Red Bull eliminated. And that is the rest of FaZe Clan now. Number 10, 2 elimination points. After all that, it is VOIN Donkey and the Xavier splitting them apart.
Next, GLU versus Team Secret. We have CelcomDigi Alliance still going. This has been going on for a long time. 4 teams going against each other. Now, GLU, they managed to cross the street and try to take their fight straight into Team Secret's space. CelcomDigi Alliance, they're holding the ground, waiting for these 2 teams, Team Secret and GLU, to fight each other out first. But last we saw at the edge of the minimap, we can see Vampires seems to be lurking around the corner. I'm not sure if they want to join in here or not. But GLU, they have to be extra aware of 2 different angles. CelcomDigi Alliance, Team Secret, and Vampires on the other end. But a circle! Again for Alter Ego!
Alter Ego has the circle in the middle of it. Other than that, eArena, they also have the circle, but they only have 2 players right now. On the south side, we'll check on them later because right now, on the north, VOIN Donkey finding a way into the circle with D Xavier in front, but D Xavier, they only have 2 players right now, even for themselves. They're looking for a way to get into the circle safely.
I think it's almost a blown up vehicle by now. Not getting tapped into players, but Levi, Purging next, CelcomDigi Alliance, eArena, Purging got bombarded left, right, and center. As these Xaviers, they've eliminated as well. There's too many openings in whatever angle they try to find themselves an exit. eArena now got himself a small shack. That's left with 2 players, but Alter Ego still having a 4. We're not done with Team Secret versus CelcomDigi Alliance here. We do have GLU, and Vampire seems to be very interested in going towards the direction of GLU.
CelcomDigi Alliance, so far so good. They're already at 8 eliminations. And now they have to fight their way into the circle. A lot of teams on the southern side. On the north, there's Team Secret still. Tony K will get 1. And that's from GLU squad. That's going to be another point for Vampire Esports as CelcomDigi Alliance trying to manage Team Secret. Team Secret ignoring them totally. Just focus on to getting into the north side.
Oh, Leon, you should watch out for your bullets. It's running low. You have to be a bit more conservative. Now finally we get to see Alter Ego in action. It's going to be against eArena. The one that actually got himself close to the center of circle, but it was a big swing from Jamie. casual eliminations there with 9 eliminations by CelcomDigi Alliance after they've been going in that skirmish for the longest time at the southwest of the circle. But Vampires against Boom, Pombit and Yummy do have some elevations. It's going to be 4v3. Zero just arrived. He got bombarded straight away. But here comes the nade galore between these two teams. Straps coming in with the
Yummy.
shotgun, but Yummy managed to shut him down. Here comes another from the side. Pombit coming in with a UMP. Didn't see that one coming for Vampires. They thought Boom will not leave that post. They were wrong. Down to 1v1. Pombit versus Mela.
Oh, Mela on the lower ground. Pombit, he does have the high ground advantage, but the blue is just right behind him. And Xbox, they had to button to knock down Mela. There's still Tony Kano. And here comes VOIN Donkey as well. Long rotation from the left to the north, to the right, and they have arrived. But Boom Esports, Pombit is still in the game. Now he needs to manage 2 teams by himself.
Oh, and Zero is crying for help too. He needs so much work to be done, but he couldn't hold on much longer. But nonetheless, any consolation aside, it's going to be that 3 eliminations by Pombit himself. But unfortunately, another team also being eliminated there. CelcomDigi Alliance still managed to secure those eliminations. 13 right now. They're shooting the numbers up. We talked about the gap before. It was 16 gap between the 5th and 6th place, and he just shrank it even further. While CelcomDigi Alliance is still licking their wounds, eArena Sakura still holding that shack. Well, Alter Ego right now seems to be bought out of their mind. Nobody seems to be attacking them since they got themselves quite early in the center.
Yeah, and they will still get the circle with the comfort of this compound. That's going to be the fortress of Alter Ego. VOIN Donkey. After that clash, they still survive with 2 players, Potato and Razak now, but they don't have the circle. Okay, they need to be careful because behind them, there's still 1 more player. And who's that? Okay, that's Xbox there. Xbox could potentially backstab VOIN Donkey.
Do they know about it? I think Potato knows. No? Nobody's looking at this direction right now. CelcomDigi Alliance make a move. Or they just bypass Sakura. They just spot out Sakura. Why are you not... Are they checking that small shack? Nobody's checking this small shack.
Hopefully Sakura doesn't come back to bite them in the back. Like, literally.
You know, that definitely will be. That definitely will be.
Oh, just waiting for the moment now. Let's see where will Sakura go. Okay, no vehicles. Every single vehicle around him is smoked up, so he is on foot now. I believe he's searching for vehicles, but to no avail. Ah, now they know. Now they know. CelcomDigi left a shot at Sakura.
And the Blazers start to hit him as well. VOIN Donkey, on the other hand, had to face the wrath of Alter Ego and Rosemary going out of his way, out of the compound to make sure that he will take those off angles by himself. He tried to shut down the rest of VOIN Donkey. Razak, Rosemary, I think he heard those audios, Q. And Razak does not have a clue about Rosemary's position. But Sakura, where to go? Where would you want to enter in? Where's the safest path? He's trying to find himself covers and try to avoid those view from CelcomDigi Alliance. Who knows is actually outside. Oh, GLU.
Oh. Okay. Somehow he found an angle. Okay, but Xbox. Oh, he knows that Sakura is there. But then again, he doesn't have a good angle. Okay, maybe he can get a knee out of Sakura. Instead, arrow to a knee, but instead it's going to be Sakura spotting Xbox first. Sakura scores that one, eliminating the final player of GLU squad.
Next is going to be shrinking even further. Stage number 8 and 35 seconds is going to be stage number 9 now. Sakura, how to get in. Slowly trying to get those eliminations by himself from the side, but VOIN Donkey... This is going to be a suicide mission for Razak. He's just showing himself too much, trying to shut down on Sakura, but they heard those gunshots by Alter Ego. They definitely will try to see who's behind them here.
And they're definitely checking on who's there. Okay, Razak for sure. You can see Rosemary heading that direction. Got to put focus on the Razak. While CelcomDigi Alliance somehow managed to slide into the circle, at least part of them. And they kind of know that Sakura is there because he shot Xbox early on. So the audio cue definitely will give a clue to CelcomDigi Alliance to check their back now. Now Razak's on the vehicle. Okay, let's see how far will he go. How far will he get into the circle? And he managed to get there. But right in front of him now, Rosemary with a nade.
Oh, that nade will finish him off. If it's not the nade, it's going to be the spray from VOIN. They definitely trap him to a corner. But it's down to that one player of eArena where he can make a game changer for Alter Ego and CelcomDigi Alliance right now. I think they spotted out Sakura's backside. Alpha spot him out. Sakura repositioned himself, but the blue zone will slowly kill him off. He didn't hide himself so well as he thought it would be. 4v4 Cloud for finale.
Yeah, here we go. Alter Ego or CelcomDigi Alliance. Alter Ego, they score this. They surely will retain number 1. CelcomDigi Alliance, they need the points even more to close the gap with the top spot. And here comes the nades from Alter Ego to CelcomDigi Alliance. They look will take a lot of damage.
Utility-wise, still more towards Alter Ego, but they have got himself 6 eliminations compared to CelcomDigi Alliance. It's 13 or 14 eliminations right now. TECNO will be left behind but charging in from the other angle. But Jimmy straight away being shot down by Krypton. The rest of Alter Ego, they're waiting it out. They prepare for this rush. And Krypton going indoors, but unfortunately slowly taken out by Olio as well. Rosemary taken down on Leon's. Here comes the rush, and Leon is bleeding out. Olio would have to go against an Alter Ego. DAY1. They got it. This is it. The rise of the beast is back.
Just because they did not make it into the second super weekend doesn't mean the Alter Ego is out. Alter Ego is in 2 chicken dinners in day 1 of the grand finals, solidifying themselves at the top spot for sure. Alter Ego will say, you missed us, we're back.
Back to back in the same map right now. It's safe to say they're pretty strong. Seems to be conquering the day 1 of Miramar map coming up from Alter Ego. But CelcomDigi Alliance, huge amount of eliminations compared to Rosemary, Alva, Moen and Krypton. They secure enough. They secure plenty for the side of Alter Ego. Still 10 eliminations, 20 points in total. But compared to CelcomDigi Alliance, how much will the gap differ now?
Ooh, that's something that we need to calculate later, right? But the fact that Alter Ego now with the chicken dinner, they would have had a lot of points in total. But look at the amount of damage by Rosemary as well. 1,390 damage. That is today's record at least. Coming together with 5 eliminations for himself. With his favorite weapon on this round is going to be AUG A3. Everyone in Alter Ego contributed to the amount of eliminations shown here. Let's check out the best moments of Alter Ego.
My oh my, sudden rise of certain teams, Alter Ego since the last map, and today's Krypton bringing the wave, and there is Mary being a beast carrier as per usual. And finally we get to see VOIN Donkey the top 4. It's been a while we're actually looking at VOIN Donkey.
Oh yeah, VOIN Donkey and Team Secret again, still rather consistent, this time in the top 4. And we also have to welcome CelcomDigi Alliance here in the top 4 as well. Wonder how many points did they get as compared to Alter Ego overall. That puts them up here at the top spot. That means they gained the most points out of all the other teams. Of course, they lost their chicken dinner to Alter Ego, but that's fine. It's all about the points. But Rosemary, it's all about the Rosemary. It's all about the Rose Carry. It's all about the, you guys know it by now, MVP again this time. 2 chicken dinners, 2 MVPs for Rosemary. This time, 5 eliminations, and he break his own record of 1,390 damage.
Just now he got over 1,000 damage. He pushed his limit even further, and what's greater than the last game? Last time we saw the damage lesser and the damage received more, but this time lesser damage received even. 21 points on the CelcomDigi Alliance at 15 eliminations and pushing down Alter Ego by just 1 mere point. And despite of that, I have to say Alter Ego did balance out for both because they scored their chicken in the last minute. And it's still down to CelcomDigi Alliance. Where would they fare when it comes to overall rankings later on? But we do have a lot of 5s at the 8, 7, and 6 place. And the only 3 triple digit VOIN Donkey Alter Ego and as well as CelcomDigi Alliance in the first page. But TALON and Sam9, now we did actually saw CelcomDigi Alliance rising up to the occasion. They're waking up now, giving such a huge momentum in elimination. But Sam9, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, 0 points for Sam9 this round as they were the first team to be eliminated. Wow. But definitely not 0 points for Alter Ego. Only 6 head start points, but now they are at number 1, 86 points. They created a 17-point gap between themselves and eArena as of now. eArena is still holding on to second place with no chicken dinners, 69 points, followed by DAY1 61, and we have a draw at 4 and 5. Claw and Vampire Esports with 60 points. And then CelcomDigi Alliance with that wonderful performance. Welcome to page 1, 52 points.
I hate to break the news for Mr. Salavin. I think that 90 points can even reach by today. But you know what? For the teams that's not having a great start, GLE and Roy seems to be stuck down there. We talked about these teams really need to push themselves into the 30s. Tomorrow is going to be another day, but it's going to be a lot of fight with this huge gap. And you know, we cannot deny the fact that Rosemary did do so much work in the last 2 games just now.
Oh yeah, lots of eliminations, lots of damage, and he's our daily MVP. I mean, it's easy to calculate the daily MVP, right? Like, it's only him that gets 2 MVPs today. So it's quite clear here. So Alter Ego, still very, very important to keep a Rosemary fresh and in check. And because of that, they get the dividends by Rosemary and his performance, bringing in the amount of eliminations that he did here today. Congratulations to Rosemary as our daily MVP. But the next question is whether they can be consistent or not.
Tomorrow is a different day, it's a different story, it's a different momentum. It will be another team rising up the occasion. Will Alter Ego still manage to, you know, maintain their statue up there at number 1 spot? Or be a different names entirely coming up from the bottom and surprise us in the very last minute? Because we're going to head over to the interview as we speak.
All right, welcome back again with me, Darius Drew, and now joining with me, we have Rosemary from Alter Ego. Congratulations! Wow! And also we have Janks as our interpreter in here. So, Rosemary, wow! Congratulations on your double winner chicken dinner today. And you and Alter Ego have been falling short for many seasons. But this season, we're finally seeing some dominance from Alter Ego. Was the roster change is the key to this turnaround?
Oke, pertama sekali selamat atas double WWCD-nya buat hari ini. Dan seperti yang semua orang tahu, AE itu di season kemarin tidaklah begitu bagus. Dan season ini terlihat mendominasi di hari pertama. Apakah dengan pergantian roster itu menjadi faktor utama dominasi AE hari ini?
Kalau dibilang faktor utama adalah roster sih enggak ya. Bisa dibilang kita memperbaiki komunikasi yang kita lakuin di super weekend sama di liganya aja sih, yang jelek-jelek kita baikin aja gitu.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think that the roster change is the biggest factors, but then what we did is basically we just fix our mistake during or throughout the league stage, the communication itself. That's how we dominate in first day.
I see. So the communication is one of the key, yeah? And despite missing the Super Weekend 2, Alter Ego is now on the top leaderboard. So what adjustment did you guys make into this grand final?
Ya, meskipun tidak lolos di Super Weekend kedua dan sekarang kalian berada di atas lah leaderboard ya. Apa perubahan yang dilakukan semasa libur kemarin yang dibawa ke grand final hari ini? Apa yang dilakukan, persiapan yang dilakukan buat ke grand final?
Mungkin persiapan yang kita lakukan pas hari libur kemarin yang kita nggak main, nggak lolos Super Weekend, lebih ke arah kita entah nontonin orang yang lagi main atau kita memperbaiki kesalahan kita yang udah kita lakuin yang lama sih.
Yeah, I mean when we didn't qualify to the Super Weekend 2 and then we have a short break as well before the grand final, we've been studying a lot of the other teams, and then we just focus on ourselves, in order for us to improve and play really well in the grand final.
I see. Now, Rosemary, this is a bit personal for you. In one game, you are the MVP, but in the next, you are the first to be eliminated. Is consistency your biggest personal challenge right now?
Oke, Rosemary, ini agak sensitif dikit. Ya, di satu match itu kamu bakal jadi MVP dan di next map berikutnya pasti kamu pertama yang mati. Adakah konsistensi itu adalah satu faktor ataupun masalah utama buat Rosemary sendiri?
Kalau ditanya faktor konsistensi atau apapun itu sebenarnya enggak sih. Lebih ke arah seni PUBG Mobile-nya emang kayak gitu sih. Enggak seharusnya kita hidup sampai selesai.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think the consistency is my biggest personal issue because this is PUBG Mobile. You play it as a 4, and then it doesn't matter like whoever die first, and you cannot like stay alive forever.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Rosemary, maybe you have something you want to say to your on-ground fans who might be coming on the second day tomorrow.
Oke, mungkin kamu ada beberapa kata-kata yang mau disampaikan ke fans-fans yang bakal ngeramain basketball Senayan pada hari kedua.
Mungkin kata-kata buat Alter Champs, kalau bisa besok sama lusanya lebih ramein lagi sih, biar makin pecah lah di sini. Sama makasih udah datang.
Yeah, I want to thanks to Alter Champs that coming for today, but then my hope was like basically, I just hope that all the Alter Champs out there can come to the venue for the next 2 days and then just like make it the venue's havoc, that's all.
I see. There you go, Alter Champs. So please come and the second day and third day as well. And once again, congratulations to Alter Ego. And please give him a round of applause. But we still have something for you guys, so stay with us because we're gonna have back to our caster. Please, caster, take it away.
I don't think he has an consistency issue. The fact that he got MVP back-to-back and got a daily MVP today, but it's all about, I feel like he's finally letting himself go in this season grand finals because we always feel like he's been holding that back for a long time. We saw he always wanted to go for it, but it's just maybe it's like a team always want to go together or something, but it feels relieved that he's being himself back once more.
Yeah, and like what he says, right, at the end of the day, it's a team game. And if the other teammates are able to step up the game in his absence, like you cannot always survive every single game, that's great. So Alter Ego, they found that formula to also be able to play without Rosemary in certain rounds. But if they're able to keep Rosemary until the end, then you get to see the Beast Mary unleashed.
But it's going to be a different beast tomorrow, or it's still going to be a tame beast? That's what we got to know, because tomorrow is going to be the most important day for all the teams out there. Not just trying to catch up points for the teams at the very bottom, but we get to see finally our bench point mark for our smash through later on. And I think it's close enough for them to hit their hundreds right now. I don't know if it's going to be over 150 or not by end of tomorrow. If it is 150, well, the second page will have a lot of work to do.
Well, what we're sure is that it's not going to be 90. 200%. 200%, 300, 400%.
I'm so sorry,
Not
Mr.
going to be
Salabi.
90. Sorry, man. I mean, okay, we didn't talk about it, but there needs to be a factor of like the starting points added to. So it's not that big for Alter Ego. It's only 6, but still 90, 12 games. Come on, it's Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to see over 100. But the thing is, tomorrow, if the second page starts to rise up, it's still going to be more than 90 points, 100% sure, but it's all about the gap. But you know what? Tomorrow is going to be a different story. Today is going to be a history. For now, will they change their fate? It's all down to the players themselves, because we're going to sign off for today. I'm Chuchu, and this is going to be the brilliant, the goofy, the always single daddy cat, Klaus. See you guys tomorrow again. Same time, same place.